Chapter 37-22. Inside the demon territory, the continents disappeared one after another, and the third territory of the sealed world bead was gradually approaching perfection. Yang Kai was cultivating inside the ancient battlefield and had lost all sense of time, only knowing that he was growing stronger every once in a while. When only half of the ancient battlefield remained, which covered an area of several 100,000 kilometers, Yang Kai experienced some unexpected changes. On this day, Yang Kai opened his eyes and silently sensed the changes in his body. He then asked Boya about the situation outside and learned that it would take at least a few more days for a certain continent to be completely devoured. Gathering his thoughts, Yang Kai strode forward. When he reached his limit, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and opened his mind. As always, the two forces that filled the ancient battlefield immediately seemed to have found an outlet and rushed into his body. Using his body as a medium and as a battlefield, these two forces clashed with each other, continuing the shocking war from ancient times. It seemed that a victor and loser were about to be decided. Yang Kai frowned slightly. He felt that this time was a little different from before, as if there was something more, but when he carefully examined himself, he couldn't find anything. He couldn't help feeling a little puzzled, wondering if he was just being paranoid. But just as he was thinking so, two figures suddenly appeared in his mind. One was tall and indomitable, while the other was small, not even 1/10,000th the size of the tall figure. However, this small figure was obviously fighting with the tall giant, and their battle was in full swing, neither side gaining the upper hand. Yang Kai's expression brightened and he almost broke away from that mysterious feeling. But soon, he stabilized his mind and carefully examined himself, discovering that these two figures gave him a somewhat familiar feeling. These two figures were not visible to the naked eye, but through his divine sense, but for some reason, whether it was the giant figure or the small one, Yang Kai felt like he couldn't see through them. Whether it was their faces or their figures, they were all blurry and indistinct. Yang Kai only knew that they were fighting, but he didn't know what kind of shocking methods they were using. Suddenly, he felt a little anxious. This ancient battlefield was the place where the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor and the powerhouse of the demon race fought. Now that he was meditating, two figures suddenly appeared in his mind. No matter how stupid Yang Kai was, he could guess who these two figures were. Those were the great emperors of the flowing time Great Emperor and a powerhouse suspected to be the great demon god. Yang Kai absorbed the remnant true intent of their martial daos. His consciousness traversed through time and space, witnessing the battle of that day once more. If he could observe it carefully, he would definitely reap great benefits. But now, Yang Kai could only see two vague figures. Not to mention what they had done, he couldn't even see their faces clearly. How could he observe anything? It would have been fine if he didn't know, but the key point was that he had already guessed it but couldn't pry into it. Yang Kai was really anxious. With a quick thought, he hadn't seen such a scene in the past. Presumably, he'd always been comprehending here during this period of time, and he'd faintly grasped the essence of the martial Tao true insights of these two experts, causing him to be able to obtain such a fortuitous encounter today. Since that was the case, as long as he continued to cultivate, there would be a time when he could see it clearly. With this thought, Yang Kai concentrated, no longer paying attention to the two fighting figures. He became more attentive to his comprehension. When the ancient battlefield shrank by half again, Yang Kai had already been cultivating here for more than 30 years. The difference in the flow of time gave Yang Kai a unique advantage. After confirming with Boya, he had only been in the demon territory for less than a year. After 30 years of bitter cultivation, Yang Kai had been reborn. What made him rejoice was that ever since he was able to see the battle between the two powerhouses with his mind, this scene had never disappeared. Every time he grew stronger, he would try to observe the battle between the two powerhouses. Unfortunately, it always ended in failure. But this time was different. When Yang Kai focused his gaze, at first, the two figures were still a blur and he couldn't see them clearly. But after a while, they seemed to become clearer. Yang Kai's spirit was greatly aroused and he became even more attentive to his observation. In his knowledge sea, his divine sense surged, the sea roiled, and giant waves overlapped. Obviously, he was using all his strength. Just as Yang Kai felt a pain in his head and began to feel dizzy, he suddenly saw the tiny figure perform a few hand seals. The law of time lingered around the tiny figure's body before it slowly thrust a palm forward. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He couldn't be more familiar with those hand seals and the power of that palm. This was the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal. Moreover, it was the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal, created by the Great Emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. This technique was the famous divine technique of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Yang Kai had coincidentally obtained the 4 seasons pearls of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. From these 4 seasons pearls, he had comprehended a bit of the law of time and obtained the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal. But after all, he had comprehended it himself. Whether or not he had obtained the essence of this divine technique, no one could say for sure. Originally, Yang Kai felt that even if he didn't obtain the essence of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal, at least he wouldn't lose face for the Great Emperors. But at this moment, seeing the Great Emperors make a move, Yang Kai realized how ridiculous his previous idea was. The same Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal, in the hands of Yang Kai and in the hands of the Great Emperors, the difference in power was like the light of a firefly and the brilliance of the moon. Of course, this was because of the huge gap in strength between the two, but it was also because Yang Kai hadn't been able to fully comprehend the law of time. What's more, the shadows that were left here now were only the manifestation of the true meaning of martial arts, not the real Great Emperors. But even if it was just a manifestation of the true meaning of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal, Yang Kai was still left in the dust. If this palm landed on his body, he would probably immediately turn into ashes, right? Staring blankly at the palm, Yang Kai's mind was completely filled with this palm, and he couldn't help but have a trace of understanding. So this was how the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal was used. Without comparison, he didn't feel anything, but now that he did, he realized that the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal he had used before was simply child's play. After this palm, there was another Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal, which repeated over and over again, as if it was a cycle of reincarnation. A real battle was definitely not like this. These two shadows were just something that Yang Kai had absorbed the true meaning of martial arts and observed. It was only because Yang Kai had also cultivated the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal that he was able to see this scene. After observing it over and over again, Yang Kai understood something. In the ancient battlefield, his dragon body also involuntarily moved, changing seals one after another, and a faint law of time lingered around his body, from thin to thick. It wasn't until the two shadows suddenly collapsed that Yang Kai reluctantly stopped his movements. Looking down at his 2 dragon claws, Yang Kai suddenly clenched them tightly and revealed a somewhat ferocious grin. Although it was still impossible for him to reach the level of the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Great Emperor, if he were to use the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal again, its power would definitely be earth-shaking. Getting up, Yang Kai's eyes were as firm as his footsteps as he walked forward. This time, he only saw the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal, but next time, he would definitely see more. As time passed, the area of the ancient battlefield shrank little by little. While Yang Kai was constantly becoming stronger, the things he could see were also becoming more and more, and it was no longer limited to just the Flowing Time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal. The scene of the 2 top masters fighting made Yang Kai feel intoxicated. Every time they collided, it seemed to be able to shatter everything and turn the world upside down. The only thing that made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable was that Yang Kai couldn't see what these 2 masters looked like. Their faces were blurry and indistinct. In the blink of an eye, several dozen years passed, and only the central region of the ancient battlefield remained. Coincidentally, there was only one last piece of land left in the demon territory that had not been devoured. In this final ancient battlefield, the two forces that filled it could be described as violent. Yang Kai tried to draw them into his body, but even he found it somewhat difficult to bear. Countless cracks appeared on his powerful dragon body as golden blood flowed out. In his knowledge sea, the soul-warming lotus was madly rotating, spreading a gentle force to maintain the clarity of Yang Kai's soul and repair his damaged soul. Kai Yang's mind was no longer focused on anything else. His entire being was completely immersed in the battle between the two figures. After so many years, Yang Kai was able to see the battle between the two figures more and more clearly. He really wanted to know what the final outcome of this battle would be. Although he had guessed that the flowing time Great Emperor would eventually be seriously injured and die, what would happen to the suspected Great Emperor? The answer lay in this final scene. Under his perception, the two figures were locked in a fierce battle, world principles were chaotic, and the heavens were falling apart. Yang Kai seemed to have seen the collapse of a world and sensed the division of the universe. His heart trembling, Yang Kai thought to himself, sure enough, the collapse of the demon territory was related to the flowing time Great Emperor. In ancient times, the demon territory was a whole, but after the flowing time Great Emperor fought with the suspected Great Emperor, it was shattered into countless pieces and scattered throughout the void. The two masters turned a deaf ear to this, and there was nothing else in their eyes, only each other, fighting desperately for a reason unknown to the world. Time and space reversed, and the final collision came as scheduled. It was still the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. The Great Emperor's palm slammed down, and the huge figure suddenly stagnated, raised its head, and let out a silent roar as cracks appeared on its indomitable figure. Yang Kai's heart tightened, and he secretly cheered up. Such a scene showed that the final result of the battle that day was the flowing time Great Emperor's victory. Although the Great Emperor died from his injuries in the end, at least he returned to the star boundary and was buried in his hometown. Just as Yang Kai was secretly happy for the Great Emperors, he suddenly saw two rays of light in the eyes of the huge figure. All this time, Yang Kai had been unable to see what the two masters looked like, and their faces were even more chaotic, as if they were covered with a veil. Until now. The huge figure opened its eyes, and two rays of light shot out, one gold and one black. The golden one had a golden vertical pupil and was full of majesty. Just looking at it would make one's heart tremble. It was as if even one's soul would submit under this majesty. As for the black one, it was as black as a pearl. It did not have a pupil. It was as if it was an endless darkness that wanted to pull people in and sink them into eternal oblivion. Yang Kai was stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning. Chapter 37-23. The last trace of power in the ancient battlefield had completely disappeared, but Yang Kai was still sitting in place, unable to recover his senses, his mind filled with the last two eyes he saw. One gold, one black. The golden pupil was awe-inspiring, while the black eye was unfathomable. If it were an ordinary person who saw this pair of eyes, they would only marvel at how magical and powerful they were, but Yang Kai was completely shocked. It was because the golden and black eyes gave him a very familiar feeling. Weren't those the demon eye of annihilation and black pupil purgatory? Even though it was just a quick glance, Yang Kai was confident he was not mistaken. Those were definitely his own demon eye of annihilation and black pupil purgatory. It was precisely because he also had them that he felt so familiar and recognized them at a glance. But, how could these eyes appear on a master suspected to be the great demon god? Ever since he started cultivating, his eyes had brought him a lot of benefits. Countless times, they had saved him from the brink of death and allowed him to turn defeat into victory. Among them, the demon eye of annihilation was obtained in Tongxian realm, where there was once a great demon god. The demon eye of annihilation was a relic left behind by that great demon god. However, the great demon god on Tongxian realm was not very strong, so even though Yang Kai later learned about the existence of the great demon god in the demon territory in the star boundary, he did not associate the two together. After all, the gap between them was too big. But now, it seemed that there really was some kind of relationship between the two, if the opponent of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor was really the great demon god. Thinking about it carefully, although the great demon god on Tongxian realm was known as a demon, his life's deeds were truly admirable. The great demon god had laid down a shocking spirit array on Tongxian realm at the cost of his own life, concealing the entire Tongxian realm in the vast star field, so as to prevent this martial Tao-level world from being discovered and invaded by other masters. It could even be said that the reason Tongxian realm was able to survive until now and not be enslaved by the masters of the star territory was all because of the great demon god. Yang Kai found it hard to associate such a world-shaking figure with the great demon god of the demon territory. As for the black pupil purgatory, it was something that Yang Kai had obtained from the ancient devil seal outside of Maplewood City. In ancient times, there was a Cyclops giant demon that ran amok in the world, causing countless lives to be plunged into misery and suffering. The almighty experts of ancient times joined forces to exterminate it. Although the giant demon's body was destroyed, its eye was left behind. No matter what method they used, they were unable to destroy it. In the end, they could only think of a way to seal it. The location of the seal was outside of Maplewood City in the Southern Territory. Later, the seal loosened, and the ancient demonic chi leaked out, and Maplewood City almost fell. Yang Kai and the other 6 formed the 7 points black tortoise spirit array and went out of the city to repair the seal. In the end, the demonic chi poured into his body and he obtained the black pupil. Yang Kai still remembered that this matter caused quite a commotion at the time and even alarmed the Star Soul Palace. Later, Gao Shueting, Xiao Yuyang, and Chen Wenhao came to investigate, and he transformed into the demon race and fought with the 3 of them. At that time, he was only in the 3rd order Dao Source realm, while Gao Shueting and the other 2 were already 1st order emperors. The weak against the strong, 1 against 3, and he still managed to escape unscathed. It was obvious how powerful the black pupil purgatory was. In the end, if it weren't for the firmament tree's gold and silver powers sealing it, Yang Kai would have lost his consciousness long ago. The demonic war hammer that the embodiment was using now was the demonic artifact of the Cyclops giant demon. Whether it was the demonic war hammer or the black pupil purgatory, they both belonged to the Cyclops giant demon, so how could they be related to the great demon god? The last scene he saw really left Yang Kai at a loss. However, he would never mistake the demon eye of annihilation and the black pupil purgatory. After thinking about it carefully for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what it was and could only sigh sadly. It was too long ago, and without experiencing it personally, who could say for sure? In the end, Yang Kai still couldn't see the outcome of that battle because after the master suspected to be the great demon god opened his eyes, a golden and black light flashed and the scene collapsed. Yang Kai also didn't know what happened to the 2 masters. Fortunately, the power of this entire ancient battlefield had been absorbed by Yang Kai, so this trip wasn't completely fruitless. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow and showed a look of joy. Faintly, he felt that the 3rd territory of the mysterious small world bead had become complete. In other words, the last continent of the demon territory had been rolling and swallowed up. The demon territory was originally a single entity, but because of the battle between the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor and the master suspected to be the great demon god, it fell apart and was blocked by the void. Countless flowing time great emperors descended and could only rely on the existence of the world gate to travel back and forth. In the short term, this wasn't a problem, but as time passed, the world gate became unstable and the connection between the continents of the demon territory became weaker and weaker. In the end, many continents disappeared from the territory of the demon territory, hidden in the void. Yang Kai broke through the void and swallowed these disappeared continents, a process of destruction followed by reconstruction. Now that all the continents had been swallowed up and merged, the 3rd territory had completely turned into a second demon territory. Heaven and earth hummed at this moment. The laws that were originally flawed became complete at this moment. The newly born world was not outstanding, but after tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, it might become a beautiful world. And because Yang Kai was the master of this mysterious small world, the birth of this new world also gave him a faint feeling of being reborn. His mind was inexplicably comfortable, and he couldn't help but feel as if the chaos had been separated and the world had been created. The power that was usually difficult to grasp was now incomparably clear. World force. This was the biggest difference between the great emperors and the emperor realm and even the false emperors. The great emperors could connect with the world and borrow the power of the world. Every move they made contained the might of the world. The great emperors and false emperors were still limited to the level at which they could exert their own strength, but the great emperors had surpassed this category and leapt to a whole new level. Under normal circumstances, unless one was a great emperor, they wouldn't be able to feel the world force, no matter how strong they were. Even Li Wui couldn't feel it, but Yang Kai was blessed by the heavens. The existence of the mysterious small world allowed him to comprehend and even use the world force in advance. After all, the mysterious small world itself was also a world, and now that the third territory was complete, he had a deeper understanding of this power. If it were an ordinary third-stage Emperor Realm Master or even a high-rank Demon King, even if they had this kind of experience, they would still be muddle-headed and would find it difficult to comprehend its mysteries. Even if Yang Kai was better in the past, he wouldn't be much better off. But in this ancient battlefield, time felt like a day. Yang Kai greedily devoured and absorbed the martial Tao true meanings of the two masters, allowing his own state of mind to transcend the level that it should be. He stood at a height that he didn't belong to, so it wasn't difficult for him to experience this. One had to know that these two were the top masters of the great universe. When it came to comprehension of the world force, who could surpass them? It could be said that although Yang Kai hadn't broken through to the half-saint realm in the past few decades of bitter cultivation, his strength had undergone a tremendous change. Just as he was rejoicing, Yang Kai suddenly frowned and turned his head to look in a certain direction. The perfection of the mysterious small world's third territory and the improvement of his mental state allowed Yang Kai's perception of this world to become extremely sharp. On top of that, he was the master of this universe world, so as long as he wanted to, nothing here could escape his detection. As far as the eye could see, a figure was flying over from that side. The person was riding on the wind with his hands behind his back. He was strolling leisurely as if he was on a scenic tour. As he flew over from the sky, he kept looking left and right. There was a trace of reminiscence on his face. Seemingly aware that Yang Kai was looking at him, this person glanced at Yang Kai from afar and smiled slightly. Yang Kai couldn't help narrowing his eyes. The two were at least 10,000 kilometers apart at this moment. At such a distance, Yang Kai could only see him by relying on his advantage, so how could this person see him? Sure enough, there's something wrong. Yang Kai coldly snorted in his heart. When he first saw this guy, he faintly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what exactly was wrong, so he had Boya hide nearby and keep an eye on him. However, Boya didn't find any clues. Only now did he finally reveal his fox tail. With a thought, Yang Kai's soul arrived at the third-rank peak where Li Shiqing lived. Now, Li Shiqing was no longer in the small sealed world bead, and Huoluan was refining the power of the myriad demon pill. The owner of the last peak had already left. Originally, Boya had been monitoring nearby, but now that Boya was rolling outside, there was naturally no one to monitor him, so no one knew when he left the third-rank peak. In this small sealed world, Yang Kai was the heavens and the earth, so he wasn't afraid that this guy was hiding any evil intentions. If he really dared to have any disloyal thoughts, Yang Kai could easily turn him to ashes. 10,000 kilometers wasn't far, but it wasn't close either. The other party was only a mid-rank demon king, so logically speaking, it would take him at least a stick of incense worth of time to arrive. However, Yang Kai looked up and saw that this guy's escape technique was extremely mysterious, as if he could borrow the power of heaven and earth to move much faster than an ordinary demon king. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the demon race arrived not far in front of Yang Kai, still with his hands behind his back, nodding to Yang Kai with a smile, as if he was an old friend who hadn't seen him in many years. Yang Kai also looked at him with interest. Although Yang Kai could already see that he was somewhat unusual at this moment, the layer of mystery that shrouded him made him even more curious, making him want to lift that veil and see his true face. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai let out a sigh. What a nostalgic place. His tone was not deliberate, but truly filled with nostalgia, his brow filled with melancholy. Yang Kai raised his brow. Have you been to this place before? The demon race in front of him looked at him with a smile. You've been here for many days, so you should have seen something. Whether I've been here before or not, others may not know, but don't you? These inexplicable words made Yang Kai frown slightly. He looked at this person seriously, but after a while, his expression suddenly changed and he asked with a strange expression, Mo Sheng, great demon god? You're not going to say you're the great demon god, are you? Chapter 37-24. The first time he heard the name Mo Sheng, Yang Kai felt a little strange. The name of the demon race was very different from the name of the human race in the astral boundary. It had a strong territory style, but even if Yang Kai didn't understand the origin of the demon race's name, he knew that the name Mo Sheng was a little inappropriate. It was too similar to the demon saint. Yang Kai was a little surprised that Mo Sheng could live until now and not be killed by the other demon race. It was simply not ordinary luck. If it was just this, Yang Kai could only associate it with the demon saint. But in this situation, he couldn't help but think more. Mo Sheng, demon saint, demon god, they all sounded similar. Originally, Kai Yang had only casually asked this question, but who would have thought that Mo Sheng would actually wave his hand and say, demon god is not demon god, that's what they called it. My real name is Mo Sheng. Yang Kai couldn't help but take 2 steps back, but then he remembered that this was his own world. Why should he be afraid of him? He asked seriously, are you really the great demon god? If so, then all the previous strangeness could be explained. It was because he faintly felt that there was something wrong with him that Yang Kai had been paying attention to him all these years. Mo Sheng smiled faintly and didn't answer, appearing unfathomable. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of expression to show. Now that the 2 races in the astral boundary were fighting in the territory of the demon race, there were countless casualties. The hatred between the human race and the demon race was as deep as the sea, but the suspected great demon god of the demon race was actually standing in front of him. Even if Yang Kai had a calm mind, he was still somewhat at a loss at this moment. What made it even more difficult for him to adapt was that this scene was a little different from what he imagined. This guy who called himself the great demon god not only didn't have a ferocious face and bloodthirsty brutality in his imagination, but instead had a leisurely temperament, giving people a kind of amiable feeling. Are you really the great demon god? Yang Kai asked again. Mo Sheng pondered for a moment and replied, yes and no. What do you mean? Yang Kai showed a puzzled expression, but before Mo Sheng could answer, he suddenly understood, doppelganger. If the other party was really the great demon god, then how could he still have the qualifications to speak with him? He would most likely be killed while laughing. Moreover, how could a mid-rank demon king be the great demon god? He couldn't help but think of his avatar. He had an existence like the Dharmakaya, and the great demonic god's martial arts cultivation was many times higher than his, so it wasn't strange for him to have a doppelganger. Sort of. Mo Sheng didn't try to defend himself. He just accepted Yang Kai's words and smiled at Yang Kai, you took my things. Yang Kai poked his fingers into his eyes. Are you referring to this? Mo Sheng nodded. This pair of eyes was originally mine. Yang Kai grinned, it's not yours, it's the great demon gods, and, it's mine now. Now he could finally confirm that the person in front of him was really the great demon god's doppelganger, and that the one who fought against the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor in this ancient battlefield was also the great demon god. Emotion wasn't annoyed. He thought for a moment and said, "You're right, lost things are lost." He sighed again, "You humans are really amazing." It wasn't clear what he was thinking, but a look of nostalgia appeared on his face again. Yang Kai didn't care whether or not he was the great demon god's doppelganger. He was just a mid-rank demon king, and this was his territory, so he naturally didn't fear him. Seeing the other party being so easy to talk to, he couldn't help wanting to inquire more, so he said, "I saw a lot of things here before." Emotion nodded, "Being able to see them is your opportunity, and also your ability. But in the end, I wasn't able to see it clearly. Can you tell me what the final result of that battle was?" Emotion smiled, "What else could have happened? He was killed, that's why I said you humans are really amazing." He didn't say who was killed, but Yang Kai knew that he was talking about the great demon god. For a moment, Yang Kai's mind was filled with excitement. Although he had already guessed this result, hearing it from Mo Xing's mouth, he couldn't help feeling a sense of pride. The one who killed the great demon god was the flowing time great emperor, the great emperors. "Since you're already dead, why are you still alive?" Yang Kai frowned as he looked at him. If the main body was already dead, there was no reason for the doppelganger to survive. Yang Kai knew that if he had encountered some kind of accident, the embodiment would have been buried with him. Mo Xing said, "Although my body is destroyed, my soul is not." Although the flowing time great emperor wasn't bad, he was still far from being able to destroy my soul. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Not to mention the great demon god's cultivation, even an ordinary demon king from the emperor realm would be able to escape with his soul if his body was destroyed. However, the tone of his words made Yang Kai slightly unhappy. It was clearly the flowing time great emperor who had defeated him and destroyed his body, but now, listening to him speak, it was as if he was evaluating that battle from a high vantage point, as if the flowing time great emperor was inferior to him. Mo Xing seemed to be able to see through his thoughts and said lightly, "I haven't recovered from my injuries yet. If not for that, I wouldn't have fallen into such a situation." Yang Kai's expression turned cold when he heard this. Although this was the first time he had come into contact with such a strong person, he knew that a strong person like the great demon god wouldn't lie. If he said that his injuries hadn't healed, then his injuries hadn't healed. Since his injuries hadn't healed, then there was no way for him to exert his full strength. Even so, he had fought the flowing time great emperor to the point of mutual destruction with the great emperors. This was under the condition that his injuries hadn't healed. What would happen if he was at his peak? Who could injure him? In just a few words, Yang Kai felt that this legend of the demon race had gently opened a door in front of him. Outside that door, there seemed to be another vast world. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Yang Kai said, "What's the matter with these two eyes?" Emotion blinked and said, "I also want to know how they fell into your hands. If it's convenient, can you tell me?" This answer was really unexpected. Yang Kai thought that he really knew everything. A question and a puzzled expression made him fall from his high and mighty altar. "You're just a so-so," Yang Kai secretly thought. Not hiding anything, Yang Kai recounted his experience of obtaining the demon eye of annihilation and the black pupil purgatory. Hearing this, Mo Xing was enraptured, as if he had heard a touching story. After he finished, he smiled and said, "So that's how it is. From what you said, they are the same as me." "They?" Yang Kai frowned, suddenly understanding, "You mean, those two are also clones?" Mo Xing nodded, "Perhaps after that battle, my physical body collapsed, and my two eyes broke through the void and went somewhere else. Later, they gained sentience, and that's how they came to be." Yang Kai couldn't accept this. The one-eyed great demon was a disaster in ancient times, slaughtering countless people. In the end, it was killed by many powerful masters and sealed away. But the great demon god of Tongxian realm had done something that benefited the entire world. This was completely different from Yang Kai's impression of the great demon god. Yang Kai himself had received many favors from the great demon god, allowing him to achieve what he had today. Mo Xing said leisurely, "We are us, and the great demon god is the great demon god. This is different. If this senior was here, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to speak so much." Yang Kai heard this and his brow rose. These words reminded him of the embodiment. He and the embodiment were completely independent existences. The embodiment had its own personality and thoughts, so naturally it was different from him. Yang Kai had received a favor from the great demon god of Tongxian realm, but that great demon god was not the one in the demon territory. It could even be said that after the battle with the flowing time great emperor, the great demon god had died. After understanding this point, Yang Kai relaxed. After all, he had received many benefits from the other party, so suddenly becoming an enemy was not an issue. Even if there was nothing wrong with it from the standpoint of racial justice, it was still somewhat unjustifiable. Now that he understood, whether this person was an enemy or a friend, all he had to do was ask himself. "You've been hiding for so many years, so why have you come out now?" Yang Kai put down his worries and felt an indescribable sense of contentment in his heart. It was rare for him to meet the embodiment of the great demon god, so naturally he wanted to chat with him. He really wanted to know why Mo Xing was hiding in this mysterious small world. Mo Xing said, "The time has come, why haven't you come out?" "What time?" Yang Kai asked, his heart becoming tense as he considered whether or not he should directly take this Mo Xing down. No matter how friendly and harmless this Mo Xing appeared to be, he was still great demon god's avatar. Hiding in this mysterious small world, there was no doubt he had some kind of plot. Since they walked different paths, there was bound to be a life or death battle. Instead of waiting for Mo Xing to reveal his dagger, it would be better to take the initiative. "Let me tell you a story," Mo Xing suddenly said. Yang Kai was caught off guard by Mo Xing's sudden change of topic and felt quite uncomfortable for a while, blinking a few times before saying, "Is it good?" "If it's good, then let's listen." Mo Xing paid no attention to him and said, "There was a fellow who possessed extraordinary natural talent and outstanding natural talent. He attained great success in his cultivation at a young age, and he was naturally arrogant when he achieved success at a young age. He roamed the myriad of worlds and traversed through the universe, and he acted without restraint." Yang Kai cursed in his heart, "That guy was you, right?" After listening to the beginning, he could almost guess the ending. It had to be said that this story was quite lame. However, the two sentences Mo Xing said just now made Yang Kai extremely concerned. After traveling the world, shuttling through heaven and earth, just how heroic was that? That was a very happy period of time. Mo Xing's face showed a look of nostalgia. Good times don't last long. That guy met an opponent, a woman. Yang Kai chuckled perfunctorily. That woman was also very powerful. That guy had never met such a woman before. They fought several times but never won, and then that guy fell in love with that woman. Yang Kai looked at him with disgust. This kind of love story that was born out of hatred was something he could easily come up with. Mo Xing glanced at him and said, "Love was nothing to that guy. It was just that the strength of his opponent aroused his competitive spirit." Yang Kai coughed twice, feeling embarrassed for having guessed wrong. The battle between the two lasted for 30,000 years, until one day. Mo Xing's brow furrowed as he spoke, his indifferent face suddenly showing a trace of evil intent, causing Yang Kai to become extremely vigilant. No matter how harmless this guy appeared, he was still the avatar of great demon god. Chapter 37-25. That woman's strength suddenly increased greatly, so she naturally gained the upper hand in the battle, but that guy wasn't a pushover either. In a battle to the death, both sides suffered heavy losses. Mo Xing's tone was flat, as if he was talking about someone else's matter. Both sides were wary of each other, so naturally they temporarily stopped fighting and focused on healing their own injuries. However, once one's cultivation reaches this level, it is not easy to get injured, and once one is injured, how difficult would it be to recover? It is necessary to devour the auspicious spirit of a great world, so that guy came to this world. While speaking, Mo Xing waved his hand. Yang Kai's expression changed. So the great demon god was not a resident of the demon territory, but an uninvited guest from the outside? The reason he came to the demon territory was to heal his injuries and devour the so-called auspicious spirit of the demon territory. What exactly was this auspicious spirit? Yang Kai didn't understand, but he knew that it had a healing effect on the great demon god's injuries. Mo Xing smiled faintly and looked at Yang Kai. Did you know? This world was originally not called the demon territory, but had another name, the unmatched realm. It was only later that it became the demon territory, and the creatures that ruled this unmatched realm were the same as your star boundary, humans. Yang Kai was surprised. Really? If that was the case, then what was the current demon race all about? Mo Xing disdained to explain anything and continued, all creatures in the world belong to one of the four main categories: human, demon, and spirit. As long as one has a mind of their own, they can be classified into one of these four categories. Most of the 3,000 worlds were ruled by these four categories. This unmatched realm was ruled by the human race, but with the arrival of that guy, it changed. That guy healed in this world, devouring the world's auspicious spirit, and under his influence, the creatures of this world were gradually infected with demonic qi. Over the years, they became the demon race, and even the world's principles underwent subtle changes. Yang Kai was stunned. Never would he have thought that the demon race in the demon territory was originally the human race, but because of the influence of the great demon god, they had changed. After several tens of thousands of years of seclusion, the unmatched realm had undergone earth-shaking changes, and that guy's injuries had been suppressed. If he had another 10,000 to 20,000 years, he might have been able to fully recover. Naturally, he would have been able to come out of seclusion and find that woman to fight again. Speaking up to here, Mo Xing's brows furrowed, revealing an unhappy expression. Just at this time, an uninvited guest appeared in the unmatched realm, and without a single word, a fight broke out. Although that guy's injuries had healed quite a bit, he still hadn't fully recovered. The strength of the person who came was also not bad, and after a great battle, the unmatched realm collapsed, and that guy's body was also smashed to smithereens. Mo Xing shook his head and sighed. Although he didn't mention any names, how could Yang Kai not know that this uninvited guest was referring to the flowing time great emperor, the great emperors? The collapse of the demon territory was just as he had guessed, directly related to that great battle. What happened after that? Yang Kai asked. He had to admit that although this story was simple and straightforward to the extreme, it had already affected his state of mind, causing him to be impatient to know what happened after that. Although his physical body was smashed, his soul remained intact. Although it was a bit miserable, there was still a possibility of recovery. Mo Xing glanced at Yang Kai. However, the spiritual energy in the unmatched realm had already been cleanly swallowed by that guy. Even the entire world was tainted by his devil qi. How could it help him recover? Fortunately, there was still another option. Star World. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Mo Xing nodded. That's right, it's the Star World. These two worlds are almost the same in size. If he could devour the spiritual energy in the Star World, he would be able to reconstruct his body. Even if he couldn't recover to his peak, he would at least be able to escape from his current predicament. Yang Kai revealed a look of understanding. It seems like that guy had this idea for a long time. He probably had this idea for a long time. If it wasn't for this, how could there have been a great war between the demon race and humans in ancient times? The great emperors of the flowing time great emperor probably also felt this and came to this world to find trouble with him. Otherwise, why would the flowing time great emperor come here for no reason? Healing isn't a simple matter to begin with, Mo Sheng replied indifferently. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before asking a question that he was concerned about: if the spiritual energy in the star world is swallowed, what will happen? Mo Sheng smiled faintly. What the unmatched realm is like, the star world is naturally the same. It doesn't have much of an effect on the life and death of living beings, but there will be a small change in the existing situation. Yang Kai chuckled. From human to demon, how could it be a small change? What does it matter? Mo Sheng looked at Yang Kai with some pity, as if he was looking at a stubborn stone. You can be considered half a demon race now. It's not the same. Yang Kai shook his head. It's not the same. Mo Sheng smiled and looked at him for a while before saying lightly, if you say it's not the same, then it's not the same. Alright, the story is over, it's your turn. Me? Yang Kai pointed at his nose. I have no story to tell. Who wants you to tell me a story? I just want you to do me a favor. What favor? Yang Kai found it funny. The world's biggest enemy was in his small sealed world, standing in front of him and asking for his help. This scene was really strange. Help me enter the main star world, Mo Sheng replied with a matter-of-fact expression. Why? Yang Kai frowned. Mo Sheng said, do you want to see the star world's people suffer? If the demon race comes out in full force, how can the star world resist? Right now, your persistence is just an ant trying to shake a tree. Yang Kai frowned. You are here, how can you know what's going on outside? Mo Sheng had been taken into the small sealed world by Yang Kai a long time ago and had not left for many years. But now, he seemed to know the situation in the outside world at a glance. Of course I know, you don't need to worry about it. Helping me is helping yourself, and more importantly, helping the billions of people in the star world. Let them become the demon race. Yang Kai's voice gradually turned cold. If he became the demon race, he could still have the soul-warming lotus to protect his heart, but if the people in the star world become the demon race, the situation would be hard to say. Why are you so stubborn? I just don't want to drag this out any longer. Yang Kai did not answer. After a long silence, he suddenly said, where are the great emperors now? Mo Sheng said, they are not dead, they are still useful to me. He raised his eyes to look at Yang Kai and smiled. Yu Ru Meng is also fine, but she will inevitably be punished. Looking at his expression, it was obvious that he knew the relationship between Yu Ru Meng and Yang Kai. If you dare to hurt her, you are dead. Yang Kai's face darkened, but he was glad that the other party did not use Yu Ru Meng to threaten him. But thinking about it, with his pride, he would not use such a despicable method. As long as you agree to help me, you will be reunited after the matter is done. What if I don't agree? Mo Sheng smiled faintly. Then it doesn't matter, life and death are up to fate. For him, asking Yang Kai for help was just shortening the time to heal. Without Yang Kai, he did not care. Let me think about it. Yang Kai lowered his head. Think about it carefully, there is no hurry. Mo Sheng looked relaxed. After waiting for so many years, why would he care about waiting a little longer? I've thought about it. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head. Mo Sheng looked at him, only to see Yang Kai reveal a mouthful of white fangs and reach out towards him, saying, I'll catch you first. Mo Sheng smiled, as if he had expected this and did not move, allowing Yang Kai to grab him. Although the other party only had the cultivation of a mid-rank demon king, this was still the avatar of the great demon god. Who knew what kind of foundation he had, so when Yang Kai attacked, he did not hold back at all, even using the world strength of this place, only wanting to end this once and for all. But who would have thought that under this grab, Mo Sheng would not have the slightest intention of resisting. Being grabbed by Yang Kai's giant hand, his bones immediately began to crackle, as if they would explode at any moment. Yang Kai was startled and subconsciously withdrew some of his strength. He wanted to capture Mo Sheng to obtain more information, not kill him. However, At that moment, an irresistible force suddenly burst out from Mo Xing's body. Yang Kai was in the midst of withdrawing his strength, so by the time he realized something was wrong, it was already too late. With a loud bang, Yang Kai was sent flying, his face pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood mid-air. After landing, he steadied himself and looked at Mo Xing in horror. World strength, how could you, with Yang Kai's current physique and cultivation, even if Mo Xing, a trivial mid-rank demon king, used all his means, he might not be able to do anything to him, but in fact, in just a brief confrontation, Yang Kai had been injured. Of course, this was partly because Yang Kai was at a disadvantage, but the bigger reason was that Mo Xing was not using his own strength, but the world strength of this mysterious small world. The mysterious small world was Yang Kai's territory. Here, he was the master. Even when Chang Tian and the others entered this place, they faintly felt like they were being suppressed by the world's strength. To put it bluntly, the strength of this world was his to use. Here, he was omnipotent. Yang Kai had never thought that one day, in his own territory, he would be injured by someone using his own strength. How could Yang Kai not be surprised? Mo Xing looked at him calmly and chuckled, "The unmatched realm has changed because of me. My will is spread throughout every inch of this world, so I can naturally control the strength of this world." Even if the Demon King's territory had been swallowed up, this fact could not be changed. Yang Kai's face suddenly sank as he ground his teeth and spat, "Despicable." Just now, if Mo Xing had not deliberately shown weakness, he would not have suffered such a big loss. If he had resisted at the beginning, Yang Kai might have had a chance to resist. Mo Xing sneered, "When fighting against an enemy, there is nothing to stop one from using extreme methods. The only thing that matters is who is superior. What despicable and kind are you talking about?" These words were not wrong, so Yang Kai immediately took a deep breath and said lightly, "Thank you for your advice." As soon as these words fell, the world around him began to buzz as he connected to this world and mobilized the world's strength to suppress Mo Xing. Chapter 37-26. It was true that the unmatched realm had changed because of the great demon god, and its aura had spread to every inch of land, but this was still a mysterious small world, and Yang Kai was still its master. If Mo Xing could mobilize the world force of this world, could Yang Kai not do the same? The formless mighty force of heaven and earth pressed down on Mo Xing, but Mo Xing turned a deaf ear to it. Only when the mighty force was about to touch him did he chuckle and draw a circle around himself. The circle was not big, at most 3 feet in radius. However, this 3 feet radius was impenetrable, and the mighty force of heaven and earth was unable to penetrate it. Yang Kai couldn't help gritting his teeth when he saw this, feeling a headache coming on. The third territory, the mysterious small world, was originally a part of the demon territory, the territory of the unmatched realm. The great demon god could be regarded as the previous master of this world while Yang Kai was its current master, but whether it was the previous or current master, both of them had the ability to mobilize the power of this world. Now that they were fighting, it was like a fight between a left hand and a right hand. Even though Yang Kai's cultivation was much higher than Mo Xing's, there was nothing he could do to him, unless his control over this world was stronger than Mo Xing's. However, Mo Xing had stayed in the demon territory for countless years, and his aura had spread to every inch of the territory, so how could Yang Kai be stronger than him? Fortunately, the demon territory had become a part of the mysterious small world, so fighting here, Yang Kai had a geographical advantage, otherwise, it would likely not be an evenly matched situation, but rather an all-out suppression. After pushing his strength for a while, Mo Xing's body became impregnable, not to mention being injured, even 10 meters around him couldn't penetrate. This kind of battle was about control of this world, it had little to do with one's cultivation, so even though Yang Kai could use his dragon transformation and other methods, he wasn't in the mood to use them. Being distracted would only give Mo Xing opportunities, which was not beneficial to the current situation. The world buzzed and the world trembled. Inside the third territory, countless members of the demon race looked up, not knowing what was happening, their faces filled with panic. Not bad. Mo Sheng looked at Yang Kai calmly, being able to come into contact with the world force ahead of time. If you were given more time to grow, you may be able to jump out of this rut. Unfortunately, you're too pedantic. Saying so, he suddenly raised his hands and slowly pushed them to the sides, as if he was pushing a closed door. Following his movements, Yang Kai's hand, this world's and world force, which was only 10 meters in diameter, rapidly expanded its own Yang Kai. No matter how hard Yang Kai tried, he was unable to alleviate this passive situation, causing him to be greatly shocked. Is this the power of the great demon god? It was just a clone, but its control over the power of heaven and earth had reached such a level. At this moment, of Yang Kai's. If he couldn't control this small sealed world, he was afraid it would really end in tragedy, so Yang Kai immediately focused his attention on connecting with the sealed world bead. The world buzzed even more violently. The originally invisible world force, under the control of the two previous masters, began to manifest, colliding with each other and resisting each other. When it reached a certain limit, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded, and then an enormous pitch-black dragon that was 3 kilometers long appeared out of thin air. It had dragon eyes, dragon whiskers, dragon mane, dragon claws, dragon might, and dragon scales, and it was clear at a glance that it was lifelike. At the same time, accompanied by a roar, an indomitable giant appeared between the heavens and earth. Its eyes were fierce and ferocious, but its face was a blur. Whether it was the giant dragon or the giant, they were all manifestations of this world's world force. It was only because Yang Kai and Mo Sheng pushed them to the extreme that they appeared in such a form. Yang Kai hid inside the dragon's head while Mo Sheng stood between the giant's chest and abdomen. The two behemoths quickly approached each other and in an instant, the world seemed to shatter. Rumbling sounds rolled through the world like muffled thunder. The demons who were still living in this world all felt their chests tighten. Their blood and chi surged, and they felt like doomsday was coming. Collision after collision, no one could do anything to the other. They were both masters of this world, so the world force they could mobilize was naturally the same. In this kind of battle, there was no way to determine a winner unless one of them exposed a flaw. But whether it was Yang Kai or Mo Sheng, how could they make such a low-level mistake? Yang Kai roared, Mo Sheng, if you continue fighting, I'm afraid this world will collapse. Since you are the great demon god, don't you care? On the giant's chest, Mo Sheng smiled indifferently, what does the survival of this world have to do with me? To him, the existence of the demon race's territory was only necessary for him to recover from his injuries. Many years ago, the aura spiritual energy in the demon race's territory had been completely devoured by him. Although the unmatched realm had become the demon race's territory because of this, and the humans living in it had also turned into the demon race, it was more or less related to him, but what did it have to do with him? What he cared about now was the star boundary. That world still had the aura spiritual energy he needed. Letting out a long sigh, the giant dragon dodged the giant dragon's punch and retreated, retreating 1,000 miles in an instant. A thunderous voice rang out, don't make a meaningless fight, I don't want to kill you now. There were many things he wanted to ask Mo Sheng, such as who the woman who injured him was. Of course, what Yang Kai was more concerned about was what kind of scenery was outside of this world. Even the great emperors might not know much about this kind of thing, and the only one who knew about it the best was Mo Sheng. It would be a pity to kill such a character. However, when Mo Sheng heard this, it was as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, and the always indifferent Mo Sheng couldn't help showing a knowing smile, kill me? You're so confident. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction, his brow furrowing. He had been hiding in this mysterious small world for many years, and since he could mobilize the world force of the demon race's territory, he could naturally control everything in the demon race's territory. For a long time, at the edge of the demon race's territory, there was a certain place that had always been shrouded in fog, one that even he couldn't see through. He had tried to quietly investigate this place but couldn't find a way in. He could only feel that from this fog, there seemed to be the aura of another world. Originally, this wasn't a big deal, but at this moment, after listening to Yang Kai's words, he immediately understood that this place he couldn't see through might be the key to victory or defeat in this battle. Come. Mo Xing no longer said anything. The giant he was hiding in punched towards the giant dragon, crossing 1,000 miles in an instant. With a long sigh, Yang Kai closed his eyes, but in the next moment, he opened them again. When he closed his eyes, the giant dragon also closed its eyes, and when he opened them, the dragon's eyes also suddenly opened. Mo Xing could clearly feel that there was another surge of world force coming from a faraway place and pouring into the body of the giant dragon. The source of the world force was indeed a place that he had been unable to see through. What he didn't know was that this place was actually the mysterious small world's first territory, which was also the mysterious small world's own territory. In terms of scale, it couldn't be compared to the third territory. After all, the third territory was the sum of the entire demon race's territory, but the world principles in the first territory's territory were also extremely perfect, and perfect world principles represented pure world force. When the dragon's eyes opened, 2 golden lights flashed, like 2 round suns, and the giant dragon seemed to immediately come alive, gaining a life of its own. It was rumored that the best painters in the world would always add the eyes at the end of their dragon paintings. If their skills were superb, after adding the finishing touch, the whole painting would gain a spirit of its own. At this moment, Yang Kai was like a painter, using the world force in the mysterious small world's first territory's territory as the ink, injecting it into the giant dragon's body. The giant dragon roared, its claws clinging to the giant's body as it raised its head and bit down on the giant's neck. The giant punched out, but was entangled by the dragon's tail. The 1,000-meter-long dragon's body was tightly bound to the giant's body, but the dragon's mouth didn't loosen in the slightest. Amazing! Mo Xing, who was hiding in the giant's chest, praised sincerely. The battle between him and Yang Kai was originally evenly matched. After all, both of them could mobilize the world force of this world, so it could be said that they were evenly matched. No matter how they fought, there would be no clear winner or loser. In the end, both sides would definitely suffer heavy losses. But when the world force in the mysterious small world's first territory's territory poured into the giant's body, this balance was broken and the fruits of victory slowly tilted towards Yang Kai's side. It might not be obvious in a short time, but this would definitely cause a series of chain reactions. Under the giant dragon's gnawing, large chunks of the giant's body were missing, but there was no flesh or blood. After all, it wasn't a body of flesh and blood, but it was missing the strength that made up its body, so its body inevitably shrank. On the other hand, the giant dragon was nourished and aided, and its body slowly grew larger. Even though the outcome was clear, Mo Xing didn't intend to resign himself to death and instead urged the giant dragon to resist even more frantically. But with the passage of time, as the difference between the giant and the giant's body increased, Mo Xing's resistance became more and more powerless. Stop! Yang Kai looked at Mo Xing coldly. Mo Xing said, "You can't protect the star boundary, why bother doing such a useless thing? Where there is a will, there is a way," Yang Kai said lightly. "Do you really want to die here?" Mo Xing smiled, "I'm just a doppelganger." Yang Kai frowned, "How many doppelgangers do you have?" Mo Xing smiled but didn't answer. Yang Kai nodded and didn't say anything else. The giant dragon roared again and accelerated its gnawing. When the giant's body completely collapsed, Yang Kai threw a punch at Mo Xing. Without the world energy, Mo Xing was just a mid-rank demon king, so how could he block Yang Kai's blow? Where the fist landed, Mo Xing's entire body exploded, but Yang Kai didn't dare to be careless. Opening his fist into a palm, he stretched out his hand and sucked in the blood mist in front of him. Under the support of the world energy, this blood mist was completely pulverized and dissipated into the air. The giant dragon slowly dissipated and the golden light in its eyes dissipated, returning to the territory of the small sealed world's first territory. Although he had killed Mo Sheng in this battle, Yang Kai didn't feel any joy. If possible, he really didn't want to kill Mo Sheng. After all, this was the doppelganger of the great demon god and held a lot of information that he couldn't access. Chapter 37-27. However, this Mo Sheng was able to mobilize the world force of the third territory of the mysterious small world, so Yang Kai couldn't feel at ease leaving him alive, so he had no choice but to eliminate him completely. As for the scenery outside the world force, Yang Kai looked up, hoping that one day he would be able to witness it with his own eyes. Suddenly, Yang Kai remembered that there were still countless demon race living in the third territory of the mysterious small world. Among these demon race, was there another great demon god clone? Just now, Yang Kai had asked Mo Sheng how many clones he had, but Mo Sheng simply smiled and didn't answer. Not answering was also an answer. Great demon god definitely had more clones than Mo Sheng, otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Learning a lesson from his predecessor, Yang Kai immediately immersed himself in investigating all the places where the demon race gathered in the third territory, looking for clues. Yang Kai's invisible divine sense immediately swept through every inch of the third territory, and at that moment, the countless demon race living in the third territory all felt as if a pair of invisible eyes were staring at them. These were the eyes of the heavens and earth, and under the gaze of these eyes, no secret could be hidden. After half an hour, Yang Kai took back his divine sense and frowned slightly. Although he had carefully combed through his surroundings and hadn't found any suspicious demon race, considering the existence of Mo Sheng, he wasn't sure if there was another great demon god clone in this mysterious small world. Over the years, Mo Sheng had hidden himself perfectly. Yang Kai had paid attention to him more than once, but he had only felt that there was something wrong with him. As for what exactly was wrong, Yang Kai had never been able to tell, let alone that he was great demon god's clone. If there were other clones in this mysterious small world, they would also be able to hide themselves perfectly like Mo Sheng. However, after thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai realized that this mysterious small world was still his mysterious small world, so even if there were other clones here, as long as he had complete control of the first territory, great demon god's clone wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. If he didn't expose himself, Yang Kai could still kill him. Yang Kai relaxed a little, but before he could catch his breath, he suddenly noticed something strange outside. With a flash, Yang Kai left the small sealed world bead and arrived in front of Raleigh. Boya, who was beside him, had a pale look on her pretty face as she stared blankly ahead, calling out Yang Kai's name over and over again for an unknown amount of time. However, Yang Kai had been busy fighting with Mo Sheng and had no time to divert his attention. Naturally, he didn't hear it. After dealing with Mo Sheng, he focused on searching the third territory and only noticed it when everything was over. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, Boya immediately said, "What took you so long? If you hadn't come out, we would have been finished." Yang Kai frowned. "Why are you panicking? Look for yourself." Boya pointed in all directions. Yang Kai looked over with rapt attention, and he couldn't help but frown. The surrounding space seemed to have transformed into the stomach of an enormous monster, and it was actually wriggling and collapsing. Chaos gradually arose, and turbulence filled the surrounding space, causing one to feel an extremely great sense of danger. The Void Crevice. The scene in front of Boya was like doomsday, but Yang Kai couldn't be more familiar with it. This was clearly the Void Crevice. When did this change happen? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. "Half a day ago," Boya hurriedly replied. "Not long after the big fish swallowed the last piece of land, this happened. At first, it wasn't very serious, but now, you can see it for yourself." The big fish she was talking about was Rolling Thunder. Judging from its size, Rolling Thunder did indeed look like a big round rolling fish, but this fish was a big fish that could swallow the heavens and earth. And from what she said, after rolling thunder swallowed the last piece of land in the demon territory, the void changed, which surprised Yang Kai a little. After all, rolling thunder had swallowed so many continents before, but this had never happened before. In other words, the entire demon territory should have been swallowed clean, and a great world should have completely disappeared. A great world originally existed in the universe, and when it was swallowed, there was an empty space in the universe, and the void crevice naturally expanded. Yang Kai suddenly felt a headache coming on. His original plan was to go back the way he came after swallowing the entire demon territory. For this reason, he saved all the world gates and deliberately didn't let rolling thunder swallow them. As long as he followed the world gates, he would naturally be able to return to the astral boundary safely. But now, this plan wouldn't work. The void crevice was oppressing them, and they had already fallen into it. How could there be any world gates to look for? However, this wasn't the first time Yang Kai had entered the void, so even though the current situation was a bit tricky, it wasn't enough to cause him to panic. Escaping from the void was something he had done quite a few times before. He ordered Boya, "Let's go back first." He reached out to grab her and stuffed her back into Rolling Thunder's body without any explanation. Then, with a thought, the huge Rolling Thunder's body quickly shrank and turned into the sealed world bead, which he put away. By the time he was done, the surrounding void turbulence had already surged over like a raging wave, directly submerging Yang Kai. Yang Kai was secretly shocked. Although he had encountered similar situations many times, and each time was extremely dangerous, he had never encountered such a situation in the void crevice. If the previous void crevice was just a slightly turbulent Jianghu to him, then this void crevice was an angry sea. The difference between them was huge. Yang Kai, on the other hand, was like a canoe sailing in the sea with strong winds and waves, at risk of being swallowed up at any time. Was this the result of a great world being swallowed? Yang Kai wasn't sure, but this definitely had something to do with the swallowing of the entire demon territory. Fortunately, Yang Kai's attainments in space principles were no longer what they used to be, so even though there was danger everywhere, he was still able to safely protect himself. He was constantly trying to figure out the direction and pattern of the void crevice, shuttling through the seemingly dangerous void crevice leisurely. Yang Kai secretly rejoiced that he hadn't entered such a place when he had just comprehended space principles, otherwise, he would have been killed countless times over. During this period, there were also several dangers. The void crevice was so strong that even though Yang Kai pushed his space principles to the extreme, he was still almost unable to escape. If he had really been swallowed up by this void crevice, he would likely not have had a good end. Although he was fleeing, it was also a kind of disguised cultivation and confirmation of his gains and losses in the Tao of space. Inside the void crevice, there was no sense of direction, and even time had stopped flowing. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai felt that the turbulence around him had calmed down a little. Although it was still not normal, at least it was no longer as turbulent as before. From inside the small sealed world, Bo Ya's voice called out, "Hey, Yang Kai, what's the situation? We won't die here, right? Aren't you proficient in space principles? Escaping is your specialty, isn't it?" When Yang Kai first met Bo Ya, this woman was still a bit unruly, but after the Battle of Eternal Heaven, she had changed a little and even learned to call Yang Kai master. But now, in this life or death situation, she had reverted to her old ways. Even though she was hiding inside the small sealed world, she instinctively felt danger and repeatedly asked Yang Kai about the situation outside. Yang Kai ignored her, so she kept asking him questions, as if she had not spoken for hundreds of years. Yang Kai was annoyed and sent her a divine sense, "Shut up. We're about to die, and you're telling me to shut up." Bo Ya was furious, "Can't I say a few words?" After arguing for a while, Yang Kai ignored her again. Bo Ya sat down on the ground and cried, "This poor woman has been free all her life, but in the end, it was ruined by you. Yang Kai, I'm telling you, if I die, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Ha, Yang Kai sighed and finally sent a message, don't worry, you won't die. In this deathly silent void crevice, Yang Kai did not reject chatting casually with others, otherwise, it would be too boring. Hearing this, Boya was overjoyed, really? Yang Kai replied, I've already rushed out. You're out. Boya stood up, a look of joy on her face as she flattered, I knew you wouldn't let me down, Yang Kai. TSK, your space principles are really amazing, you were even able to resolve that kind of deadly situation, truly admirable. But what? Boya's heart clenched as her smile stiffened on her face. We seem to have gotten lost. Inside the sealed world bead, Boya's expression was dull as the wind blew past, causing her hair to flutter. Seems. After a long silence, Boya asked softly. We're really lost. After a few breaths of silence, Boya stamped her foot and said, Lost? You're a master of space principles, yet you're telling me you're lost. Can't you find a way out? Yang Kai said, It's very difficult, without guidance, there's no direction. The situation this time was different from before. Even if he had been lost in the void before, that was still within a single world, but this time, a void crevice had appeared when an entire great world disappeared. The demon territory and the star boundary were different great worlds. Yang Kai was now lost in the void within the demon territory, so how difficult would it be to find a way back to the star boundary? He had just tried to communicate with the source of his star territory to see if he could use the star territory source to guide him, shatter the void, and return to his star territory. As long as he could return to his star territory, going to the star boundary would be simple. But to his disappointment, there was no response from the source of his star territory. Presumably, he couldn't connect to the Hangluo star field. Thinking about it, the star territory was the root of the star boundary tree, so how could he sense it when he was in the void created by the collapse of the demon territory? Boya fell to the ground again and continued to cry, It's over, it's completely over, I'm afraid I'm really going to die in this damned place. It hasn't reached that point yet, not to mention, there's no danger to your life in the sealed world bead. Then, won't I die of old age here? What's the difference? After a pause, she sobbed, Yang Kai, I have something to discuss with you. She spoke in an extremely aggrieved tone. Yang Kai had never heard her speak like this before, so he couldn't help but want to laugh. What? If I can escape from death this time, let me go find Shiqing. I miss her a little. Chapter 37-28. Yang Kai inwardly chuckled. Boya's interests were somewhat peculiar. Back in the demon territory, she had clung on to Li Shiqing without letting go. Who would have thought that after so many years, she would still be obsessed with Li Shiqing? Sure. Boya was stunned for a moment. She hadn't expected Yang Kai to agree so readily. She still remembered how wary Yang Kai had been of her in the past. Back in the demon territory, he had never given her the chance to be alone with Li Shiqing. What did you say? Say it again. Boya was afraid that she had misheard and tried her best to verify. I said it's fine. Yang Kai transmitted his voice again. This time, Boya heard him clearly and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Her previous depression and grievance were swept away like a fox that had stolen a chicken. If Yang Kai were standing in front of her, she would definitely pat Yang Kai's shoulder and say, I knew I wasn't wrong about you. Now that her wish had been fulfilled, Boya was in a much better mood. Naturally, she didn't complain to Yang Kai and instead remained silent. Her meaning was obvious. She didn't want to disturb Yang Kai and wanted him to focus on finding a way out. Otherwise, if he couldn't even find a way back, he would really be trapped in this void crevice. Since she didn't say anything, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't try to make conversation. He kept shuttling through the void, looking for a way out. However, he had no clue. Regardless of how profound his attainments in the Tao of space were, it was impossible for him to leave this place unless he was extremely lucky. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly came to a halt. The law of space lingered around his body, and the surrounding void turbulence seemed to be inadvertently attracted by some kind of power and brushed past him. It made him look like he was walking through a field of 10,000 flowers, but not a single leaf touched him. The reason he stopped was naturally not to wait for death. It was because Yang Kai had suddenly thought of something. He couldn't connect to the origin of the territory of the astral world and couldn't guide him back, but what about the will of the astral world? He had obtained the legacy of the great emperors of the bright moon world, so he had the recognition of the astral world. Although this kind of recognition didn't have any effect on his strength, the benefits it contained were very obvious. The biggest characteristic was that the efficiency of his cultivation had increased. This was something that Yang Kai had immediately noticed when he returned to the astral world from the demon territory after advancing to the upper-rank demon king. Another benefit was that he could sense some special changes in the astral plane. For example, during the Second War of the Two Realms, when the 10 demon saint arrived in the astral plane and the barrier between the heavens and earth was broken, he could clearly sense that this was an ability that only the great emperors had. Others, not even Li Wui, could do it. In addition, there was another benefit that couldn't be seen or touched, and that was luck. Something like luck was illusory and untraceable, but it really existed. Some people had good luck, while others had bad luck. Those with good luck could still survive after falling off a cliff, and they might even be able to obtain a martial Dao secret scripture left behind by a senior expert. As for those with bad luck, even if they obtained a supreme scripture, they might still become the demon race during cultivation and die an unnatural death. In the world of martial Dao, there was a saying that luck was also a part of one's strength. At certain critical moments, this unclear luck was very likely to allow a person to turn danger into safety, or even turn misfortune into good luck. Yang Kai's luck had always been very good. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have been able to grow to such a level in just over 100 years, but that was only his own luck. However, after obtaining the legacy of the great emperors of the bright moon world, when he was in the star boundary, this kind of luck would be magnified. Thinking about it carefully, when he came out of Star Soul Palace, on the way to the Four Seasons realm, he encountered Murong Xiao Xiao and Xiao Bai Yi, and then discovered the Wind Monarch's plot. Was this just a coincidence? It might not be because he didn't have luck. In addition, this world recognition blessing on Yang Kai should have other uses, but Yang Kai hadn't discovered it yet. But now, it had become a bright light guiding him in the darkness. The star boundary and the demon territory were both great worlds within the universe. He couldn't communicate with the star territory's source because the star territory and the demon territory were not on the same level, but what if he used the world recognition of the star boundary? In the void crevice of the demon territory, he might really be able to find a way out. Thinking of this, Yang Kai stopped, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in his thoughts. Speaking of which, although he knew that he had the world recognition of the star boundary and that there was a world will blessing him, he had never been able to feel it. This kind of thing was no different from the so-called luck. They were both inexplicable things, unlike the star territory's source, which Yang Kai could feel and even see. Not to mention communicating with it and asking it to guide him home. But at this moment, in this case, he could only try his best. He would do his best and leave the rest to fate. If it really didn't work, he would think of other ways. As time passed, Yang Kai threw away the many distracting thoughts in his mind, and his mind was as calm as an ancient well. He didn't know how much time had passed, but in that muddle-headed and empty state of mind, there seemed to be a bright light flashing through his mind. Layers of ripples immediately appeared in his calm mind, awakening him from that strange state. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, turned around, and looked in a certain direction. That direction was pitch black, filled with nothingness and chaotic void. Nothing could be seen, nothing could be sensed, and no one could even be sure that that was the way home. But Yang Kai still took a step forward and walked in that direction, simply because the direction he was walking in was in accordance with his heart. In the chaos, there was no sense of direction, and there was no concept of time. Yang Kai didn't know how long he had been walking in that direction. During this time, Boya talked to him several times. Although she didn't directly ask, Yang Kai could sense her thoughts. She probably wanted to ask if he had found the way home, but she was afraid of receiving a disappointing answer. Yang Kai even stopped several times, forcing himself to enter that empty state of mind, hoping to get some kind of hint. Unfortunately, he didn't get anything. Except for the first time, the next few times were all in vain. This made Yang Kai himself wonder if he had made a mistake. Was it really the world will of the star boundary that had guided him the first time? Was it just wishful thinking on his part? But now that things had come to this, he had no choice but to follow this path to the end. Finally, one day, Yang Kai, who was casually chatting with Boya, suddenly stopped talking and looked in a certain direction in pleasant surprise. Boya sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly asked, "What's wrong?" "I found the way out," Yang Kai replied. Boya was overjoyed. "We can go back." Yang Kai laughed. "It's possible, but it's also possible that we're going somewhere else." He only felt that the void there was a bit weaker than usual. With his current attainments in space law, he should be able to break open the barrier. As for where he would end up after opening the barrier, he couldn't be sure. "Let's go and take a look," Boya urged. Yang Kai didn't refuse and increased his speed as he rushed over. A moment later, he arrived at a certain point in the void and stared ahead. His perception was right, the void here was indeed much weaker than usual. It was as if there was only a thin film in front of him that would shatter at the slightest touch, allowing him to enter another world. Yang Kai slowly stretched out his hand and pressed forward, space principles swirling around his body as they grew thicker. After a moment, when the big hand pressed against the weak point of the void, the space principles around him shook violently. The next moment, Yang Kai's hand slowly merged into the void, followed by his entire arm, and then his entire body. Yang Kai didn't panic much because this situation was already within his expectations. Stepping forward, when his body completely merged into the void, Yang Kai left the void completely. His vision blurred and his thoughts blurred for a moment. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he couldn't help gaping as he looked around in a daze. Inside the small sealed world, Boya's nervous and stifled voice called out, "Hey, what's the situation now?" After asking 3 times, Yang Kai replied, "I can't say." Boya was anxious to death. "What do you mean you can't say? Did we go back or not?" "We didn't go back, this place." Yang Kai frowned, not knowing how to explain it to her, so he simply said, "See for yourself." Saying so, Yang Kai waved his hand and connected with the small sealed world with his divine sense, imprinting the scene in front of him into it. Inside the small sealed world, Boya sat on the ground without a care for her image, looking up at the sky. When Yang Kai moved, a magnificent scene immediately appeared in the sky. The stars in the sky seemed to be very close, yet also seemed very far away. The vast starry sky was vast and boundless. Standing in such a starry sky, anyone would feel as insignificant as an ant. "What the hell is this place?" Boya was shocked. She had hoped that Yang Kai could take her back to star territory, so she went to look for Li Shiqing, but who would have thought that after coming out of the void, she would end up in such a place? Star territory. No, Yang Kai's frown deepened. He had seen this scene many times in the past. It seemed to be in the lower star territory, but if he looked carefully, he would know that this was definitely not star territory, because this star field was full of star force and world energy. It was not inferior to any cultivation holy land in the star boundary. How could there be such a place in star territory? Most of the star field in star territory were dead silent. Moreover, Yang Kai had a feeling at this moment that there was a mysterious force guiding him, as if it wanted to lead him somewhere. This force did not have any malicious intent, and Yang Kai even felt that if he followed this force, he would definitely be pleasantly surprised. Boya was born in the demon territory, so she naturally did not know what this place was, but the only thing she was sure of was that this was definitely not the star boundary. Just as she was about to ask something, she suddenly heard a loud noise, and the scene in the sky shattered. Boya was shocked. What happened? Yang Kai, are you okay? Kai Yang couldn't hear it at all. Just a moment ago, a buzzing sound had passed by his ear, shaking him so much that he almost fainted. After the buzzing sound, a gust of wind blew from behind him. That wind was like a knife, cutting into his body and causing him unbearable pain. Chapter 37-29. In just an instant, Yang Kai felt as if a layer of flesh and blood had been ripped off from his back. From this, it could be seen that the violent wind had swept up his body and blown him into the distance. Unable to control his body, Yang Kai's face was filled with shock. His current cultivation was already at the high-rank Demon King realm, and he had also obtained a great opportunity in the ancient battlefield. After several dozen years of cultivation, even a false emperor or half-saint realm cultivator would not fear him, but in this strange star field, he was actually unable to control himself as a result of the violent wind. As the wind howled, the buzzing sound continued like thunder, causing Yang Kai to see stars. Forcibly stabilizing his mind, Yang Kai uttered a dragon roar and his body suddenly expanded, transforming into 1,500 feet long dragon. During the several dozen years of cultivation in the ancient battlefield, Yang Kai had not only absorbed the martial truths of the flowing time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors, but also the two extraordinary powers that constantly tempered his body. Moreover, in the ancient battlefield, he had always maintained his half-dragon form. Imperceptibly, his half-dragon form had been greatly tempered and strengthened, and the source strength of the golden divine dragon within his body had also been greatly stimulated. His half-dragon form had already reached a height of more than 1,000 feet. This height was enough for the entire Dragon Island's dragon race to look up to. Ding ding dang 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 sounds rang out. It was the sound of the wind blades scraping against the dragon scales, emitting the sound of metal clashing as large amounts of sparks flew out. However, even after transforming into a dragon, Yang Kai could not completely stabilize his body. His body was still somewhat out of control, and although it was better than before, the improvement was limited. Just what was that violent wind? Yang Kai gritted his teeth and turned around, wanting to see where the source of the violent wind was, but when he did, he was dumbfounded, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He could not believe his eyes and blinked several times, only to find that he was not mistaken. There was a giant lying in the void behind him. It was impossible to tell how tall that giant was. Lying there, it was like a continuous mountain range. In front of him, Yang Kai's 1,000 feet long dragon body was only the difference between a baby and a house. The giant's appearance was no different from that of a normal person, but it was magnified countless times. As for the rumbling thunder, it wasn't the sound of thunder. It was clearly the sound of the giant snoring. The bone-scraping wind was actually the air that he breathed out from his nostrils and mouth. At first glance, Yang Kai couldn't help but think of 4 words in his heart: look up to a high mountain. What the hell was that? Yang Kai felt that his mind was in chaos, and he almost thought that he was in a dream. The strong wind was strong enough to blow Yang Kai several thousand miles away before it gradually stopped. The deafening snoring also stopped at this moment. Yang Kai's face was extremely ugly, feeling as if he had just fought a desperate battle. His entire body was filled with fatigue, especially the places on his back that had been scraped by the wind. He could feel that the dragon scales on his back had become much thinner. Just sleeping and snoring was already so powerful. What would happen if they were to fight? Perhaps even the star boundary wouldn't be able to withstand a few punches and kicks from this giant, right? The giant in front of him had exceeded the limits of Yang Kai's imagination, making it difficult for him to calm down. Suddenly, A great sense of crisis enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai only pondered for a moment before his expression changed greatly and he shouted, "Not good." Space principles fluctuated and he immediately tried to leave this place. Those who slept naturally needed to inhale after exhaling. This giant's exhalation was so destructive, so what kind of scene would it be when he breathed in? No matter what it was, Yang Kai did not want to see it, simply because he was too close to the giant. However, when Yang Kai noticed this crisis and wanted to use instant transmission to leave, it was already too late. As expected, the giant lying between the heavens and the earth began to inhale. Like a whale sucking in water, everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was pulled toward him. In fact, even space itself had frozen because of this. Yang Kai's originally fading figure condensed again, and in horror, he involuntarily rushed towards the giant. Just now, when the giant exhaled, he had been blown several thousand miles away, but this time, when he breathed in, he was pulled closer and closer. Seeing himself getting closer and closer to the giant's mouth and about to be swallowed, Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had just escaped from the void with great difficulty, but before he could find the star boundary, he was about to be swallowed by this inexplicable giant. This kind of death was a bit too miserable. Although he didn't know what would happen to him if he was swallowed, it would definitely not be easy. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai opened his mouth and roared, a dragon's roar rolling out, shocking the world. At the same time, his 1,000-meter-long dragon body forcibly twisted and rushed out of the giant's mouth, rushing into the giant's huge nostrils. Reaching out, he grabbed a strand of nostrils thicker than a mountain peak, swung to the side, and punched fiercely. Hit him. Achoo. Even more violent than before, Kai Yang was sent into a state of confusion and dizziness. After he regained his footing, he discovered that he was no longer in danger. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, secretly praising himself for his luck. In this kind of situation, he was actually able to escape death. However, before he could rejoice, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation and instinctively turned his head to look. Suddenly, his hair stood on end and his dragon scales stood on end. Perhaps Yang Kai's actions just now had disturbed the sleeping giant, but at some point the giant had climbed up and was sitting cross-legged in the void. When he was lying down, Yang Kai felt that he was incomparably huge, but now that he was sitting down, he seemed even taller. The giant looked a little unhappy, his two mountain-like eyebrows were tightly clenched and his face had a fierce expression, like a child who had been awakened from a deep sleep, looking dissatisfied. Of course, he would be unhappy. If Yang Kai was punched in the nose like this, he would definitely be like this. However, when he was lying down, Yang Kai did not pay much attention to him, but now that he was sitting up, Yang Kai discovered that the giant's head was bald and shiny, like a round sun. But at this moment, Yang Kai was not in the mood to pay attention to this. Seeing that the giant had woken up, he did not want to stay any longer, his figure flashing and breaking through the sky. This kind of existence was not something he could contend with. It was lucky that he was able to escape, but if he did not run, he would be waiting for death. Until now, he still did not know what the hell this giant was. The only thing he was sure of was that he could not provoke such a terrifying existence. Could it be a creature from outside the universe? So, when he came out of the void, he was actually outside the universe. In his heart, he was a little speechless. When he killed Mo Sheng, he was still thinking that one day he would go and see the scenery outside the universe. He did not expect that his wish would come true so quickly. However, he did not see the scenery, but he did see a terrifying giant. After several teleportations, Yang Kai did not know how far he had run, but when he felt that it should be safe, he stopped and turned his head to look back. Suddenly, he was scared out of his wits. In front of him was an incomparably huge face, its eyes filled with dissatisfaction and anger staring straight at him, its nostrils emitting hot air that seemed capable of melting the universe. At this moment, the giant flipped one of its hands, its palm in front of him, and Yang Kai was actually inside the giant's palm. The 5 fingers around him were like 5 mountains, shrouding the world. Shocked, Yang Kai once again urged his space principles, but his figure flickered and he was unable to escape, remaining in place. The universe above palm. Yang Kai's face changed greatly. This giant's palm was like a world of its own, and Yang Kai could not even escape from this giant's palm. Just now, he thought that he was really safe, but he was a little naive. Such a divine technique was beyond his imagination. This giant's cultivation far surpassed his own, so in front of this giant, Yang Kai estimated that it would be difficult for him to escape. In this desperate situation, Yang Kai's anger was aroused, his eyes widening as he shouted, "You bastard, why are you trying to capture me?" With an angry roar, Yang Kai urged his dragon pressure. The roar coming from his mouth was actually a dragon's roar. After shouting, Yang Kai felt some regret. This giant looked very angry. If he had spoken properly, he might have been able to survive, but now that he had suddenly shouted, what would he do if he angered this giant? Yang Kai's size was just enough to fit between the giant's teeth. Just as he was feeling uneasy, he saw the giant's already huge eyes widen even more. His 2 eyebrows rose, revealing an extremely horrified expression, as if he had seen something terrifying. Yang Kai was stunned, mainly because the giant's facial expression changed too quickly, making it difficult for him to accept. Moreover, such a fierce and vicious fellow actually showed a horrified expression. It was simply too inconceivable. Yang Kai opened his mouth again, still roaring like a dragon's roar. "I'm asking you a question, are you deaf?" He wondered if this fellow could understand him. The giant's face became more and more fearful. Opening its mouth, it said in a timid voice, "Ada is sleeping." Seeing how large the giant's body was and how loud its voice was, Yang Kai didn't expect it to speak so softly. At least he didn't feel uncomfortable. "Ada?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "Is that your name?" "Ada is only sleeping." The giant repeated. Yang Kai frowned. "Who are you?" "Ada is sleeping." Yang Kai was furious. "Are you stupid?" This answer was completely out of line, making him seriously wonder if there was something wrong with this giant's head. "Ada is not stupid, Ada is sleeping." The giant glared, seemingly angry, his face becoming fierce again. "You really are stupid?" Yang Kai was stunned. With just a few words, he had already seen that there was something wrong with this giant's mind. Otherwise, why couldn't it even answer such a simple question? Instead, it kept repeating its own thoughts. There was clearly something wrong with this giant's head. "You said Ada is stupid, Ada is not stupid." The giant was really angry, opening its mouth and roaring. A violent airflow came out of its mouth, and Yang Kai was immediately blown away, thousands of miles away in an instant, making Yang Kai dance for a while. Chapter 37:30. Seeing that Yang Kai was blown away, the giant named Ada was shocked. He hurriedly took a deep breath in the direction of Yang Kai. Then, Yang Kai was sucked back into the giant's arms and legs. Ada blinked his eyes. The anger on his face disappeared and turned into a happy smile. When Yang Kai was sucked back into the giant's arms, he pouted his mouth and blew on him again. In the next moment, Yang Kai was blown away again. Blow, inhale, in the spacious star field, Ada's hearty laughter was heard. He looked like a kid who had just gotten a new toy. He was having a great time, and his eyes were squinting happily. Being sucked back into the giant's arms again, Yang Kai waved his dragon claws and shouted, "Enough! Stop! Cough, cough, cough." Ada, who was having a great time, was shocked by the shout. He choked on the air he had inhaled and started coughing loudly. Yang Kai took the opportunity to jump in front of him and started punching and kicking him like a madman. All of a sudden, the sound of punching and kicking filled the air. Yang Kai was furious. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been in such a difficult situation. No matter how strong the enemy was, he would still have the determination to fight. Even if he couldn't win, he could always run away. However, in front of this giant, even running away was a luxury. He was being played like a toy. As the saying went, if you can bear it, what can you do? Even though Yang Kai knew that he was no match for this giant, he couldn't bear it anymore. He jumped up and started a fight to the death. After a while, Yang Kai stopped and fell back into the giant's palm. He looked up at the giant with eyes full of blood and tears. He clenched his teeth and said, "You're so mean." He beat Ada for a long time. Ada didn't fight back, nor did he try to stop him. He just took it in silence. However, that kind of attack had no effect on Ada. Ada's face was still intact, but Yang Kai's dragon claws were hurt. Ada scratched his head, and his eyes kept switching between Yang Kai and the void. He blinked his eyes hard as if he had done something wrong. Although he didn't know what he had done wrong, he could feel that Yang Kai was angry, so he felt guilty. When this comical appearance fell into Kai Yang's eyes, Kai Yang was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh. This giant called Ada was obviously mentally retarded, but he was unbelievably powerful. Yang Kai didn't want to compete with him. Wasn't he asking for trouble? Yang Kai laughed, and so did Ada. However, his laughter was somewhat bashful, and his huge body was trembling because of it. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this guy was more pleasing to the eye, so he wasn't afraid of him anymore. He asked, "What are you?" If someone else was here, such a question would be provocative. If they were bad-tempered, they might start a fight immediately. However, Ada didn't care at all. He just put a finger to his mouth, shrank his neck and said, "Shoo, keep your voice down. It's noisy." Yang Kai rubbed his hands and bent his waist, looking sneaky. He whispered, "Is that so?" Ada grinned, but his smile was so ferocious that it made Yang Kai's scalp tingle. Yang Kai suppressed the throbbing in his heart and asked again, "Which race are you from? How did you grow so big? Where are we?" What answered him was a rumbling sound. It was like thunder, which made Yang Kai's eardrums tremble. Ada touched his belly and said pitifully, "I'm hungry." The sound just now came from his belly. Yang Kai couldn't help but swallow. Ada stared at him when he said that, which made him feel insecure. He thought, "Is this guy going to eat me?" Looking at his previous behavior, Yang Kai knew he wouldn't do such a thing. Resisting the urge to run away, Yang Kai clenched his fist and coughed lightly. "Well, it's like this, you see, although I'm not small, I don't have much meat on me, and I don't taste good, you." Before he could finish, Ada turned his head and looked down. Then, Ada put on a surprised expression and said in surprise, "There's nothing else." "What do you mean nothing?" Yang Kai frowned and followed Ada's gaze. Suddenly, his pupils shrank. In the star field tens of thousands of miles away, something as dark as ink was wriggling slowly and becoming smaller. Even though it was tens of thousands of miles away, Yang Kai could still feel the familiar chaotic and empty aura from it. A crack in the void. That pitch-black mass of existence was actually a stretch of void. He thought, "Is that the place I escaped from?" If that was the case, it was not impossible. However, at this moment, that piece of void was shrinking rapidly. It would disappear in less than half a month. Just like in the astral world, the laws of heaven and earth repaired the broken space, so did this strange star field. At this moment, that piece of void was gradually disappearing under the repair of some laws of heaven and earth. Thinking about that, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel frightened. Fortunately, he had escaped quickly. If he hadn't escaped by the time the void was repaired, he would have been trapped in there forever. According to this calculation, that piece of void should be where the demon's territory used to be. Yang Kai wasn't sure, so he turned to Ada and asked, "What's gone?" "There's nothing to eat." Ada's huge face looked bitter, as if he was about to cry. Yang Kai was confused. If that piece of void was where the demon's territory used to be, what could be there to feed this giant? What do you want to eat? Yang Kai frowned. Piece by piece. Ada reached out a finger that was taller than a mountain and pointed at that piece of void. There used to be many pieces, but now they're all gone. Yang Kai pondered for a while. The demon's territory used to be many pieces, right? Does this guy mean the territory of the demons when he talks about food? Ada is sleeping. I wanted to eat it after it dies. Ada turned to look at Yang Kai. His mouth drooped, and his eyes were misty. He looked like he was about to cry in front of Yang Kai. Now they're all gone. What he said didn't make sense, but Yang Kai's hair stood on end when he heard it. He could tell something different from what he said. Eat it after it dies. The demon's territory was already on the road to destruction. Yang Kai had told others many times that the demon's territory was about to die, so he could confirm what Ada said. Yang Kai used the sealed world bead to swallow the demon's territory, so naturally, there was nothing left. Who knew how long Ada had been sleeping here, but he didn't notice it at all. Asterisk rumble, asterisk a thunderous sound rang out again. Ada touched his stomach sadly. Ada is so hungry. Sigh, I'm scared of you. Yang Kai quickly took out a one-realm bead from the small sealed world bead and threw it to Ada. Is this what you're eating? On the one hand, he wanted to verify his guess and see if Ada was really waiting to eat the demon domain. On the other hand, this guy's expression when he was hungry was too scary. Yang Kai was afraid that he would be so hungry that he would stuff himself between his teeth. If Ada was really waiting to eat the demon's territory, then the one-realm bead shouldn't be a problem either. Yang Kai had a lot of one-realm beads with him, all of which were extracted from the third territory small sealed world beads when he first entered the demon territory. Strictly speaking, they were part of the demon territory to begin with. When he threw the one-realm bead, Ada's eyes lit up. There really was a flash of light in his eyes. His originally aggrieved expression became very strange. He pinched the one-realm bead with 2 fingers, put it in front of his eyes, and sniffed it. After a while, Ada beamed with joy. It's round. He opened his mouth wide and threw it into it. Crunch. Yang Kai's face twitched when he heard the chewing sound. After a short while, the one-realm bead went into his stomach. Ada didn't say anything and just stared at Yang Kai with an expectant look. Yang Kai laughed and flew in front of him. Open your mouth. Ah. Ada opened his mouth wide. Yang Kai flicked the one-realm bead into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ah, Yang Kai was still feeling a little strange. The Great Thousand World was really full of strange things. This time, he had encountered a giant the size of a mountain, but this guy was actually eating the heavens and earth as food. It was really a little strange. But after eating for a while, Yang Kai couldn't take it anymore. Although he had refined a lot of one-realm beads some time ago, there was a limit to the number. After a while, half of them were eaten by Ada. After a while, the other half was eaten by Ada. Ada still looked unsatisfied, but his stomach stopped moving. Yang Kai couldn't keep eating like this. He felt like he would go bankrupt if Ada continued to eat like this. He still had some use for the one-realm beads left. He would distribute them to the various corps after returning to the star boundary. So, when Ada opened his mouth wide and saw that Yang Kai didn't do anything for a long time, he looked at him expectantly. Yang Kai spread his hands and said, "There's none left." The expectant look on Ada's face immediately turned into disappointment. How about this? Yang Kai waved his hand and a large pile of spirit fruits appeared in front of him. They were all taken from the small sealed world's medicine garden. Since Yang Kai placed the 2 little wood spirits in the medicine garden had been thriving. There were many more spirit plants, and the medicine garden was full of the fragrance of flowers and fruits all year round. Each of these spirit fruits was extraordinary. Ordinary people would definitely be jealous of them. Ada was a little surprised when he saw this. Obviously, he had never seen so many colorful fruits, but he also knew that they should be edible. He reached out and grabbed a handful of them, stuffing them into his mouth. After a while, he was beaming with joy. Yang Kai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this guy wasn't a picky eater and could eat anything. He was a little similar to the embodiment. The embodiment cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique and could refine anything with world energy. It was the same principle. However, looking at his size, wanting to feed him, would likely be quite difficult. The medicine garden in the small sealed world bead was not endless. The two little wood spirits had already discovered that many of the spirit fruits were missing and were currently questioning the thief in the medicine garden. Chapter 37-31. An hour later, Ada stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, as if he had not had enough. Yang Kai shrugged and said, "There's really nothing left." The one realm bead had been eaten quite a bit, and more than half of the spirit fruits in the herb garden were gone as well. If he continued eating, he would really go bankrupt. Yang Kai doubted that even if he took out everything in the herb garden, he would not be able to fill Ada's stomach. Looking at Ada's mountain-like body, it would be very difficult. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and said, "Do you want to come with me? I'll take you to find something good to eat." It was true that Ada's intelligence was simple, but his cultivation was truly shocking. If he could bring Ada to the astral plane, he could easily crush any demon saint. Yang Kai even doubted whether the great demon god was a match for Ada. With Ada around, the crisis in the astral plane could be resolved immediately. Why would they need to sacrifice so many things and fight for so many years? It was just a flash of inspiration, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a good idea. He immediately tried to persuade Ada, saying a lot of nice and soft words. In short, he said, "Come with me, and I'll let you eat until you're full." If he could really return to the astral plane, he would be able to feed Ada with the power of the entire astral plane. Yang Kai's mouth was dry from talking, but Ada only laughed foolishly and did not respond at all. This made Yang Kai wonder if Ada was pretending to be stupid. "After saying so much, what do you think? Are you coming with me or not?" Yang Kai wiped his mouth and tried one last time. "Ha ha ha. What are you laughing at? Are you coming with me or not? Give me an answer." Yang Kai was speechless. He sat on Ada's palm and looked at him with disappointment. The two of them stared at each other, speechless. Suddenly, joy flashed across Ada's face, and he turned his head to look in a certain direction. Yang Kai followed his gaze, but he could not see anything except the vast star field. After a while, Ada suddenly stood up and said excitedly, "Ada is going to find something to eat." "Where is it?" Yang Kai put his hand on his forehead and looked into the distance. Ada had already taken large strides in that direction. His mountain-like body moved as fast as lightning. Yang Kai, who was in his palm, felt the scenery around him flashing by. He could not help but call out, "Hey, hey, hey, where are you going?" Ada was startled, as if he just remembered that there was a person in his hands. He couldn't help but stop and look down at Yang Kai, chuckling, "You invited Ada to eat, you're a good person, Ada likes you." His smile was pure and innocent, just like a child. "If you like me, then come with me. Tell me whatever you want." Yang Kai increased his efforts to win her over. Ada reached out his hand and rummaged in his armpit. Suddenly, he took out something that looked like an embroidery needle and gently placed it in front of Yang Kai. "This is for you." Yang Kai grabbed the embroidery needle. His body suddenly trembled. He felt an ancient and desolate aura coming toward him and enveloping him. He could not help but have the illusion that he was in the ancient times. When Yang Kai got rid of this disturbance and came back to his senses, Ada was already far away in his field of vision. All that was left was a small figure. In the blink of an eye, even that figure had disappeared. He ran so fast. Yang Kai could not feel it clearly when he was standing on Ada's palm. Now, looking from afar, Yang Kai realized that the giant was terrifyingly fast. He hurriedly used the law of space to chase after Ada, but he was unable to catch up. Ada had already run off somewhere. It was extremely difficult to find a single person in the boundless starry sky. Yang Kai could not help but feel a little annoyed. It was a pity that he could not win over such a powerful helper. It was not until then that Yang Kai had time to carefully look at the embroidery needle in his hand. When Ada took it out of his armpit, it was indeed like an embroidery needle. But it depended on who it was compared to. In front of Ada's huge body, it was an embroidery needle. But in Yang Kai's hand, it became the size of a chopstick. After meeting Ada, Yang Kai had been maintaining his dragon body. Therefore, the chopstick in his hand was at least 1 to 2 meters long. Looking at it carefully, he found that it was a long spear. The tip of the spear was shining with cold light. There were many dragon scale-like patterns on the body of the spear. The tail of the spear was gilded with clouds. It was really extraordinary. Yang Kai was excited. He closed his eyes and silently sensed it. After a while, he was shocked. His attention had been on Ada, so he did not have time to figure out the magic of this thing. Now that he checked it, he found that it was an extraordinary treasure. Especially the desolate aura coming out of the spear, it was probably stronger than that of the mountains and rivers' bell. It could be seen that this long spear had existed for a long time before the mountains and rivers' bell. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that he faintly felt a familiar aura from this long spear. It was the aura of a giant dragon. He immersed his mind into the long spear. After a while, his expression turned serious. As he looked at it carefully, the long spear seemed to have turned into a huge dragon, standing proudly between heaven and earth. A loud dragon roar came from the long spear, and the body of the spear shook. Yang Kai quickly poured his dragon aura into the spear, causing it, which was originally less than 6 meters in length, to suddenly expand, becoming longer and thicker. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai was holding a giant spear that was more than 300 meters long. It was a head taller than his half-dragon body. A 300-meter-long dragon body was already awe-inspiring, but with this long spear, it was even more powerful. Yang Kai's eyes flew open as he casually swung his spear a few times, feeling as if this long spear was an extension of his arm. There wasn't the slightest bit of awkwardness in his movements, making him feel extremely comfortable and confident. Yang Kai secretly thought that even if Great Demon God's true body was here, he would still be able to pierce a few holes in his body. Looking at it carefully, he saw 2 golden characters at the end of the spear. Azure Dragon. Yang Kai read out and gently stroked the body of the spear. Only then did the trembling long spear calm down, as if it had been comforted. If it were anyone else here, even if they had the Azure Dragon spear, they would not be able to use it easily. However, Yang Kai could feel that the Azure Dragon spear was originally refined from the body of a giant dragon. The body of the spear was made from the bones of a giant dragon. The scales on the body of the spear were dragon scales. The spearhead was made from dragon teeth, and the tail of the spear was also a dragon tail. He had the power of the golden divine dragon source, which coincided with the spear intent of the Azure Dragon spear. Using the source of the dragon race to drive the divine spear, he could activate its power without refining it. Yang Kai felt that even the Great Elder and Second Elder of the Dragon Island were not as good as the giant dragon that refined this long spear. What kind of existence was Ada? He could casually take out something that was so precious. In comparison, the spirit fruits of the One Realm bead that he had paid before were not even worth mentioning. Although those things were not bad, how could they be compared to the Azure Dragon spear? How could he be so lucky when he was not in the Star Realm? Yang Kai could not help but want to laugh wildly at the sky. However, thinking about it carefully, perhaps Ada saw that he had a half-dragon body, so he took out the azure dragon spear to give him a peach in return. All along, Yang Kai had a lot of treasures in his hands. The soul-warming lotus, the immortal tree, and the azure tree were all considered the most precious treasures of heaven and earth. They were unique existences. The mountains and rivers bell was even more powerful. It had the power to suppress heaven and earth. There was also the newly obtained wind gourd. The astral wind that blew out of the gourd could not be underestimated. There was also the soul-severing blade that could appear and disappear mysteriously. However, relatively speaking, Yang Kai still lacked a handy weapon, a weapon that could be used to fight enemies in close combat. Although the myriad sword was not bad, it was just an ordinary emperor artifact. When Yang Kai's cultivation was not high, the myriad sword could display decent power, but as Yang Kai's strength increased, the myriad sword could not keep up with his pace. What's more, the myriad sword was the Qin family's heirloom. Yang Kai had made an agreement with the Qin family's patriarch, Qin Chaoyang, that he would return the myriad sword when Qin Yu broke through to the emperor realm. Over the years, Qin Yu had been cultivating hard in the High Heaven Palace, and his strength had increased greatly. Although he had not yet reached the emperor realm, he was not far away. Even if Yang Kai did not return the myriad sword, the Qin family would not say anything, but they had made an agreement, so how could Yang Kai go back on his word? Once the myriad sword was returned, Yang Kai really would not have a weapon to use. All this time, he had been looking for a suitable weapon for himself, but unfortunately, there was nothing suitable for him. Moreover, he also had to consider his half-dragon body. Ordinary artifacts could be used in his human form, but he could not use them in his dragon form. Not to mention Yang Kai's current state, if he were to hold the myriad sword when he was 300 meters tall, it would be like pinching an embroidery needle. In a life-or-death battle, would he use an embroidery needle to stab his opponent? Moreover, the power of that needle would not be as strong as the strength of his claw. Not only did it have to be suitable for close combat, but it also had to be suitable for his current cultivation. It would be best if he could use it until he reached the half-saint realm, and it also had to be suitable for his dragon transformation. There were many rare treasures in this world, but it was extremely difficult to satisfy so many conditions. If he was really like the other venerable sovereigns and cultivated for a long time, perhaps he could find some materials himself and ask Hoyu to make one for him. However, his cultivation was advancing too quickly, so even if he could make a treasure, he would not have the time to nurture it. Which of those powerful treasures did not cost the emperor realm thousands of years of painstaking effort? Yang Kai did not expect that in this strange place, he would actually obtain the black dragon spear by accident. This spear was made from the body of a giant dragon, so no one could use its full power. Dragons were proud, so even if they died, they would not be destroyed. It was already good enough that they did not devour the person who used the black dragon spear, so how could they be willing to be controlled by others? Yang Kai's golden divine dragon source power perfectly solved this problem. That guy only knows how to laugh foolishly, but it seems that he is not that stupid. Resisting the urge to continue chasing, Yang Kai looked in the direction where Ada disappeared, and cupped his hands in respect. Yang Kai had received such a great benefit from him, so if he had the chance to see him again, he would definitely treat him to a full meal. Chapter 37-32. Yang Kai, are you still alive? Inside the small sealed world, Boya's voice was filled with panic. Just now, she had been chatting with Yang Kai when the image she saw suddenly collapsed. Obviously, Yang Kai had suffered some kind of attack. She had been trying to contact Yang Kai but had received no response, so she couldn't help feeling uneasy. Could it be that Yang Kai was dead? If Yang Kai was dead, she would be trapped in this small sealed world for the rest of her life. Although the small sealed world was not bad now, it was still not as good as the outside world. I'm not dead yet, don't shout, Yang Kai replied. Boya scolded, why are you ignoring me if I'm not dead? After a moment of silence, she asked anxiously, what happened just now? Nothing, Yang Kai said perfunctorily, I ran into a very interesting guy. He had even been praised as a good person and given a treasure. Bo Ye was stunned. She had only just caught a glimpse of the vast star field before, so who could she possibly run into in such a place? Unfortunately, Yang Kai did not answer her questions, causing her to grit her teeth so hard she almost broke them. Yang Kai turned around and placed the blue dragon spear on his shoulders, placing his hands on the spear's head and tail. His 1,000-meter-long dragon body quickly shrank and transformed back into his human form. As his body changed, so did the huge blue dragon spear. By the time Yang Kai's figure stabilized, the blue dragon spear had shrunk to about 2 meters in length. Taking large strides forward, Yang Kai's figure flickered as he crossed 1,000 kilometers in a single step, his eyes firmly staring forward. That direction should be the direction of the star boundary. When he escaped from the void, Yang Kai felt that there was a mysterious force guiding him. At that time, he did not have time to investigate carefully and was blown away by Da's breath. Now that he thought about it, the only thing guiding him was the star boundary's world energy. After all, he still had the acknowledgement of the world's will. To him, the star boundary was his homeland, his home. No matter how far he went, the faintly discernible connection with the star boundary would not be severed. In the southern territory, in front of the Star Soul Palace, tens of millions of soldiers were engaged in a fierce battle between humans and demons. The once spiritual mountains and great rivers were now a mess. Everywhere in the mountains and fields, the demonic chi was rampant. A few years ago, the Second War of the Two Realms began with the sudden arrival of 10 demon saints in the star world. Afterward, 108 passageways between the two realms appeared in the star world. The surroundings of the passageways were transformed into demon land. Countless people were separated from their families. In the beginning, the astral boundary relied on the space array and the one-realm bead refined by Yang Kai to move like the wind, slaying demons and wiping out 98 devil's dens. Only the 10 largest devil's dens were left. These 10 devil's dens were also the places where the demon saint and the great emperors once fought. The demon race placed great importance on these 10 devil's dens. Not only did they deploy a large number of troops to defend these devil's dens, they even spent a huge amount of manpower and resources to construct an unknown devil's tower in these devil's dens. When the devil's towers were first built, no one paid any attention to them. However, when the devil's towers began to take shape, the astral boundary side discovered the use of these strange devil's towers. The 10 devil's dens and the 10 devil's towers were connected to each other. They actually had the effect of a space array. The demon race's army could actually shuttle back and forth between these 10 devil's dens quickly. Since then, the astral boundary's army's advantage in mobility had disappeared. The devil's towers were built non-stop every day. At every moment, a large number of demon race soldiers were busy above and below the devil's towers. Every day, the devil's towers would grow a little taller. Today, the 10 devil's towers were already 3,000 meters tall. No one knew how these devil's towers were built, but they were incomparably sturdy. Back in the Northern Territory's surging wave city, Ong Shao and Yang Shui had used the Flowing Time Temple to crash into the Devil's Towers twice, but both times they failed. When they crashed into the Devil's Towers for the third time, the Feather Demon Saint Fuyu teleported over and repelled the Flowing Time Temple with a single arrow, causing Yang Shao and Yang Shui to suffer a great loss. As the Devil's Towers continued to grow taller, the area of the 10 Devil's Dens also expanded by more than 10 times. Looking down from a bird's eye view, these 10 Devil's Dens were like 10 malignant tumors on the astral boundary, oozing pus and rotting flesh, constantly eroding the otherwise undamaged areas. People couldn't help but suspect that if the Devil's Towers continued to grow taller, the entire astral boundary would completely collapse and turn into a demon land. Perhaps, this was also the demon race's plan. With the 10 Devils' Dens and 10 Devils' Towers as a barrier, in addition to the 3 half-saint of demon race, the demon race could sit back and relax. For the past few years, they had been holed up in their Devil's Dens. The Astral Boundaries army had launched several expeditions, but they had returned empty-handed. Although they had killed many members of the demon race, they had also suffered many casualties. Originally, everyone had pinned their hopes on Yang Kai, hoping that he would be able to find the missing great emperors in the demon territory, but Yang Kai had been gone for 3 years without any news. Everyone knew that something must have happened to the demon race, and it was very likely that the great emperors were not in the demon territory. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai not send back any information at all? Currently, the astral boundary could only rely on the 2 great elders of the dragon race to support the situation, but after all, there were only 2 of them, while the demon race had 3 demon saint. Now that both sides had their own teleportation methods, there was no need to talk about surprise attacks. What they could compete in was only patience and determination, and even their own strength. Today, the demon race, which had been stable for a long time, finally launched their first fierce attack, and their target was the Star Soul Palace. It was not that the demon race did this on purpose, but that one of the 10 great demon dens was adjacent to the Star Soul Palace. Before this, they had not expanded, so there was still some distance between them, but after a few years of expansion, they had already reached the edge of the Star Soul Palace. If it was a normal place, giving up on it would have been fine, but the Star Soul Palace was the symbol of the Southern Territory. When the Bright Moon Great Emperors were still alive, they had protected the Southern Territory for many years. Now that the Bright Moon Great Emperors had passed away, how could the astral boundary ignore it? In public terms, everything the demon race did had to be stopped, but in private terms, the Bright Moon Great Emperors had died in the demon territory for the sake of the entire astral boundary, so it could be said that the astral boundary was indebted to them. Therefore, this battle was unavoidable. The 14 legions stationed in the Southern Territory had already gathered at the Star Soul Palace to discuss countermeasures. But what could they possibly come up with? The demon race was about to attack, so the only thing everyone could do was to defend to the death. A great battle was about to break out. When the demon land expanded to the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array, the demon race army that had long since been prepared rushed out from the depths of the demon land. At the forefront of the army was a group of bright red, short and round red devils. These red devils had low intelligence and were the weakest existences among the 100 clans in the demon territory. They had always been cannon fodder, and this time was no exception. Hundreds of thousands of red devils howled as they launched a suicidal attack on the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array. As the overlord sect of the Southern Territory, the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array had been accumulating for many years, and it occupied the best spirit vein in the Southern Territory, so it was naturally extraordinary. Even the High Heaven Palace's sect-protecting array was much inferior compared to it. But under the constant self-destruction of the hundreds of thousands of red devils, the sect-protecting array could only hold on for less than a day before crumbling. Immediately after the red devils, a large number of the demon race army rushed forward and attacked the sect-protecting array. Naturally, the Star World Army in Star Soul Palace would not sit back and watch. Using their artifacts and secret techniques, they attacked the demon race until they were in a complete mess. As the number of demon race casualties increased, the demonic chi between heaven and earth became more and more intense. The pitch-black aura seemed to have a life of its own as it slowly climbed up the Star Soul Palace's sect-protecting array. The originally colorful glass-like sect-protecting array was gradually dyed black, giving off an ominous feeling. After 3 days, when the sect-protecting array's light curtain completely turned black, it collapsed with a loud bang. The demon race army charged forward like a pack of wolves and tigers, stepping into the pure land that symbolized the pinnacle of martial arts in the Southern Territory. Of course, this was not the only sect-protecting array in Star Soul Palace. Under the control of the many elders of Star Soul Palace and the current palace master Lan Sun, the the sect protecting arrays in all the peaks were activated and cut the demon race army apart. The Star World Army, who had been ready for battle, instantly engaged in a bloody battle with the enemy. In an instant, rivers of blood flowed in Star Soul Palace, and mountains of corpses piled up. The demonic chi of the dead demon race escaped from their bodies and permeated everything around them, tainting the earth with demonic chi. If it was just a simple battle between two armies, the Star World Army might not necessarily be their opponent. Although the demon race army was strong, Star World also had 14 legions gathered here, and there were as many as 15 half-saint false emperors. It could be said that they had poured all the strength of the entire southern territory into this battle. But with the continuous expansion of the demon land, the Star World Army's defensive line also shrank step by step, gradually showing signs of exhaustion. This phenomenon was not obvious at first, but as time passed, the gap between the two sides grew larger and larger. Especially after the after-effects of the bloodthirst technique broke out, the combat power of the Star World Army was greatly reduced. On the other hand, the demon race army seemed to have the help of the gods in the demon land. The battle situation was extremely unfavorable for the Star World Army. In the battlefield, 3 young girls were standing side by side with pale faces. They were confronting a sage-level powerhouse. One of them was Lan Sun. Originally, she was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if she was the daughter of Bright Moon and had a special physique, it was impossible for her to survive in front of a half-saint. But last time, she took the risk to refine the Universe Tower, and with the help of this ancient exotic treasure, she broke through to the third-order Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Although she was still inferior to a half-saint, she at least had the power to fight. Moreover, the Universe Tower's power was extraordinary, and even the half-saint was afraid of it. It was only with the help of others that she was able to hold on until now. But now, she was also an arrow at the end of its flight. Even if she had an ancient rare treasure in her hands, the gap in strength between the two of them was not something that could be easily closed. She couldn't help but feel bitter. Originally, she had aspired to revive the might of Star Soul Palace and carry on her father's dying wish to protect the Southern Territory while she was still alive. But now, Star Soul Palace was about to be eroded into a demonic land, so how could she realize her ambition? Beside her, a young girl with a naive face wore a big black pot on her head. She looked very funny, but when the half-saint's gaze fell on the black pot, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Previously, he had underestimated his enemy too much and was sucked into the black pot by this young girl. He almost couldn't come out. If it weren't for his cultivation being much higher than her, he would have been trapped inside and died. The primal chaos intent in the black pot was still fresh in his memory. Chapter 37-33. The third girl had a beautiful appearance and a youthful aura, but her beautiful eyes were filled with a murderous intent. A pair of butterfly-like wings flapped gently behind her back. Although she was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, her tender body was filled with divine spirit intent. Lan Sun, Lin Yun, and Mo Xiaoqi, the 3 daughters of great emperors and disciples of great emperors, fought side by side. The 3 girls used their slender bodies to block the murderous steps of a half-saint master. Originally, it was impossible for the ordinary cultivators of the Emperor realm to be the opponent of a half-saint. Even a third-order Emperor realm master could only flee in fear when facing a half-saint. But which one of these 3 girls was ordinary? How could the ordinary cultivators of the Emperor realm compare to them with the treasures they had and the strength they possessed? Lan Sun's Universe Tower was the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace. While standing inside Star Soul Palace, she could borrow the power of heaven and earth. Lin Yun's black pot unification was even more mysterious. Although Mo Xiaoqi didn't have a comparable treasure, she was from Spirit Beast Island. The martial beast had already planted the soul of the divine spirit heavenly illusion butterfly in her body. As her strength and cultivation improved, she could control the power of the divine spirit with greater ease. It was 3 against 1, and they were barely able to maintain the situation. However, it was impossible for them to kill the half-saint unless the half-saint made a fatal mistake. "You 3 little girls, wait until I capture you. I'll make you beg for death, but you won't be able to die." The half-saint was tall and muscular. He was full of explosive strength. His skin was stone-colored, so he was obviously a stone demon. The stone demon clan was born with strong defense and could almost ignore ordinary injuries. Although they weren't as strong as the power demons, they were still incomparable to the other demon race. Among the 100 races in the demon territory, if the blood demons were the most cunning, then the stone demons were the most difficult to kill. The 3 girls in front of him were all extraordinary, but he believed that as long as he didn't give them a chance, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. All he needed to do was to delay them and wait until they were exhausted before he could capture them one by one. It's not too late to brag if you have the ability. Lan Sun's beautiful eyes were cold. Her father died in the demon territory, and the foundation he left behind was now invaded by the demon territory. She hated the demon race to the bone. At this moment, she only hated the fact that God gave her too little time, and she couldn't really grow up. As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and a green vine suddenly flew out of his sleeve and wrapped around the half-saint. The Universe Tower's tower spirit had transformed into the appearance of Starbeck. At this moment, she was urging the power of the Universe Tower to take on the form of a green plant. If she was entangled by these green vines, she could find a way to drag her enemy into the Universe Tower for a decisive battle. Inside the Universe Tower, her strength would be greatly improved. Although this wasn't as significant as the sealed world bead for Yang Kai, it was similar. As soon as she took action, Lin Yun and Mo Shaoqi naturally did not remain idle. Lin Yun threw the black wok that had been on her head like a hat towards the half-saint and shouted, "Watch out for the wok." Her petite figure had already rushed out together with the black pot. What she cultivated was the Iron Blood diagram of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. She was most proficient in using her fists to fight against her enemies. Under her fists, she was invulnerable to all attacks and was invincible. However, if she wanted to attack her enemies, she had to first place herself in a dangerous position. The butterfly wings behind Mo Shaoqi flapped gently, and sparkling lights gathered like fireflies and floated towards the stone demon half-saint. The heavenly illusion butterfly's fighting strength was nothing to be proud of, but this Holy Spirit's greatest ability was her attainments in spiritual energy. Her sparkling powder had the effect of creating illusions, and its effect was so strong that even a half-saint could not ignore it. Obviously, this was not the first time the 3 of them had joined forces. After fighting for a few days, they had already become one, so at this moment, there was no need for communication at all as they cooperated to attack. Seeing this, the stone demon half-saint's face turned extremely cold. Demonic chi surged from his body as he fiercely punched forward. The green vines that flew out were smashed to pieces before they could reach him, and although they immediately repaired themselves, they were unable to get close to him. The sky darkened as Return to One descended, enveloping the stone demon half-saint. At the same time, Lin Yun took advantage of the green vines to pounce in front of the stone demon half-saint. The heavenly illusion butterfly's divine power was also displayed at this moment. The sparkling powder lingered around the stone demon's body, penetrating every inch of his body. As soon as it came into contact with the powder, the stone demon's mind went blank for a moment, and the fist that was swinging towards Lin Yun involuntarily paused for a moment. This moment of effort was the difference between success and failure. With a loud bang, Lin Yun's fist landed on the stone demon half-saint's chest. This punch, which was powerful enough to split open a mountain, only managed to force the stone demon back a few steps. On the contrary, Lin Yun's small face wrinkled as she showed a pained expression. However, she did not retreat and instead raised her pair of pink fists again, preparing to continue the fight. Her honored master had said that there was no unbreakable defense in this world, it all depended on whether one's strength was strong enough. Her small face flushed red as wind and clouds gathered around her pair of pink fists, giving off a faint aura of the great Tao. At that moment, a cry of alarm rang out. Lan Sun quickly turned her head and her beautiful eyes could not help narrowing as she saw a rotating sandpit appear under Mo Xiaoqi's feet at some unknown time. From this sandpit, two big hands stretched out, grabbed her ankles tightly, and pulled her down. When Lan Sun looked over, Mo Xiaoqi's feet had already sunk into the sandpit. Sand Demon. This demon race was just like the blood demon, extremely difficult to deal with. Coupled with the shadow demon's concealment ability, it was impossible to guard against. Lan Sun had no time to attack the stone demon half-saint. With a flick of her wrist, the green vines that flew out immediately turned back and plunged directly into the depths of the ground. The earth immediately began to undulate, as if an earth-shattering battle was taking place underground. Mo Xiaoqi was distracted by the sneak attack, so she was unable to control the power of the heavenly illusion butterfly. The stone demon half-saint immediately woke up and met Lin Yun's punch head-on. The stone demon half-saint did not hesitate to meet the attack with a punch. Lin Yun's petite body was sent flying as she spat out a mouthful of blood in mid-air, dyeing her clothes red. Returning to one black pot was also sent flying back by the stone demon. Although she was injured, Lin Yun was still as agile as a swallow in the air, landing at Mo Xiaoqi's feet and punching the ground. The earth, which had been rising and falling continuously, suddenly shook. The force binding Mo Xiaoqi loosened, and Mo Xiaoqi took this opportunity to break free. The green vines were also taken back by Lan Sun, and the three girls stood side by side again. From the cracks in the earth, a putrid smell of blood poured out. The sand demon who had been hiding underground and attacking Mo Xiaoqi before was obviously dead. That sand demon was just a mid-rank demon king and thought that there was an opportunity to take advantage of this situation, so he came to take advantage of it, but who knew that he would end up like this in the blink of an eye. However, this also helped the stone demon half-saint imperceptibly. Otherwise, if Lan Sun and the others had really attacked him, he wouldn't have been able to do anything to them, but he would have been covered in dirt. Bitch! The stone demon half-saint cursed, but after cursing, he frowned and turned his head to look around. The noisy battlefield had become extremely quiet at some point. Everyone's fighting had stopped at this moment. He had been focused on dealing with Lan Sun and the others' attacks just now, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Only now did he notice it. Lan Sun and the others also noticed it, and the three girls looked around, exchanging glances with each other before Lin Yun asked, "What's wrong?" Mo Xiaoqi looked up at the sky, "Look over there." Lin Yun followed his gaze and immediately pursed her lips. She saw wind and clouds converging in the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The dark clouds pressed very low, causing the sky to look as though it was about to collapse. From within the flickering clouds, a terrifying pressure was transmitted, as though some ferocious creature was about to be born. It was this obvious movement that attracted the attention of Star Soul Palace's 10 million human race demon race cultivators, causing the two sides to fall into a temporary silence. "Is it the demon race?" Mo Xiaoqi asked worriedly. While they were fighting, such a huge commotion had appeared in the sky, making it impossible for her to remain calm. The star boundaries side was already at a disadvantage, so if this commotion was caused by the demon race, the future of the star boundaries side might really be bleak. "It doesn't look like it." Lan Sun shook her head slowly. If it was the demon race, how could the demon race cultivators act like they didn't know anything? The stone demon half-saint, who was confronting them, had a suspicious expression on his face. "Then what is it?" Mo Xiaoqi frowned. How could Lan Sun give an explanation, but the current situation made her slightly relieved. She winked at Mo Xiaoqi and Lin Yun, and the three of them quickly took the opportunity to recover. Not only were the 10 million human race demon race cultivators on the battlefield paying attention to the movement in the sky, but 5 other pairs of eyes were also staring at the clouds in the sky. Such a shocking battle in the Southern Territory could almost determine the ownership of the Southern Territory, so how could the demon race's 3 demon saint and the dragon race's 2 great elders be absent? However, these 5 did not intervene in the battle. For the dragon race's 2 great elders, although they were husband and wife, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. If they rashly intervened in the battle, it would definitely draw the attention of the 3 demon saint cultivators. At that time, the star boundary situation would only become worse, so the 2 of them only hid high up in the sky and watched. Unless they had no other choice, they would not easily intervene. The reason they appeared here was mainly to act as a deterrent. As for the 3 demon race demon saint cultivators, even if they fought with the dragon race's 2 great elders, they might not be able to do anything to them. In a 3 versus 2 situation, they did indeed have the upper hand, but it was impossible to kill the other side. Over the past few years, the 2 sides had fought more than once, so they were quite familiar with each other's strength. The dragon race's 2 great elders were willing to wait and see, so they were happy to see them. Just as Lan Sun's trio was conversing, the demon race's 3 demon saint cultivators also exchanged glances, revealing looks of surprise. Although they did not know what was going on with the aura leaking from the clouds, the only thing they were certain of was that this movement definitely did not come from the demon territory. If it was not the demon territory, could it be the star boundary? Frowning, the 3 demon saint cultivators looked in the direction of the dragon race's 2 great elders and soon discovered that Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu were also frowning and looking in their direction with suspicious eyes. Looking at each other, Xue Li grinned and Fu Xiu coldly snorted. Chapter 37-34. The dark clouds pressed lower and lower, as if they were really going to fall. Suddenly, a huge whirlpool appeared in the thick dark clouds. As the whirlpool spun, the surrounding thick clouds also spun along with it, making the sky look unpredictable. A speck of light suddenly appeared in the center of the vortex, and Zhu Yan's expression changed as he raised his brow and said, "This is." Fu Xiu also showed a look of surprise. The moment the speck of light appeared, she and Zhu Yan both sensed a trace of the aura of the dragon race coming from that direction. The presence of a dragon race meant that there was a dragon race present, but they had brought all the pure-blooded dragon race members from Dragon Island with them, so how could any of their clansmen appear in the vortex in the clouds? What's more, the trace of dragon aura they sensed was ancient and desolate, as if it had broken through space and time from an extremely distant era, causing the 2 of them to feel a sense of inferiority. Before they could figure it out, the speck of light that had suddenly appeared fell like a meteor, dragging a long trail of light behind it. Under the influence of its fall, the dark clouds that covered the sky twisted and squirmed, quickly shrinking into a ball and pressing down towards the ground along with the speck of light. A feeling of the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering assaulted everyone's hearts. Inside Star Soul Palace, whether it was the human race or the demon race, everyone felt suffocated and their hearts palpitated uneasily. Soon, everyone's expression changed, because the speck of light was actually heading straight for Star Soul Palace. Lightning flashed, and before the 10 million strong army could react, the speck of light that fell from the sky had already smashed into the ground. With a loud bang, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The hundreds of spirit peaks of Star Soul Palace rustled as rubble tumbled down. Where the speck of light landed, a circular shockwave visible to the naked eye erupted and spread outwards. Wherever the shockwave passed, whether it was the human race or the demon race, they were all thrown off their feet without exception. Only those whose strength had reached the Emperor realm or above could barely stabilize themselves. Immediately after the light fell, the dark clouds also smashed onto the ground. In an instant, the entire Star Soul Palace was shrouded in a layer of cloud. Lan Sun, Lin Yun, and Mo Shaoqi's beautiful faces all turned pale because the light that fell from the sky had landed a few dozen meters in front of them, separating them from the stone demon half-saint. Fortunately, the three girls' current strength wasn't too bad. Each of them used their own techniques to resist, so they weren't injured by the shockwaves. Raising his eyes and looking over, he saw a figure half kneeling on the ground a few 100 feet away. His clothes were ragged, and his hair was disheveled. His tattered clothes revealed a strong and sturdy body, and he looked like he had just fought with someone. His appearance could not be seen clearly. His drooping hair covered his face. He had one hand on his knee, and the other hand was holding a long spear. Above the long spear, there was a dragon coiling around it, covered in dragon scales. The spearhead flickered with cold light, and the body of the spear was surging with a desolate aura. The three girls were dumbfounded. All the human and demon race cultivators who saw this scene were also stunned. No one could have imagined that the light that caused this heavenly manifestation to fall from the sky was actually a single person. Thousands of pairs of eyes were fixed on this single person. "Uncle." Lin Yun tilted her head and called out with a frown. "What?" Lan Sun heard her voice and turned to look at her, but she couldn't hear clearly. At that moment, the half-kneeling figure finally moved and slowly straightened his body. When he was squatting on the ground, all the light was covered by the long spear, but when he stood up, all the light in the world seemed to be snatched away by him. A series of crackling sounds came from all over his body as he shook the long spear in his hand and rested it on his shoulder. Looking up at the sky, he laughed loudly, his voice sounding like a dragon's roar, "I'm home. It feels so good." His long hair still covered his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance, but his eyes were as bright as the sun. Lan Sun was stunned and said in shock, Brother Yang." Although the voice was loud, it was definitely Yang Kai's voice in her ears. This time, Mo Shaoqi also heard it clearly. Her cold face quickly melted as she said in surprise, "Big Brother Yang." She hadn't seen Yang Kai since he took her to Dragon Island to meet Third Elder Fu Xian. Although less than 20 years had passed, these years were too long for a girl who had just experienced the first awakening of love. She had wanted to leave Spirit Beast Island many times to find Yang Kai, but when Mo Huang was here, she didn't have a chance to do so. When Mo Huang wasn't here, Jiu Feng was always with her. This time, she came to the Southern Territory with the intention of meeting Yang Kai. Unfortunately, when she arrived here, she learned that Yang Kai had already gone to the Demon Territory and hadn't been heard from for 3 years. She never expected that they would meet under such circumstances. Didn't he go to the Demon Territory? How did he fall from the sky? Mo Shaoqi couldn't understand, and neither could Lan Sun and Lin Yun her. In the sky, there was no passage connecting the two worlds to the Demon Territory. A few dozen meters away, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and brushed his hair back, revealing his face with a bright smile, "Shaoqi. Yun her. And junior sister Lan. How did you?" Oh. Returning from the outside world was fraught with danger. Just by looking at Yang Kai's current appearance, it was clear that his journey had not been smooth. The many hardships he had encountered along the way were really difficult for outsiders to understand. Now that he had finally returned to the star boundary, Yang Kai hadn't had time to see the situation around him. It could even be said that he had not planned to land here, it was just a coincidence. But now, with a sweep of his divine sense, he knew the current situation and where he was. How did they come to the Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai frowned slightly. Has the situation in the star boundary become so bad in the years I was away? Yang Kai. In mid-air, Xue Li's face turned cold as he stared at Yang Kai's figure with his scarlet eyes, murderous intent erupting from his body. None of the demon saint did not hold a grudge against Yang Kai. If it weren't for him, how could Yu Ru Meng, Bai Li Mo, Chang Tian, and the others betray the demon territory? If these three were here, conquering the star boundary would be a piece of cake. It was precisely because of him that these three demon saints changed sides. Now, the war over the star boundary was still in a deadlock. Although the final victory belonged to the demon race, the time and energy wasted could not be made up for. The moment his murderous intent erupted, the auras of the two great elders of the dragon race immediately locked onto Xueli. Xueli turned his head and smiled coldly at Zhu Yan and Fu Tun. Today, the Star's Soul Palace's defeat was already set. Even if Yang Kai appeared, it was impossible to change the situation unless he had the power of the great emperors. Therefore, even though Xueli wanted nothing more than to kill Yang Kai, he would not rashly act and affect the nerves of the two great elders of the dragon race. Below, Yang Kai raised his head and looked up. There was nothing in his field of vision, but his gaze pierced through the void as he smiled faintly in the direction of the three-demon saint. Interesting, he can actually see it. Huobu chuckled, his rolling body trembling non-stop. Fu Yu twirled her fingers as she considered whether she should shoot Yang Kai to death with an arrow. After thinking about it, she probably did not have a chance to shoot with the two old dragons beside her. "Uncle, be careful!" Lin Yun suddenly exclaimed. The moment Yang Kai raised his head, the nearby stone demon half-saint had already made his move. Raising his palm, he slapped down at Yang Kai from afar. A huge black palm immediately appeared in the sky. Yang Kai did not seem to notice it and did not move at all. In the blink of an eye, his palm slapped down. With a loud bang, the place where Yang Kai was standing shattered. Lin Yun's face was dull, Mo Shaoqi cried out involuntarily, and Lan Sun's face was also pale. Even though they knew that Yang Kai, who had comprehended the space principles, could not be killed so easily, they could not relax until they were sure that he was safe. Fortunately, in the next moment, Yang Kai's figure reappeared, his tattered clothes making him look quite comical. At some point, he had arrived in front of the stone demon half-saint, his expression solemn as he thrust his spear towards the stone demon half-saint, shouting in a low voice, "I'll use you as a sacrifice for my spear." Since obtaining this blue dragon spear, Yang Kai had been constantly on his way. Although he had encountered many thrilling situations, his spear had never tasted blood. A half-saint was more than enough to sacrifice his spear. Seeing Yang Kai act so bravely and recklessly, the stone demon was stunned for a moment before he sneered, "You overestimate yourself." His big hand reached out to grab the spear. He was a stone demon, so his defense was innately strong. Even a half-saint like him would not be able to break through his defenses easily. Although Yang Kai's spear was not weak and the demon king could not contend with it, how could the stone demon put it in his eyes? As long as he could grab the spear and drag him over, he could smash his head with a single punch. The demon saint had said that whoever could kill Yang Kai would receive their personal guidance. With his current cultivation and the guidance of the demon saint, if he had the right opportunity, he might even become the new demon saint. All these beautiful things were shattered in front of this spear. The moment his big hand grabbed the spear, he felt a piercing pain in his palm. The defense he was so proud of was completely useless in front of this spear, as if it was made of paper. The spear directly pierced a hole in his palm, and without losing any momentum, it stabbed towards his head. The stone demon was shocked by this sudden change. How is this possible? His defense, which was strong enough to resist the attacks of a half-saint of the same rank, was actually broken through. He simply could not accept this. Although his mind was shaken, he was still a half-saint. How could he be killed so easily? Seeing the spear rapidly grow in front of him, he hurriedly turned his head, barely avoiding this terrifying attack, and at the same time, quickly retreated. The black dragon spear was pulled out of his palm, bringing with it a large amount of blood. Yang Kai was like a shadow, closely chasing after him. His face was like jade, and his spear was like a dragon. Boundless spear images enveloped the stone demon half-saint. Lan Sun and the others were dumbfounded. Although they knew that Yang Kai's strength was not something they could compare to, and that fighting those stronger than him was nothing out of the ordinary for him. Previously, he had fought many times against fake emperor and half-saint powerhouses and luckily managed to survive, but how was he able to force a stone demon half-saint to retreat with just his own strength? They had originally planned to rescue Yang Kai, but after seeing this scene, how could they dare to rashly intervene? At this time, they would only disrupt Yang Kai's rhythm and might even ruin his plans. After looking at each other, they immediately flew out and surrounded the stone demon half-saint from 3 sides, not giving him a chance to escape. Chapter 37-35. Cold light flickered as spear shadows danced in the air. Every spear strike caused the stone demon half-saint's heart to tremble in fear. In the eyes of others, it was just a dazzling spear technique, but in his eyes, it was as if an azure dragon was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, shaking its head and wagging its tail. The dragon's roar that penetrated deep into one's soul seemed to have a mystical power, causing one's mind to become unstable and unable to defend against the enemy with all their might. Chi 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 sounds rang out incessantly as wounds appeared on the stone demon's hard body. In the blink of an eye, the stone demon's entire body was bathed in blood. The pain stimulated his ferocious nature, and his eyes turned crimson. He suddenly raised his hand and gave a thumbs up, pressing it heavily towards Yang Kai. His speed wasn't fast, but rather slow, as if there was an invisible force in front of him that was preventing his movements. However, when this finger pressed down, Yang Kai's expression changed. He pulled back his spear to defend himself. The azure dragon spear danced in the air, forming an impregnable defense in front of him. Ding ding dang 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 sounds rang out as sparks flew in front of Yang Kai. There were clearly no weapons attacking him, but the sound of metal clashing rang out. Suddenly, the spear shadows that filled the sky retracted, and Yang Kai held his spear horizontally in front of his chest. The stone demon half-saint's finger pressed down towards him. Looking down, Yang Kai's chest was slightly caved in. Die! The stone demon half-saint angrily roared and gave a thumbs up. With a cry, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of golden blood as he was sent flying backwards. Brother Yang! Lan Sun was shocked. With a flick of her wrist, a green vine flew out of her sleeve and pulled Yang Kai back. Even though Yang Kai's body was strong, he still felt his stomach churning. If it were any other person from the Emperor realm, they would have died long ago after being hit by the divine technique. However, although he spat out blood, his life was not in danger. He just felt a little breathless for a moment. Leaning on Lan Sun's body, Lan Sun felt a soft touch on her back and blushed slightly. Although she had known Yang Kai for many years and the relationship between them was quite good, they had never been so intimate, especially on this battlefield. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, she felt a sense of torment and shyness. However, the concern in her heart overcame everything else. She asked nervously, "How is brother?" "I won't die." Yang Kai turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. With a shake of his body, he stabilized himself and grinned at the stone demon half-saint. After the stone demon half-saint's attack, he couldn't help but show a look of lingering fear. Recalling Yang Kai's attack just now, even though he was an enemy, he had to admit that this guy really did have some skill. He was only a high-rank demon king, yet he was already so powerful. If he was promoted to half-saint, how could the other half-saints survive? His determination to kill Yang Kai became even stronger. He took a step forward and coldly snorted, "Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have some skill? Back in the demon territory, that bitch Yu Ruming protected you. Now that she's gone, let's see who can support you. Kneel down obediently and beg for mercy, and I might spare your life." Yang Kai held the black dragon spear with one hand and pointed it at the stone demon half-saint. He chuckled, "You're the one who should die. Shameless boasting." The stone demon half-saint's face turned cold. Suddenly, his expression changed. He lowered his head and looked at his palm in fright. His eyes trembled violently. He was a stone demon, so he was born with a strong defense. A strong defense meant a strong recovery ability. Ordinary injuries were nothing to him. Even if he was injured by Yang Kai just now, he didn't take it to heart. With his recovery ability, he would be able to heal all flesh wounds in the time it took to say a few words. But now, he was horrified to discover that his injuries didn't show any signs of recovery. Not only that, they were even expanding. In his palm, a strange energy filled the bloody hole created by Yang Kai's spear. It was constantly eroding his flesh and blood. The recovery ability he was so proud of couldn't play any role here. As this energy eroded his flesh, his wounds slowly expanded. The stone demon half-saint was shocked and hurriedly tried to resist, but to no avail. Instead, his own demonic chi became nutrients for this strange energy. The more he resisted, the stronger the energy became, and the faster it eroded his flesh. The stone demon half-saint couldn't help but shout, "What is this? What the hell is this? A dead man doesn't need to know so much." It was impossible for Yang Kai, a high-rank demon king, to achieve this. The previous Yang Kai also didn't have this ability. However, after cultivating in the ancient battlefield of the small sealed world for several dozen years, he had absorbed the martial Tao true meanings of the great demon god and the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, allowing him to pry into the mysteries of the world energy. Although these several dozen years of bitter cultivation didn't allow his realm to improve, his harvest was still huge. Borrowing the strength of his predecessors, Yang Kai had already obtained his own martial Tao true meaning. This true meaning was born from the great demon god and the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor. It was extremely mysterious and even a half-saint of the demon race wouldn't be able to resolve it. If he couldn't resolve this martial Tao true meaning, how could his wounds heal? I said that I would use you as a sacrifice for my spear. I've always been a man of my word. When the last word was spoken, Yang Kai had already pounced forward and stabbed his spear towards the stone demon's chest. No matter how many demon hearts this stone demon refined, there would definitely be one in his chest, so it was best to destroy it first. At the same time, Mo Shaoqi also used the power of the heavenly illusion butterfly, causing the stone demon's expression to become slightly sluggish. Obviously, his soul was affected. But it only lasted for a moment before he broke free. Although the heavenly illusion butterfly was powerful, the gap between Mo Shaoqi's cultivation and that of a half-saint's was too great, so its effect was limited. A moment was enough for Lin Yun, to descend from the sky. No one knew when she had made her move, but she had grasped the timing perfectly, falling straight down from the sky. The half-saint was caught off guard and Lin Yun's two small hands grabbed his shoulders. It was clearly a delicate body, but at this moment, it had become even heavier than a mountain. When Lin Yun grabbed onto the stone devil's shoulders with both hands, the stone devil's body actually lowered, its knees bent, and it almost knelt on the ground. At the place where it stood, a dull sound erupted, and the ground cracked open. Yang Kai's spear arrived, his face filled with murderous intent. The stone demon wanted to dodge, but how could he? With a swish, the spear pierced through his chest. Yang Kai's demon chi surged as he shouted, "Die!" Hong, the stone demon half-saint's body staggered back as terrifying demon chi erupted from his body. Lin Yun cried out in alarm as she was sent flying. A green vine shot out from the side and wrapped around her. It was Lan Sun who had acted in time. Lin Yun nodded. There was no need to thank her. Over the past few days, the three girls had fought side by side, going through life and death together, so they had already formed an extraordinary friendship. Raising his head, he saw that there was a huge hole in the chest of the stone devil half-saint. From the front to the back, he could clearly see the wriggling organs inside the bloody hole. How could an ordinary person survive such a serious injury? However, as long as one's demon heart was not extinguished, the demon race would not die. This stone demon half-saint obviously had more than one demon heart. However, at this moment, he no longer had the majesty of a half-saint. For the first time, fear appeared on his angular, stone-carved-like face as he stared at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost. His feet involuntarily retreated. Yang Kai looked at him coldly, but he actually turned around and fled. If Yang Kai had only shown the strength he could see now, he might have been able to fight back. Even if he didn't have a good time, Yang Kai's end wouldn't be any better. However, the strange power attached to his wound terrified him. He couldn't resolve it or suppress it. Once he was infected by this power, he could only wait for death. This strange power completely destroyed his confidence in fighting Yang Kai to the death. However, he had only taken a few steps when a giant dragon suddenly pounced in front of him. The giant dragon opened its ferocious mouth and bit at him. He had seen this scene many times before, so he knew that this giant dragon wasn't a giant dragon. It was just Yang Kai's attack that had affected his mind, giving him an illusion. He suddenly realized that Yang Kai was someone who comprehended the laws of space. How could he escape from him? Before he could finish his thoughts, he felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he had been hit by a sledgehammer. Then, his thoughts sank, and his surroundings turned dark. He actually killed him. Lan Sun's small mouth was slightly agape as her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. She stared blankly at Yang Kai, who had single-handedly grabbed a spear and pierced through his enemy's head. That moment of majesty dazzled her. We won. We won. Lin Yun jumped up and cheered. She, Lan Sun, and Mo Shaoqi had been dealing with this stone demon half-saint for several days, escaping death countless times. In the end, they were only able to delay this half-saint thanks to the power of various treasures. However, Yang Kai had only appeared for half a cup of tea's time before he killed this half-saint with his spear. She didn't consider how big the gap in strength was between her and Yang Kai. She only knew that everyone had killed him together, so she was naturally happy. The stone demon half-saint's head had been pierced through, so even if he still had other demon hearts in his body, he couldn't move for a while. Yang Kai naturally took advantage of his weakness to take his life. He stabbed the black dragon's spear a few times and directly blasted half of his body into dust. This time, he couldn't be more dead. Experiencing the growth of his strength, Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. If he had this kind of strength in the Flowing Time Temple, the battle with the Wind Monarch wouldn't have been so difficult. He clearly felt that at this moment, with the Black Dragon Spear and the true meaning of martial Tao he had comprehended, he truly had the qualifications to challenge a half-saint false emperor realm master. He wouldn't be like before, where he had to run away whenever he encountered a half-saint false emperor realm master. The noisy battlefield seemed to fall silent for a moment. The battle in the Star Soul Palace had lasted for several days, and this was the first time a half-saint realm master had fallen. Even though the Star Soul Palace was in chaos at this moment, many people still sensed the sudden disappearance of a half-saint's aura. What's more, the phenomenon of Yang Kai descending from the sky had attracted many people's attention. Many human race masters and demon race masters still paid attention to this matter even though they were entangled with the enemy in front of them. Chapter 37-36. The scene of Yang Kai killing the stone demon was naturally witnessed by many people. In an instant, the human race's morale was greatly boosted while many of the demon race's powerhouses had ashen expressions. On a battlefield with tens of millions of people, the effect a single half-saint could play was extremely terrifying. The loss of such a half-saint was very likely to change the direction of the entire battlefield. Even more of the half-saints were cursing the stone demon in their hearts. He had actually died at Yang Kai's hands. They didn't know how he had cultivated to this level. But then again, regardless of the number of false emperors in the star boundary, their overall strength was indeed stronger than that of a half-saint. This was because the demon race had the myriad demon pill. When half-saint of the demon race cultivated, they had the habit of swallowing myriad demon pills. However, the false emperors of the star boundary did not have such unique conditions and could not rely on external items. They could only increase their strength step by step. As a result, their overall strength was naturally more powerful than that of a half-saint. In the air, the three demon saints' expressions were extremely cold. Even Huobu, who was usually smiling, had an ashen expression at this moment. Needless to say, Fu Yu and Xueli were even more so. The former was clearly rubbing his fingers together at a much faster rate while the latter was clenching his fists. If the stone demon half-saint had died at the hands of a false emperor, there would be nothing to say. Who could be blamed for being killed because of a lack of cultivation? However, the one who killed him was just Yang Kai. This made the three demon saint, who had been paying attention to the battlefield, feel as if they had been slapped in the face, especially when the two elders of the dragon race were present. Compared to the three demon saint, Zhu Yan and Fu Yu were also surprised. They more or less knew about Yang Kai's abilities, but they absolutely did not know that he was this amazing. Did he have some kind of fortuitous encounter in the demon territory in the past 3 years? Otherwise, how could he have such a huge improvement? In particular, the two elders of the dragon race paid attention to the black dragon spear. When Yang Kai appeared before them, they were attracted by the dragon breath. After observing it for a while, they became increasingly aware of the extraordinariness of the black dragon spear. Others might not be able to see it clearly, but as fellow members of the dragon clan, how could Zhu Yan and Fu Sui not be able to sense that the black dragon spear was actually refined from a huge dragon? Furthermore, when that huge dragon was alive, it might have been even stronger than the two of them. Which generation's seniors' remains were these, and who refined them into such a sharp weapon? If it were someone else controlling the black dragon spear, Zhu Yan and Fu Yu would definitely not tolerate it. Even if a member of the dragon race died, their remains were not to be desecrated. However, the owner of the spear was Yang Kai, so they could not do anything about it. There was no other way. Who asked Yang Kai to possess the power of the golden divine dragon? That was a power that even they had to look up to. If Yang Kai could fully develop this power, how could the demon saint be his opponent? Unfortunately, the time given to him to grow was too short, and the growth of the dragon race required a long, long time of the flowing time great emperor. But soon, the two elders of the dragon race calmed down and paid close attention to the movements of the three demon saint. A variable like Yang Kai had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and he had even taken the initiative to kill a half-saint of the demon race. No one knew if Xueli and the others would suddenly intervene, so they had to be on guard at all times. Fortunately, Xueli and the others were also somewhat apprehensive and were not willing to escalate the battle. Even if their expressions were not worried and their killing intent leaked, they had no intention of dealing with Yang Kai. Be careful. On the battlefield, Yang Kai instructed Lan Sun and the others. He raised his hand and with a whinny, Wind Chaser appeared. Yang Kai mounted his horse and pointed his spear at the place where the demon race was gathered. Wind Chaser snorted, breathing out hot air, and charged out with 4 flaming hooves. A golden light flashed. No one could see Yang Kai's figure, but wherever the golden light passed, the demon race fell like straws. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had charged from one spirit mountain to the other spirit mountain, plowing a long trail of death behind him. When Wind Chaser reappeared, the demon race that had been sent flying exploded into powder in midair, leaving not even their bones behind. On this spirit mountain, Li Wui was fighting 2 half-saints by himself. Of these 2 half-saints, one was a shadow demon that appeared and disappeared unpredictably, while the other was a blood demon that had transformed into a boundless sea of blood that wrapped around Li Wui, creating an opportunity for the shadow demon to kill Li Wui. Yang Kai rushed all the way here with the might of killing a half-saint, and the boundless sea of blood involuntarily parted for him to pass through. Perhaps they were unwilling to face Yang Kai head-on, or perhaps they wanted to catch a turtle in a jar, but the latter was more likely. Although Li Wui was known as the strongest under the great emperors, he was still not strong enough to fight 2 opponents at once. He could protect himself, but it would be difficult for him to kill anyone. When the 2 sides met, Li Wui nodded slightly to Yang Kai, "You're back." "I'm back." Yang Kai grinned, rested the blue dragon spear on his shoulder, and looked around. Do you have a good plan? We can't hold on any longer. We can only retreat with as much strength as possible, Li Wui sighed. It wasn't that the 14 armies of the Star Boundary were no match for the demon race. The difference in numbers and strength between the two sides was almost the same, so at most, both sides would suffer heavy losses. However, the demon land was rapidly eroding Star Soul Palace, and it would only take a few days for Star Soul Palace to be completely reduced to a part of the demon land. At that time, the demon race would fight in the demon land, greatly increasing their strength, and the human side would be suppressed. This was not a battle to begin with. Yang Kai nodded, I understand. Since that is the case, then give the order as soon as possible. Where there is life, there is hope. Lend me a hand. Li Wui stepped forward. Although he was trapped in the sea of blood, Li Wui could still feel the battle between Yang Kai and the stone demon half-saint. He knew that after 3 years, Yang Kai was no longer the same as before, so there was no need to worry about his safety. Yang Kai grinned, good. Pulling Zhui Feng's body, he pointed the blue dragon spear and shouted, kill. Zhui Feng flashed like lightning and rushed into the sea of blood. This time, the sea of blood did not split into two sides. The blood demon hiding in the sea of blood was eager to see Yang Kai walk right into his trap, so how could he let him go so easily? Falling into the sea of blood was tantamount to falling into his net, his life and death in his hands. Inside the sea of blood, Yang Kai surged like a dragon, stirring up the sea of blood, but he was still unable to catch a glimpse of the blood demon, often disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai coldly snorted, holding the blue dragon spear in one hand while opening his other hand and pressing it towards the void, sneering, devour. Space principles fluctuated, and where the palm pressed down, a void vortex suddenly appeared. The sea of blood involuntarily surged into this vortex, disappearing in large patches. Seeing this, the blood demon hiding in the sea of blood's expression turned cold. With a thought, the sea of blood around Yang Kai became extremely viscous. At the same time, a ferocious giant beast suddenly condensed in front of him, opening its mouth to bite at Yang Kai. But this was not the end. Behind Yang Kai, a figure strangely appeared and a cold light pierced towards Yang Kai's back. It was the shadow demon hiding in the sea of blood that had made his move. Yang Kai only felt a chill in his heart and the hairs on his body stand on end. Although he sensed the shadow demon's attack, he didn't care, only thrusting his spear towards the giant beast in front of him. Just as the shadow demon was about to succeed, Li Wui suddenly appeared, his cold eyes staring at the shadow demon as he raised his hand and gently swatted at him. The black fog covering the shadow demon's face couldn't help but change, showing the struggle in his heart. If he didn't stop now, although he could severely injure Yang Kai, he wouldn't be much better off. In the end, his own life was more important. At this critical moment, the shadow demon immediately returned to defend, clashing with Li Wui. His figure quickly dissipated, and it seemed that he wanted to hide again. Since you've come out, then stay here, Li Wui smiled faintly, the space principles fluctuating around his body, enveloping the shadow demon in a flash. The shadow demon's originally faint figure couldn't help but solidify, and in an instant, the two engaged in a fierce battle. At the same time, Yang Kai pierced the giant beast's figure with his spear and turned his head to look to the side. Found you. The blood demon was hiding in the sea of blood, concealing his aura, so he couldn't pinpoint his location. However, it was fine if the blood demon didn't make a move, but once he did, there would be traces. With his divine sense surpassing that of a half-saint, it wasn't too difficult to lock onto that fleeting aura. He jumped off Zhui Feng's body and stabbed his spear towards the sea of blood. A figure suddenly appeared in the originally empty sea of blood. It was the blood demon who was hiding here. His scarlet eyes were filled with shock, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to find his location with his cultivation. However, He had learned from the stone demon half-saint's example. He knew that Yang Kai's blue dragon spear was extraordinarily powerful, so how could it be so easily hit? He didn't move, but his figure floated backwards like a ghost. Yang Kai grinned at him and shouted in a low voice, "Grow." Before the blood demon could react to what was going on, the black dragon spear suddenly expanded and rapidly pierced towards his chest. The blood demon was greatly alarmed. Since he was caught off guard, it was already too late for him to dodge. He raised his hand and summoned a hook-like demonic artifact, guiding the blue dragon spear to the side. Although his reaction wasn't bad, the blue dragon spear still brushed past his body, opening a wound on his arm. This kind of injury was almost negligible, but Yang Kai just winked at him, "You're dead." The blood demon felt uneasy, but he couldn't say why. He could only wave his demonic artifact and fight with Yang Kai. He wasn't as careless as the stone demon, who had his hand pierced by Yang Kai and was at a disadvantage. The blood demon was on the defensive, as if he didn't want to make a mistake, making Yang Kai feel extremely gloomy. If someone who didn't know the situation saw this, they would think that he was a half-saint and his opponent was a high-ranked demon king. The blood demon's cultivation was clearly higher than his, but his fighting style was so conservative. This kind of person was really hard to kill. Ding ding dang 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 sounds rang out. Apart from the initial wound, Yang Kai didn't cause the blood demon any harm. His current strength wasn't much weaker than a half-saint false emperor, but it would be difficult for him to kill a half-saint who was fully focused on defense, unless his opponent revealed an opening. Just as Yang Kai was contemplating whether or not he should exchange injuries with the blood demon's expression changed. He fiercely repelled Yang Kai with a single move, then lowered his head to look at his arm. With just a glance, his expression changed greatly. Chapter 37-37. The previous blood demon half-saint had been injured by Yang Kai's blue dragon spear, but it was only a small scratch. Such an injury was insignificant to anyone, let alone a half-saint. Therefore, the blood demon didn't take this matter to heart, but after fighting with Yang Kai for a while, he suddenly discovered that there was something wrong with the wound. Isn't it too late to notice now? Yang Kai grinned and took advantage of the blood demon's unpreparedness to shoot his spear towards the blood demon's chest. The blood demon was uneasy, and with the previous example, he didn't dare to block this spear. Not only did he not dare to block, but he also didn't want to continue fighting. He just wanted to find a place to heal. He had a feeling that if he didn't heal soon, he would be in big trouble. Therefore, in the face of this dragon-like spear, the blood demon's body flickered and he began to rotate. The boundless blood sea also rotated and quickly converged. In the blink of an eye, the blood sea disappeared and the blood demon fled. Yang Kai's spear had missed, and although he was a little annoyed, he wasn't too disappointed. Previously, with the help of Lan Sun and the others, he was able to kill 1.5 blood demons, so how could he kill another? However, as soon as the blood demon left, the shadow demon situation became a little awkward. Originally, he could hide in the blood sea and use the power of the blood demon to deal with Li Wuyi, but now that the blood sea was gone, he immediately fell into a disadvantage. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yang Kai galloping towards him. The shadow demon knew that if he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to. At this point, the shadow demon's intention to retreat was born, and he no longer had any fighting spirit. Just as he was about to follow the blood demon, Yang Kai rushed into the sky and met him head-on. In mid-air, the blue dragon spear flashed and disappeared. Yang Kai quickly formed a seal with both hands and with a solemn expression, he sent a palm strike towards the shadow demon while chanting, "Flowing time great emperor's withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream." Time seemed to stop flowing at this moment, and his thoughts also stopped at this moment. The whole world receded like a tide, and all that was left in his eyes was Yang Kai's palm strike. If it was the Yang Kai of the past, he might not be able to display such great power when using the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle-like seal. But in the ancient battlefield, he had witnessed the majestic appearance of the flowing time Great Emperor displaying this divine technique countless times. Although he did not dare to say that he had grasped the essence of it, it was already incomparable to the past. When the shadow demon came back to its senses, it discovered that its chest had caved in. Li Wui pressed his large hand against its chest with a calm expression on his face, causing the power of the law of space to wreak havoc within its body. In that moment of absent-mindedness, he did not notice when Li Wui had made his move. The shadow demon spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression horrified. Yang Kai summoned the black dragon spear once more, and a dragon's roar shook the heavens as he viciously thrust his spear forward. The tip of the dragon Fang spear struck the shadow demon's body, and with a loud bang, the shadow demon exploded, turning into a cloud of black mist that scattered in all directions. Li Wui frowned and pointed his finger at his surroundings a few times. A muffled groan could be heard coming from the void, followed by silence. Li Wui sighed slightly, he still managed to escape. With his and Yang Kai's combined strength, they had a perfect opportunity, but in the end, it was all for naught. It wasn't that he and Yang Kai weren't strong enough, it was just that it was incredibly difficult to kill a half-saint. It was because of this that the humans and demons had fought for several days without losing a single half-saint. It was also because of this that Yang Kai's killing of a stone demon half-saint had caused such a huge commotion. The shadow demon was skilled at escaping, so it wasn't surprising that it was able to escape at a critical moment. If it had been a stone demon, power demon, or bone demon instead, it was likely that it would have died here. Yang Kai nodded in agreement, that's a pity. Then, he changed the topic, but that guy is most likely heavily injured. It'll take him at least a year or so to recover. Li Wui nodded and looked around. Let's prepare to leave this place. These things may be useful to everyone. Yang Kai took out a large number of one-realm beads and handed them to Li Wui. Li Wui was overjoyed when he saw this and nodded, you came back just in time. Originally, he was still a little worried. After all, the 14 armies of the Star Boundary were gathered here, and there were too many people. Even if they evacuated, there would be many casualties. However, with the help of these one-realm pearls, they could minimize the losses to the greatest extent. The flag of the Jia army fluttered as orders were passed down one after another. The 14 armies of the Star Boundary retreated in unison and gathered in a valley within the Star Soul Palace. Although there were many of them, they were organized. When the demon race saw this, they naturally pursued relentlessly. The situation in the vanguard army was even more tragic than it had been a few days ago. Without the persistence of the Star Realm beads, the Demon Land's expansion seemed to have accelerated significantly, quickly encroaching on the territory of Star Soul Palace. On top of a spiritual peak, 3 graceful figures were standing in a circle around the 3 girls. From the sky to the ground, the demons had gathered in an airtight encirclement. Pairs of ferocious eyes roamed around the 3 girls, flashing with light from time to time. After several days of fierce fighting, although the 3 young women were of high birth and had strong foundations, they could not hold on any longer. Their Emperor Qi had been depleted countless times and they were now relying on pills to replenish their energy. In order to create an opportunity for their companions to retreat, the 3 young women were entangled with enemies 100 times their number. At this moment, they were isolated and helpless, like a tiny reef in a black tide. Green vines burst out from the ground, and rolled back and forth like flood dragons. Anyone who got close to these vines would be strangled to death on the spot. The surrounding devils didn't dare to act rashly in the presence of such a deterrent force. They could only wait for the semi-sage experts to deal with this situation. "Princess, I'm here to help you." With a shout, a man rushed out from the side, the long sword in his hand gleaming with a cold light as he cut down the demon race. The man was originally handsome, but at this moment, he was in a sorry state. There were countless wounds on his body and blood blurred his eyes and body. His face was as pale as paper, but he was holding on by sheer willpower. One of the 3 girls in front of him had grown up with him. Ever since he was young, he had been determined to take her as his wife. He wanted to take care of her and protect her from any harm. However, this battle woke him up from a dream. Unknowingly, the gap between him and her had become so big. He could not intervene in the battle she was in at all, so he could only kill the demon race not far away and do his part. Now that he finally had the opportunity, he naturally spared no effort to rush here. Xiao Chen, don't come over. Lan Sun turned her head and saw Xiao Chen stumbling over and could not help but shout. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's pale face. Seeing her anxious expression, it turned out that she was still very concerned about him. While distracted, the already precarious situation became even more critical. Seeing a flaming skeleton head biting towards him, Xiao Chen's face changed as he knew his life was over. Ha! Lan Sun sighed and pointed her finger, causing an earth dragon to roll out from the ground and rush straight to Xiao Chen's feet. When it broke out of the ground, a green vine wrapped around the skeleton head and crushed it to pieces. However, this momentary delay caused the situation of the 3 young women to become dangerous. Without the protection of the Universe Tower Spirit, the line of defense the 3 young women had managed to create collapsed as a dozen Demon King-led hundreds of demon race members approached. Xiao Qi, Yun, Lan Sun turned her head to look at her companions around her with a look of guilt in her eyes. I've implicated you. Mo Xiao Qi smiled and shook her head, it's useless to say more, just kill. Lin Yun, on the other hand, said naively, Uncle will come to save us. As soon as these words fell, everything around them seemed to come to a standstill and the demon race members also froze in midair. Lan Sun and the others looked at all this in surprise, only to see a cold light flash and a tall figure appear in front of them. With a sizzling sound, the stagnant world was restored again as the dozen demon kings and hundreds of demon race members burst apart at this moment, leaving behind hundreds of bloody flowers in the air, a beautiful sight to behold. See, I told you Uncle would come. Lin Yun, looked at Yang Kai who suddenly appeared excitedly, as if she had already expected this. Lan Sun and Mo Xiao Qi were slightly stunned. Yang Kai held the blue dragon spear in one hand and Xiao Chen's collar in the other as he glanced at the 3 women and gently nodded, it's time to go. Whistling to the side, a golden light flashed and chasing wind rumbled over from the distance, stopping in front of Yang Kai in an instant, raising its front hooves and neighing. Get on! Yang Kai called out. While Lan Sun and Mo Xiao Qi were still in a daze, Lin Yun had already leapt onto Zhui Feng's back, bending down to pull her 2 sisters up. Although there were 3 of them, Zhui Feng was an ancient variant beast, so it was not crowded even with 3 people sitting side by side. Brother Xiao, do you still have strength? Yang Kai put Xiao Chen down and asked. Xiao Chen looked at him blankly before nodding. Let's run and meet up with everyone. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed in a direction. Brother, what about you? Lan Sun sat on Chasing Wind's back and asked with her head down. Not enough, let's go kill some more. Yang Kai grinned at her and patted Zhui Feng's buttocks. Zhui Feng's 4 hooves flashed like lightning. Yang Kai looked at Xiao Chen, who was still standing in place, and sighed slightly, knowing that he was probably exhausted. Just as he was about to put him into the mysterious bead world, he saw Chasing Wind return and snort discontentedly at Xiao Chen, as if blaming him for not keeping up with him. Opening its big mouth, Chasing Wind bit down on Xiao Chen's clothes and picked him up before running towards the meeting point again. The surrounding scenery flashed by as fast as lightning, and the sounds of fighting seemed to have disappeared along with it. Xiao Chen was indifferent to being bitten by Zhui Feng. Even his gaze was somewhat sluggish. His hands were spread out in front of him as he stared foolishly. He had always thought of himself as a proud son of heaven, and in fact, this was the case. He was born in an overlord sect like Star Soul Palace, and his father was Star Soul Palace's elder Xiao Yuyan. Since childhood, he had an excellent cultivation environment and abundant cultivation resources. Among the younger generation, Xiao Chen was also one of the representatives of the Southern Territory. Chapter 37-38. But this glory only lasted until the Emperor realm, when the shattered star sea opened. The best of the younger generation of the star boundary broke through to the Emperor realm, and Xiao Chen was no exception. Even then, he still firmly believed that the future of the star boundary would be filled with glory. But now, it seemed that the glory was just the last light, just like the afterglow of the setting sun. Today, among the younger generation, those who were related to the great emperors had all broken through to the second-order emperor realm, such as Hyoji, Lin Yun, Mo Shaoqi, Li Shiqing, and Gao Zhan. Lan Sun was even more amazing. After refining the Universe Tower, she used the power of the Universe Tower and Star Soul Palace to break through to the third-order emperor realm. But he was still stuck in the first-order emperor realm, unable to make any progress. It would be fine if that was all, but these people all had extraordinary relationships with the great emperors. Some were the children of the great emperors, while others were the disciples of the great emperors. With the personal guidance of the great emperors, it was not a big deal for them to progress faster than him. His talent was still not inferior to anyone, and all he lacked was a unique advantage. This only stimulated his drive to catch up. But what about Yang Kai? He had no relationship with any of the great emperors. When Xiao Chen first met him, his cultivation was much lower than his own, but now, he had reached a level where Xiao Chen could only look up to him. Xiao Chen tried his best but still couldn't get close to the princess. Instead, she was distracted to protect him, while Yang Kai easily slaughtered the enemies around him. Looking down at his hands, Xiao Chen felt so powerless for the first time. He longed for power, longed to become stronger. The Star Boundary Army retreated towards the valley in an orderly manner. The One Realm Bead had also been distributed. Many of the commanders of the One Realm Bead received the soldiers who had retreated to the valley into the One Realm Bead. Everything was in order. But how could the demon race watch as the Astral World Army retreated without doing anything? Outside the valley, countless demon race swarmed over, determined to keep the Astral World's army of millions here. At the entrance of the valley, many people from the Emperor realm were defending with all their might in order to buy more time for the army behind them to prepare. After all, it wasn't easy to use the One Realm Bead to recruit people. It required a large amount of divine sense. At this moment, all the fake emperors and half-saint from the astral realm were fighting against the half-saint from the demon territory. They didn't want the demon race's experts to interfere with the matters in the valley. Therefore, the heavy burden of the astral realm's army's evacuation fell on the shoulders of many people from the Emperor realm. Wen Zishan, Gao Shueting, Qiu Ran, Chen Qian, Ma Qing, Chen Wenhao, Wu Chang, and many others from the Emperor realm used their bodies to form an impenetrable defense at the entrance of the valley, resisting the invasion of the demon race army. Fortunately, there weren't too many demon race that could swarm over them. Otherwise, with millions of demon race members on the battlefield, they wouldn't be able to resist. However, the current situation was precarious. After several days of fierce fighting, no one from the Emperor realm was at their peak. If they weren't careful, even the demon general could kill them. From time to time, some people were injured, but they didn't even have the time to heal their wounds. They gritted their teeth and persevered despite the bleeding. The brilliance of many secret techniques and secret treasures constantly flashed, illuminating the front of the valley with flowing colors. Amidst the hissing, Wind Chaser rampaged, cutting off the demon race army's frenzied attacks countless times. It was all thanks to Wind Chaser, otherwise, Wen Zishan and the others wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. Without the intervention of a half-saint or a fake emperor, the existence of wind-chasing beast was simply unrivaled. It could only charge from the beginning to the end of the valley over and over again before turning back and continuing to charge. Every time it collided, it would leave behind countless corpses of demon clan along the way. The slaughter seemed to have made it extremely excited, and that rhythmic hissing sound did not stop for even a moment. On the ground, the blood of the demon clan was as thick as a paste, and its 4 flaming hooves stepped on it, causing it to evaporate into a nauseating smell. However, there was only one wind chaser. As more and more soldiers were loaded into the One Realm bead and teleported away through the valley's spatial laws, there were fewer and fewer people in the Astral Realm army who could resist the enemy. Little Xueting, take the people and leave first, when Zishan swung his sword and cleared a large area in front of him. He turned his head and shouted at Gao Xueting. I'm not leaving. Gao Xueting stood beside him, and the radiant sun mirror hung above her head. From the mirror, a scorching light shot out and hit the demon race with a sizzling sound. When Zishan was furious, you've been disobedient since you were young. Now that you've grown up, you've become even more disobedient. When will you listen to me again? Gao Xueting didn't even look at him. Her face was pale as she pushed the power of the radiant sun mirror to its limit and said indifferently, if you think I'm disobedient, then don't pick me up back then. I'm going to die from anger because of you. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a puff as when Zishan spat out a mouthful of blood. Gao Xueting was shocked and hurried forward to support his body. Her red lips trembled. How are you? I'm afraid I can't. Wen Zishan's expression was weak. The corners of his mouth twitched as if he wanted to smile, but he couldn't. The light in his eyes quickly dimmed as he said weakly, be good and leave quickly. Gao Xueting shook her head. Her beautiful hair flew and her eyes were red as she said, don't drive me away this time. I'll listen to you in the future. Really? Don't lie to me. Gao Xueting hugged his body tightly as tears rolled down her cheeks. She sniffled and said firmly, don't die, I won't lie to you. Wen Zishan blinked. His originally dim eyes suddenly recovered a lot of light. He smiled and said, remember what you said, don't go back on your word. He suddenly stood up and swung his sword to the side. In the void, as the sword light slashed through, a shadow demon king's body was cut in half. Blood and internal organs spilled out. The shadow demon looked down at its lower body and was stunned. When Zishan spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered, if I knew you were hiding in the dark, I wouldn't have pretended to be dead. Otherwise, you wouldn't have come out. As he spoke, he swung his sword and turned the 2 halves of the shadow demon's body into dust. The dejected expression on his face was swept away and he was full of satisfaction. Suddenly, he felt 2 scorching gazes behind him that seemed to want to burn him. When Zishan shrunk his neck and shouted to his left and right, hold on. Even if we die, we can't let these demon bastards take a step forward. The elders of the Emperor Realm of Azure Sun Temple immediately responded, yes. Only Murong Xiao glanced at Gao Xueting with sorrow. She saw that Gao Xueting's beautiful eyes were still filled with tears, but a cold smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The fierce sun mirror that was originally hanging above her head burst into a dazzling light at this moment. A flame spurted out from the mirror and blasted forward, brushing past Wen Zishan's head and burning dozens of demon race into flames. Wen Zishan swallowed his saliva and raised his hand to touch his hair. He felt a pinch of ash and the smell of burnt hair came to his nose. Brother Wen, there's movement ahead. Ma Qing suddenly shouted in a low voice and looked in a certain direction with a solemn expression. Wen Zishan couldn't care less and listened carefully. Sure enough, there was a rumbling sound coming from the depths of the demon race's army. Looking over, he saw a cloud of smoke rushing straight towards them. Wherever it passed, the demon race's army was split apart like a stream of water. It's one of us. Wen Zishan raised his eyebrows when he saw this. Ma Qing was stunned, there are still people who haven't retreated? Yan Kai hasn't returned. In a few words, Wen Zishan had already determined the identity of the person who came and was overjoyed. Yang Kai's cultivation was now extraordinary and his combat strength was great. If he could help, the pressure on guarding the entrance of the valley would be greatly reduced. Wen Zishan was right. The person who rushed from the rear of the demon race was indeed Yang Kai, but he was not alone. He was charging at the front, his azure dragon spear cutting a bloody path, followed by dozens of people. These were the Star Realm soldiers who had not been able to evacuate in time and were separated from the battlefield. Yang Kai spread out his divine sense and covered the entire Star Soul Palace, finding everyone's location and going to them one by one to help them, which was why he had come back so late. Most of the people had been taken into the sealed world bead, leaving the Emperor Realm behind to provide support. Although there were only a few dozen people, under the leadership of Yang Kai, they were like a mighty flood of steel, crushing the demon race's army with a rumble. Facing an enemy 10,000 times their number, they had not suffered a single casualty. The dozens of people from the Emperor Realm were full of admiration and finally understood why Yang Kai could become a corps commander when everyone else was an Emperor Realm master. This kind of strength was simply not something the Emperor Realm could possess. The dense demon race army was penetrated by Yang Kai's people, and when the front was suddenly empty, they had already killed their way out and arrived in front of the mountain valley. When everyone saw each other, they were naturally overjoyed. Many of the masters who had stayed at the entrance of the mountain valley nodded to Yang Kai, their eyes full of gratitude. The dozens of people from the Emperor Realm who were brought back by Yang Kai were all their companions and fellow disciples. They had thought that they would definitely die on the battlefield, but now they had returned unscathed. Naturally, it was all thanks to Yang Kai, so how could they not be grateful? With the momentum to kill an army of millions, Yang Kai turned around and swept his gaze across the front. The demon race army that had gathered like a tide involuntarily took a few steps back, as if frightened by his murderous intent. Is there anyone else? Wen Zishan wiped the blood from his face and asked Yang Kai. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "This is the last batch." Wen Zishan's heart relaxed, "That's good." He called out to everyone, "Those who are exhausted and injured, evacuate first. We will follow later." Yang Kai turned to look at him and said, "All of you leave, I will stay." Ma Qin was stunned, "You alone?" Yang Kai grinned, "One person is enough." When Zishan's expression was solemn, "Boy," Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped him, "Master Li and the others are still entangled with the half-saint in the demon territory. If you don't evacuate, they won't be able to leave. Only if you evacuate first will they be able to escape safely." When Zishan hesitated, "But if you are alone," Yang Kai smiled slightly, "Since I am staying, I am naturally confident. Also, once you evacuate, if I can't beat you, I can leave at any time." Hearing him say this, Wen Zishan also felt that it was true. Yang Kai was proficient in the law of space, so he could naturally escape at any time if he couldn't beat them. The others wouldn't have this convenience, so he didn't waste any time and nodded, "Then be careful." Chapter 37-39. They were all resolute people. Since they had made up their minds, they naturally wouldn't delay. With Wen Zishan at the head, the 14 armies of the Emperor Realm retreated towards the valley. When they passed by Yang Kai, they all called out to him to be careful and take care, expressing their respect. In the blink of an eye, everyone in front of the mountain valley had left, leaving only Kai Yang alone. However, he still had a smile on his face. With his spear by his side, he faced the demon race's army of millions alone without any change in expression. The army at the front was in an uproar. Countless members of the demon race glared at Yang Kai. Although this human in front of them had indeed displayed extraordinary combat strength before, even killing a half-saint on the spot, he still dared to be so arrogant at this moment. Wasn't he being too arrogant? At the front of the army, dozens of high-ranked demon kings had sinister expressions. Their divine senses surged, and after a simple exchange, they suddenly charged forward. Demon Yuan rolled, and the power of demon artifacts bloomed. Before the demon king at the front could even get close, the light of demon artifacts behind him had already enveloped Yang Kai. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, he was still alone. So what if he could stand shoulder to shoulder with a half-saint? In front of the demon race's army of millions, even a half-saint would have to retreat. With a rumble, countless attacks landed on Yang Kai's body, instantly drowning him. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai didn't even try to dodge, and was directly hit by the power of those demon artifacts. The members of the demon race were overjoyed. The demon kings charging towards Yang Kai were also shocked. Yang Kai being so arrogant and not putting them in his eyes was something they were happy to see. After being hit by so many attacks, even if this guy was lucky enough to not die, he would inevitably be heavily injured. Before they could finish their thoughts, they saw Yang Kai's figure suddenly fade. The countless attacks actually passed through his body and hit behind him, but they didn't cause him any damage at all. The demon kings couldn't help but widen their eyes. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure once again solidified. He reached out and grabbed the black dragon spear, thrusting it forward without any fancy moves. This spear was ordinary and mediocre. Its speed wasn't too fast either, allowing everyone to see it clearly. However, when this spear was thrust out, the faces of the several dozen high-ranked demon king simultaneously turned aghast. All of them had the misconception that the spear was stabbing towards them. The might of the spear ignored the barrier of space. A miserable shriek rang out, sounding extremely mournful. When the demon king came back to his senses, he immediately discovered that Yang Kai's spear had already caught a figure. That figure was pierced through by the spear, the tip of the spear coming out from his back. His whole body was hanging on the spear, struggling endlessly, but how could he break free? A bone-chilling feeling spread throughout his body. The figure hanging on the spear was actually one of his companions. There were several dozen high-ranked demon king, but not a single one of them clearly saw how he had been hit. However, there was no time to ponder over it. In this instant, the numerous demon kings had already pounced in front of Yang Kai. In an instant, he was completely surrounded. Demon king after demon king activated their demon chi, sand demon burrowed into the ground, shadow demon moved stealthily, stone demons smashed their fists or summoned their demon artifacts. Bone demons raised their hands, their 5 fingers flying out, transforming into 5 eerie skulls. Corpse demons opened their mouths and spat out dense corpse poison. Flame demons controlled the burning heaven flames and attacked Yang Kai from all directions. A series of clanging sounds rang out. Apart from the several dozen demon race surrounding Yang Kai, no one could clearly see the situation on the battlefield. They could only see figures flying about, sparks flying everywhere, and dazzling like flowers. From time to time, a demon king would let out a blood-curdling scream as it was sent flying backwards, a huge hole appearing on its body. This shocking offensive only lasted for less than 10 breaths of time. When that circle of spear images that caused the world to change color burst out, all the demon kings either took the initiative to retreat or were sent flying. In an instant, the world was empty. In front of the valley, Yang Kai was bathed in blood. His already ragged clothes became even more tattered, and his hair was disheveled. His eyes, covered by his long hair, shone with a dark red light. He knelt on the ground with one knee, and the spear in his hand was mostly stabbed into the ground. Asterisk rumble, asterisk fresh blood seeped out from the ground, as if there was a pool of blood deep underground. Yang Kai raised his spear and dragged out a hidden sand demon from the ground. His spear pierced through the sand demon's heart and back. When it was dragged out, the sand demon's face revealed a pained expression. His demon chi surged, and with a shake of his spear, the sand demon exploded into pieces. Before the pieces fell to the ground, they turned into gravel. A chill ran through their bodies, and all the members of the demon race who saw this scene kept quiet out of fear. The high-ranked demon kings looked at each other, their faces sinking. Several dozen high-ranked demon kings swarmed forward. What kind of powerful lineup was this? Yet, they were still unable to kill Yang Kai. Even if he was injured, so what? In that short exchange of 10 breaths of time, at least 3 high-ranked demon kings had died, and 7 or 8 had been injured. The guy in front of them was actually able to block the fierce attacks of several dozen high-ranked demon kings by himself. If it was a half-saint, it wouldn't be strange at all. But Yang Kai was just a high-ranked demon king. This kind of thing was a bit unimaginable. When they hadn't fought Yang Kai head-on, they hadn't noticed anything, but when they really fought him, they realized how terrifying that spear was. Not only was that spear incomparably sharp, it was also filled with a great majesty. It could move one's mind, making it impossible for them to display their full strength. With a light whoosh, everyone's heart jumped in fright. A streak of light flashed, shooting straight towards Yang Kai's chest. This light sound seemed to be a signal. Immediately after this sound, whoosh 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 sounds could be heard without end. In a split second, arrows flickering with cold light and carrying the aura of death shot towards Yang Kai. The feather demon race was proficient in E-arts, but not in close combat. Therefore, in the previous attack, there was no trace of a feather demon. After a great battle, one's mind would be relaxed. This was the best time to launch a sneak attack. Yang Kai had just shaken the sand demon hanging on his spear into pieces when the first arrow arrived in front of him. Its speed was so fast that even Yang Kai couldn't dodge in time. The moment the cold reached his body, Yang Kai stimulated his demon chi, and the flesh on his chest contracted. With a muffled thud, the 1 zhang long arrow penetrated 3 inches into his flesh. Yang Kai was pushed back a few steps by the huge force before he could stabilize himself. His spear danced, knocking away the rest of the arrows. The group of demon kings were dumbstruck. They looked at Yang Kai in a daze, crying out in alarm in their hearts. He didn't die even after that. The arrow that hit Yang Kai's chest didn't seem to have any abnormalities, but the red ribbon on the tail of the arrow clearly showed the identity of its owner. The one who shot this arrow was the strongest among the feather demons besides the demon saint and half-saint. Even a stone demon with a powerful innate defense would be penetrated by this arrow. Just how strong was this human's body? Yang Kai's face was gloomy. He reached out and grabbed the arrow that was still faintly fighting in his chest. He pulled it out fiercely and lowered his head to look at it. Sure enough, it was easier to dodge a spear in the open than an arrow in the dark. If it was him 3 years ago, even if he had a half-dragon body, he might not have been able to block this arrow. But in the ancient battlefield, dozens of years were like a day. After being tempered by the 2 forces, the growth of his body was no longer the same as before. Not to mention, his half-dragon body had already grown from 300 zhang to 100 zhang. The growth of his half-dragon body also meant that the origin of the dragon race was stimulated. Naturally, his body would become even more powerful. Even so, that arrow still broke through his defense. If it had penetrated 2 inches more, he might have been in danger. If a high-grade demon king level feather demon could do this, then what about a half-saint level feather demon? Fuyu. With a clench of his fist, the arrow that was comparable to a demonic treasure broke into 2. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head. His scarlet eyes were like those of a wild beast. Through the barrier of the void, he stared at a figure more than 10 li away. Then, he grinned maliciously. Facing this pair of terrifying eyes, the expression of the feather demon who had launched a sneak attack changed greatly. Without hesitation, he swayed his body and landed in the middle of the demon race army, trying to blend in and hide his tracks. A gust of wind came from behind. It scraped against his back, causing him to feel pain. It seemed that even a layer of his flesh had been removed. Looking back, he saw that Yang Kai, who was originally more than 10 li away, had already appeared at the place where he was originally standing. She already knew that to an enemy who was proficient in the law of space, a distance of more than 10 li was equivalent to being face to face. Therefore, as soon as she sensed that something was wrong, she fled. Now, it seemed that it was fortunate that she reacted quickly. Otherwise, it would have pointed to disaster. Oh. Seeing that the feather demon had unexpectedly dodged his attack, Yang Kai couldn't help but reveal a playful smile. His feet didn't move, but his figure followed like a shadow. He chased after the feather demon and rushed into the middle of the demon race army. In an instant, as if a handful of salt had been sprinkled into a pot of oil, the army of millions was in chaos. Countless members of the demon race were sent flying into the air, their bodies exploding one after another. That feather demon only felt a murderous intent locking onto him from behind. How could he dare to look back? He only knew that he absolutely couldn't stop, otherwise, only death would await him. He didn't care about the casualties of the ordinary demon race. Wherever there were more people, he would go, hoping to escape from Yang Kai's pursuit. Bastard! In front of the valley, a high-ranked demon king who had been injured by Yang Kai flew into a rage. He wasn't angry at the feather demon. After all, the feather demon was also a high-ranked demon king. He was angry that Yang Kai didn't care about the demon race and actually had the guts to rush into the army. As he cursed, he was about to turn around and fight again. However, a power demon pressed down on his shoulder. The power demon slowly shook his head and said, "This person is proficient in the law of space. You saw his strength just now. I'm afraid we can't do anything to him unless a half-saint master intervenes." There was something he didn't say in his heart. Perhaps even a half-saint might not be able to do anything. Instead of wasting our energy on him, why don't we chase after the remaining enemies? When the demon kings heard this, they all nodded. First of all, this power demon's words were indeed reasonable. Yang Kai had escaped from a demon saint. Although this old demon army was large, if he really wanted to escape, no one could do anything to him. Second of all, the battle just now had made them wary of Yang Kai. They would rather face Wen Zishan and the others and the 14 armies of the Star Boundary than fight with Yang Kai again. Chapter 3740. If they were to fight against that human, they would really die. With fear in their hearts and sufficient reasons, how could the high-ranked demon king in front of the valley hesitate? Even though they knew that the demon saint master was secretly watching them, they still immediately issued the order. The demon race army that had been stagnant finally pressed towards the valley. A resounding dragon roar sounded, and a terrifying pressure descended from the sky, as if a mountain was pressing down. The demon race army that had just arrived at the entrance of the valley felt their bodies sink, and it was difficult for them to move. This is. In the void, Zhu Yan, who had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and a terrifying light bloomed in his eyes. He looked excitedly at the figure that was falling from the sky, falling towards the entrance of the valley. Fu Xiu's beautiful eyes also bloomed with extraordinary splendor. She felt that under that dragon roar, the origin of the dragon race in her body actually resonated with it, making people involuntarily have the thought of rushing forward regardless of everything and fighting side by side with him. Under the gaze of the two great elders of the dragon race, the figure that was falling from the sky suddenly expanded. 10 zhang, 20 zhang, 50 zhang, 70 zhang, and even 100 zhang. Amidst the crackling sounds, his entire body was covered with golden dragon scales, the dragon horns on his forehead swelled up high, his hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and the dragon tail behind him swept in all directions. Hu allowed, it was as if a small mountain was crashing down. When the dragon's body fell from the sky, the huge shadow in the sky blocked the line of sight of all the devils, causing them to see nothing but darkness. They couldn't see the slightest bit of light. You all, with a boom, his feet landed on the ground, and the earth trembled. Rocks from the mountains on both sides fell down, and cracks appeared on the solid ground with his feet as the origin. Countless demon race soldiers fell into the abyss. It's over. The 300-meter-long giant spear swept across. Regardless of whether it was a demon king or a demon commander, anyone who came into contact with it would either die or be injured. The demon race army that had just arrived at the valley was suddenly swept clean. The members of the demon race turned pale with fright. Those who charged at the front had already died a violent death. Only those demon kings who were quick to react had luckily escaped. At this moment, they had retreated far away and raised their heads to look at the huge monster blocking their way. A sense of helplessness rose in their hearts. If the demon kings were like this, then there was no need to talk about the weaker demon race. Their eyes were trembling, and their guts were torn apart. He stood alone in front of the valley, but it was as if there were a million lions behind him. He was so intimidating that the demon race's army couldn't advance even an inch. One of his large hands was holding onto a small figure, who was struggling with all his might but was unable to break free from the iron claws. Looking at the appearance and characteristics, it was the Feather Demon King, who had launched a sneak attack on him. In just a few breaths of time, he had actually been caught by him from the thousands of soldiers and horses. The Feather Demon turned his head, revealing a pleading expression, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to suddenly exert force in his hand. Gotcha, as if a walnut had been crushed, the Feather Demon's body emitted a crisp sound, which made one's hair stand on end. Blood dripped down from the gaps between the dragon claws. When Yang Kai opened his hand again, the Feather Demon didn't even have the slightest bit of human form left. It had already turned into a mass of flesh and blood. The light in its eyes quickly disappeared, and its vitality dissipated. It fell from Yang Kai's palm to the ground. Huff, Yang Kai's nostrils spurted out a scorching dragon breath, and he grinned at the numerous members of the demon race. He grabbed the tail of the azure dragon spear and raised it high. Seeing this scene, the hearts of every member of the demon race jumped. The complexions of the demon kings changed greatly, and they quickly shouted, "Retreat!" As the words fell, the numerous demon kings retreated with all their might. But even if they could run away, how could the demon army that was swarming over escape? Previously, when they swarmed forward, each one ran faster than the other, but now, when they wanted to retreat, there were many obstacles, and behind them were their own people. The army was in chaos, and they couldn't get into formation. The azure dragon spear brought out a straight cold light, and heavily smashed into the ground. Hong, where the spear landed, the earth collapsed, and countless members of the demon race were directly smashed into nothingness by this spear. The violent shockwave swept in all directions, and the demon race on both sides fell like straws. A terrifying shockwave came, and the fallen demon race were all sent flying into the sky, exploding into pieces. The power of this spear smashed open a death zone more than 10 kilometers long and several kilometers wide in the middle of the demon race army. None of the demon race soldiers in this range survived. Yang Kai didn't raise the spear, and tightly held the end of the spear, the body of the spear close to the ground, and swept it again. After a round trip, with him as the center, the entire fan-shaped area in front of him was deathly silent. The sound of gulping could be heard incessantly, and many members of the demon race kept swallowing their saliva. With such a terrifying monster, who could fight against it without a half-saint? Even if they had an army of millions, could they stop the slaughter of such a monster? However, before Yang Kai could be complacent, Zhu Yan's cry of alarm sounded in his ears, "Yang Kai, be careful." At the same time, a chill spread throughout his body, making him feel cold all over. Yang Kai even smelled the scent of death coming towards him. At the critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai was neither sad nor happy, and his mind miraculously fell into a kind of ethereal state. He straightened his body, withdrew the spear, and thrust it straight into the void. Driven by instinct, Yang Kai was still in a state of thoughtlessness, but when he thrust the spear, he felt an incomparable carefree feeling, as if all the essence, energy, and spirit in his body were released with this spear. He only felt that this was the most powerful attack he had ever used in his life, and it actually had a kind of meaning that was in accordance with the great Tao of heaven and earth. Even if there was a half-saint in front of him, this spear could take his life. At the tip of the black dragon spear, a black light suddenly appeared, and within the black light, the power of the law of space fluctuated. When the black light first appeared, it was only the size of a broad beam, but as Yang Kai thrust the spear out, the black light quickly expanded, and suddenly turned into a black mass of more than 10 meters in radius. A cry of surprise came from the void in front of Yang Kai, followed by a fist appearing out of thin air and hurtling towards the black dragon spear. Compared to the black mass of more than 10 meters in radius, this fist was insignificant, but this was the fist of the demon saint, and in this world, no one dared to underestimate the power of this fist. When the fist came into contact with the black ball, strangely, there was no sound at all. The black ball suddenly shrank, turning into a black dot, and disappeared in a flash. The fist shook again and again, and then a heroic figure appeared. Kong, it was not until this moment that a dull, thunderous sound rose from the bottom of everyone's heart, deafening and causing their blood to boil. Yang Kai's 300-meter-long dragon body fell backwards, smashing into the ground with a bang, almost filling the entire valley entrance. When he fell, his dragon body rapidly shrank, turning back into his human form. His face was pale and bloodless, and golden blood was gushing out of his mouth and nose. His aura was also as weak as gossamer. In the void, Xueli, who had been knocked back by Yang Kai's spear, arrived in front of Yang Kai in a flash, and slammed his palm down without hesitation. With his status as a demon saint, he would normally disdain to attack a high-ranked demon king, let alone launch a sneak attack. However, when he observed the battle earlier, he had already sensed Yang Kai's terrifying potential. Now that Yang Kai was only a high-ranked demon king, and he already had such power, what would happen if he was allowed to continue growing? This was why he had disregarded his status and brazenly attacked. However, what he did not expect was that Yang Kai was actually still alive after the power of his punch. He sighed inwardly at how tough this brat's fate was, so naturally, he would not hesitate to kill him. 2 dragon roars rang out, and 2 killing intents locked onto Xueli. A strong wind came from behind him, and Xueli, who had slammed his palm towards Yang Kai, furrowed his brows imperceptibly. If this palm landed, Yang Kai would most likely die, but he would definitely not have it easy either. The strength of the 2 great dragon race elders was also extraordinary. Since he had already made his move, how could Zhu Yan and Fu Shun just stand by and watch? When he made his move, the 2 elders had already activated the dragon race's origin source, transforming into their dragon true forms and attacking. Huo Bu and Fu Yu's reactions were not slow either. The former's body flickered with a dangerous aura as he pounced towards the 2 elders of the dragon race, while the latter pulled back her bowstring and shot an arrow at Zhu Yan's dragon body. However, Zhu Yan acted as if he did not feel anything as he swung his dragon claws towards Xueli. In the end, that palm did not land. To the demon saint, although Yang Kai's potential was terrifying, he still needed a long flowing time great emperor to grow to a level where he could stand shoulder to shoulder with them. To put oneself in danger just to kill such a person was naturally a loss. His figure flashed, and Xueli disappeared from where he was, turning into a bloody light and escaping to the side. Zhu Yan's claw struck empty air, creating 5 cracks in the void. Fu Shun took the opportunity to open his dragon mouth and directly swallow Yang Kai. At the same time, Fu Yu's arrow arrived. Zhu Yan could not avoid it. Previously, he only wanted to save Yang Kai, so he did not care about the attack from behind. Now that Yang Kai was saved, it was too late for him to defend himself. In a hurry, he swung his dragon tail and slapped the arrow that was shooting towards him. Due to the force, the arrow changed its direction slightly and brushed past Zhu Yan's chest, bringing with it a large piece of flesh. Jade green blood splattered everywhere. Even the defense of the dragon race could not withstand the sharpness of that arrow. Huo Bu pounced over with a sinister smile. His originally rolling body expanded even more at this moment, but despite his bloated body was indescribably nimble as he directly flashed to where Zhu Yan was injured. Boom, Huo Bu's entire body exploded. Zhu Yan's nearly 600 feet long dragon body was sent flying by the shockwave as he let out a painful roar from his dragon mouth. In the midst of the explosion, Huo Bu's body reformed. He was born in the Red Devil clan, and exploding to kill the enemy was his instinct. However, unlike ordinary Red Devils, this move of his was not suicidal, but allowed him to be reborn from the ashes. It was also because of this innate divine technique that he was able to survive the explosions time and time again, cultivating step by step to the Demon Saint realm. For countless years, the Red Devil clan had always been the weakest clan in the entire demon territory, but Huo Bu was an anomaly among this clan. The giant dragon claw slammed down, and Huo Bu's body had just reformed, so how could he avoid it? Turning his head to look, he saw Fu Yu, who had transformed into an ice crystal dragon, with cold eyes and a dragon roar that shook the sky. Chapter 37-41. Huo Bu turned pale with fright. He never thought that a moment of impulse would put him in danger. If he had known this would happen, he would never have rushed forward. The law of ice was rampant, seemingly freezing the flames in his body. Huo Bu tried his best to dodge, but the dragon's claws still slashed through his body. In an instant, several long wounds appeared on his body. The concept of ice wreaked havoc on his wounds, but not a single drop of blood flowed out from his flesh. Huo Bu let out a strange cry. Without waiting for Fu Tianyi's second attack, his rolling body turned into a red light and shot into the distance. He actually ran away. Trash. Fu Yu gritted her teeth when she saw this, wishing she could shoot this guy to death. Now that Zhu Yan was injured by his sneak attack, and Fu Tianyi had misgivings about Yang Kai, this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate the two great elders of the dragon race. Even if they had to pay a price, it was still acceptable. But Huo Bu was actually running away in a panic. Sure enough, a brat was not worth a scheme. With Yang Kai as the trigger, the three Demon Saint great elders of the demon race, who had been watching from the sidelines, hastily made their move. In a flash of light, Zhu Yan was injured, and Huo Bu fled. Dragon roars sounded again. In the sky, the azure dragon and the ice dragon's enormous bodies entwined with each other, as if they were one. The two giant dragon heads were raised high, overlooking the world. The two great elders of the dragon race were originally husband and wife. After countless years of being together, they had long been connected to each other and had their own set of joint attack techniques. Zhu Yan or Fu Tianyi alone had strength comparable to the great emperors, and when they attacked together, it was not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. If not for this set of joint attack techniques, how could they have been a match for the three Demon Saint great elders in the past few years? They had fought each other more than once, so when they saw the two great elders of the dragon race take such a stance, both Xueli and Fu Yu sighed in their hearts. They knew that they had lost their best chance. Even if they fought with their lives on the line, they would not be able to do anything to them. At most, both sides would be injured. Under the connection of their auras, the cold power that spread out from Fu Tianyi's body sealed the wound on Zhu Yan's chest. The azure dragon's forte was recovery, and there was an inextinguishable vitality in its body. Therefore, even if it looked like he was injured, it would not be a problem for a while. Fortunately, Fu Yu's arrow was shot at Zhu Yan. If the target was Fu Tin, it would be troublesome. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Figures flew through the air and stood beside the two great elders of the dragon race. They were the false emperors who had been entangling the half-saint of demon race. Led by Li Wui, nearly 20 false emperors and half-saint of the star realm broke away from their opponents and came to the front of the valley. They had been paying attention to the movements of the star realm army and felt that the time had come. Naturally, there was no need to fight with the experts of the demon race. Without their suppression, the half-saint of the demon race regained their freedom and came to Xueli and Fu Yu's side. Looking at each other from a distance, their auras collided silently, causing the void to fluctuate endlessly. It was as if it could not withstand the pressure and could collapse at any time. Xue Li clasped his hands behind his back, his scarlet eyes glowing with a cold light. He said in a sinister voice, "Sooner or later, I will make you all die a horrible death." Fu Yu snorted coldly, "It won't be too late to talk big when that day comes." After saying this, he slowly retreated to the back of the valley with Zhu Yan. Li Wui and the others scattered to the left and right to protect them. However, what made them feel slightly relieved was that the demon race did not make any movements even after everyone had retreated to the spatial array. They were just quietly watching. They knew that there was no point in continuing the battle at this point. Both sides were almost equal in strength, so no one could do anything to the other. However, to the Star Realm, this battle was a complete defeat. It was not that they were weaker, but that the demon land had already eroded the entire Star Soul Palace and was still expanding outwards. This holy land that had protected the martial arts of the Southern Territory for many years, this divine palace that symbolized the peak of martial arts in the Southern Territory, had finally been seized by the demon race. At the spatial array, there was a flash of light and everyone disappeared. Xue Li stared coldly until everyone from the Star Realm retreated. Only then did he say, "We have to speed up." Fu Yu put away her divine bow and said, "It's about time." "How much longer?" Xue Li turned to look at her. "Based on the news we've received, 3 months at most." 3 months. The corners of Xue Li's mouth curled up, revealing a playful smile, "Then we'll let them enjoy these 3 months. His mind was floating, as if he was in the middle of a vast ocean. All kinds of ideas flashed through his mind, and strange pieces of information appeared. They were things he had never understood before, but now, for no reason at all, he had inexplicably comprehended them. After an unknown amount of time, when a ray of light appeared in this muddle-headed state, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. "Husband!" A soft cry rang out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw several faces looking at him. Their beautiful faces were filled with nervousness and concern. His little senior sister's eyes were a little red and swollen. It was obvious that she had cried. "Husband!" Su Yan called out softly again. Although she tried her best to suppress it, her voice still trembled slightly. During the days that Yang Kai was unconscious, they had been by his side. Now that they saw that Yang Kai had woken up, they finally felt relieved. Great Elder Zhu Yan had said that as long as Yang Kai could wake up, then there would be no problems. However, if he remained unconscious forever, then it would be a little troublesome. After all, Yang Kai's injuries this time were related to the demon saint. It was completely different from before, and no one knew what would happen to him. Revealing a smile, Kai Yang reached out his hand to rub her face. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Su Yan seemed a bit reserved, but she still suppressed the shyness in her heart and reached out to hold Kai Yang's hand, allowing him to rub her face. "Why are you still crying?" Yang Kai reached out his other hand and grabbed Xia Ning Cheng's soft hair. "I'm fine." It would have been better if he didn't say so. Once he did, little senior sister's tears gushed out again. She lay on the bed, her shoulders shaking as she tried to suppress her sobs. Affected by her, Ah Luo, Xue Yu, and even Zhu Qing's eyes turned red. They quietly turned their heads and secretly shed tears. Yang Kai comforted them one by one, but it was to no avail. Just as he was feeling helpless, a cold voice came from behind, "What are you crying for? He's not dead yet. Get out." If it was someone else who said this, Su Yan and the others would definitely not listen, but it was Fu Si who said this, so how could they dare to disobey? This second elder had always been known for her coldness. Only in front of Yang Xiao would she show a trace of gentleness. Disobeying her would not end well. After exhorting Yang Kai a few words, the girls reluctantly left. Yang Kai climbed up from the bed. Zhu Yan, who followed Fu Si in, quickly said, if you're not feeling well, just lie down. Don't move around. As he spoke, he coughed lightly. It was obvious that his injuries had not healed. Previously, he was shot by Fu Yu and injured by Huobu's self-destruction. Although his life was not in danger, his injuries were not light. Yang Kai said, "I'm not feeling uncomfortable. I feel fine." It was indeed fine. Although he had just woken up, Yang Kai did not feel the slightest discomfort. Instead, his body was filled with strength. He did not know what was going on. Zhu Yan was stunned and looked over with Fu Si. Seeing that Yang Kai was indeed not abnormal, they could not help but click their tongues in wonder. How could an ordinary high-ranked demon king survive after being targeted by a demon saint? However, Yang Kai had forcefully exchanged a blow with Xueli. Although the situation was a bit difficult, it was fortunate that he did not die. Who would have thought that there would be no after-effects? This was somewhat inconceivable. What made the two elders even more concerned was that Yang Kai's eyes had become much deeper. There seemed to be a restrained divine light, making people unable to see through them. Is there something you two need? Yang Kai had some guesses in his heart. If there was not something, how could Zhu Yan not heal and instead wait for him to wake up? There is indeed something I need to ask you. Zhu Yan nodded. Sit down and talk. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. There was tea on the table. Yang Kai took out a teacup and poured it for them, pushing it in front of them. He also filled a cup for himself. As he sipped, he recalled the feeling of blocking Xueli's punch with his spear. While he was unconscious, that scene had appeared countless times, allowing him to faintly comprehend many things. Fu Si said bluntly, "The reason I came to find you this time is mainly to ask about your spear." Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai suddenly reached out and grasped the blue dragon spear in his hand. He handed it to Fu Si and said with a smile, "Second elder, please take a look." An ancient and desolate dragon breath rushed towards him, as if a giant dragon had walked out of a scroll of history and arrived in front of him. The dragon race's origin in Fu Si's body actually jumped uncontrollably. He could not help but be startled as he hurriedly reached out to receive it. Zhu Yan also moved his head over and examined the black dragon spear with Fu Tin. Outside the hall, Su Yan and the others walked out one by one. A group of people immediately surrounded them and asked about Yang Kai's situation. Su Yan told everyone that Yang Kai had woken up and the two dragon race elders were talking to him. Only then did everyone relax. Shan Qing Luo saw a beautiful figure in the crowd and smiled. She walked to her side and gently poked her, "Elder sister, husband is fine." Ji Yao panicked and nodded, "I heard it." Shan Qing Luo sighed leisurely. When husband was unconscious, he kept muttering the names of us sisters. It really hurts. Ji Yao forced out a smile. Junior brother has you all in his heart. Even if he is unconscious, he will naturally think of you. Ah Luo tilted his head and looked at her. Elder sister is right. She raised a finger and pointed it at her red lips. She had a cute and innocent look on her face, but she was also very charming. But elder sister, Lord husband also called your name. Ji Yao's tender body trembled and a blush appeared on her face. She asked in a panic, "Did he?" "Yes." Shan Qing Luo blinked her big eyes and looked at her innocently. "What's going on?" "Elder sister, do you owe husband money?" "No, no such thing." Ji Yao's face turned even redder. She suddenly felt like her adultery had been seen through and was at a loss. Shan Qing Luo thoughtfully said, "Oh, then husband must be confused." Ji Yao forced a smile and said, "It's good that brother Yang is awake. Honored master is still waiting for me to report back. I'll take my leave first." Looking at Ji Yao's fleeing figure, Shan Qing Luo pursed her lips and smiled. She really was a thin-skinned person. Chapter 3742. Star Soul Palace. Demonic chi filled the air. The sacred land of martial arts in the Southern Territory had now become a demon land. In a large hall, a half-saint and a dozen or so demon kings sat cross-legged. Their faces were filled with resistance. These half-saint demon kings had all been injured in the battle a few days ago. Without exception, they were all injured by Yang Kai. Strictly speaking, their injuries were not serious. The half-saint's injury could even be said to be negligible. It was the blood demon half-saint who had a cut on his arm by Yang Kai. However, in the past few days, this blood demon half-saint discovered that his wound could not heal no matter what he did. A strange energy was corroding his flesh and blood. Not only did the originally small wound not heal, it even expanded. What made him feel even more hopeless was that the more he tried to suppress it, the more it backfired. Xue Li stood in front of him with his eyes slightly lowered. A large hand was placed on his shoulder, and the vigorous aura of a demon saint overflowed. Suddenly, Xue Li's expression brightened. He raised his large hand into a claw and sucked at the blood demon half-saint's wound. An arrow of blood shot out from the wound and was absorbed into his palm. When the blood arrow entered his hand, it seemed to have a life of its own. It turned into a blood-colored snake and burrowed into Xue Li's palm. Xue Li's expression froze. He was surprised, but he was not shocked or afraid. He urged his devil essence to wrap around the blood snake and held it in his palm. To the side, Fu Yu looked at Xue Li in surprise. Although Xue Li's expression did not reveal anything, she knew that this action had consumed a lot of Xue Li's energy. There was even a faint trace of exhaustion in the depths of his eyes. It was just healing someone, but it could make Xue Li feel tired. What was it? Fu Yu's expression could not help but become serious. She looked at Xue Li and asked, "What's going on?" Xue Li stared deeply at the blood snake in his hand. He allowed it to writhe in his palm, but did not dare to touch it directly. His pupils shrank slightly as he said seriously, "True intent." True intent? Fu Yu was stunned, seeming to have heard something unbelievable. Even her voice involuntarily rose a little. That brat actually comprehended true intent. Did you make a mistake? Xue Li looked at her leisurely. He did not speak, but his meaning was clear. Fu Yu also knew that Xue Li wouldn't make a mistake on something like this. She sucked in a cold breath, no wonder. Thinking back to when Yang Kai had first appeared and fought against the stone demon half-saint, the stone demon half-saint was still killed on the spot. Although there were 3 girls helping him at that time, the 3 girls didn't play much of a role. The one who truly decided the outcome of that battle was Yang Kai himself. Previously, he was still thinking that the stone demon half-saint was only good-looking but useless. He had a half-saint cultivation, but in the end, he actually died at the hands of a demon king. He truly deserved to die. Now, it seemed that he had wronged the stone demon half-saint. It wasn't that the stone demon half-saint was weak, but that the brat had actually comprehended true intent. This kind of power was something that even the demon saint feared and yearned for. Even Xue Li didn't dare to recklessly touch it, let alone a half-saint. How could one not die after being corroded by true intent? I missed a good opportunity. A cold light flashed through Xue Li's eyes, adding a trace of annoyance. If he had known that Yang Kai had comprehended true intent, he would have killed him at all costs. As he spoke, he raised his hand. The wriggling blood snake in his hand shot out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Although this was only a weak strand of true intent, it was not something he could easily refine. With his strength, he could only extract this strand of true intent from the injured blood demon at most. Furthermore, he could feel that this strand of Yang Kai's true intent was still very weak, but it had opened a new door. If Yang Kai was allowed to continue growing, he might have the strength to kill them in the future. That brat is only a demon king. How could he comprehend true intent? Fu Yu's face was ashen. She, a demon saint, couldn't do it, but Yang Kai had done it. Although she was angry, she was also envious. If he could comprehend this kind of power, then the first demon saint wouldn't be Huang Wuji, but her, feather demon Fu Yu. Xue Li narrowed his eyes slightly. He disappeared for 3 years and seemed to have entered the demon territory. Before that, he didn't have this kind of power. It seems that he must have encountered some kind of opportunity in the demon territory. Demon territory. Fu Yu was shocked. If it was an opportunity in the demon territory, they should be the ones to obtain it. How could a human benefit so easily? She immediately felt extremely indignant. Master, save me. A cry came from the side, interrupting the conversation between the two demon saints. One of the demon kings could no longer endure the pain of the true intent of the martial way tormenting his body and opened his mouth to ask for help. He watched as Xue Li's actions caused the blood demon half-saint's originally painful expression to calm down. The demon saint master clearly had the ability to eliminate his pain. That strange power was wreaking havoc in his wounds, causing them to worsen without any signs of improvement. No matter how high his cultivation was or how strong his body was, it was useless. Xue Li walked in front of the demon king and patted his shoulder. The strength was very light, as if he was just comforting him. However, when this palm landed, the demon king immediately turned into a puddle of thick blood. The stench of blood instantly filled the hall. The remaining demon kings who were waiting to be treated were dumbfounded. They never thought that Xue Li would not only not save them, but also kill them. However, before they could understand what was going on, they all revealed expressions of pain. They all felt the blood in their bodies boil. The demon kings were shocked and cried out, "Master!" Xue Li was indifferent. He only looked at them coldly. He was the blood demon and a demon saint. He was a peak expert who could control blood. With a single thought, the blood in the demon king's bodies was under his control. Fu Yu watched coldly from the side. She had no intention of stopping him because she knew that Xue Li would not waste his energy on these demon kings. From what she saw just now, it would take a great deal of Xue Li's energy to expel the true intent of the martial way from a clansman's body. A half-saint was worth saving, but a demon king was not. The cries of pain gradually turned into screams. Then, a series of muffled sounds rang out. All of the injured demon kings exploded into a bloody mist. However, the bloody mist did not dissipate, nor did any blood spill out. Instead, it condensed into a giant ball of blood in front of Xue Li. If this was in the past, a blood ball like this would be a great supplement for Xue Li. However, now that he knew the true intent of the martial way was hidden within, why would Xue Li bother himself? With a wave of his hand, the blood ball flew out of the hall and landed somewhere unknown. "Where's Huobo?" Xue Li wiped his hands. His hands were slender and long, like a woman's hands. They were clean and untainted. It would have been fine if Huobo had not been mentioned, but when Huobo was mentioned, Fu Yu became very angry. She said with a murderous expression, "Who knows? He disappeared 3 days ago. He's probably hiding somewhere to heal. You can't do anything right." Xue Li was obviously angry at Huobo as well. The two of them had a grudge since many years ago and had always disliked each other. Now, his desire to kill Huobo was even more pitiful. He pondered for a moment and said, "Find him and have him kill Yang Kai." Fu Yu said, "It's not hard to find him, but it's probably not very possible to order him around." "You know his guts," Xue Li sneered. "I can't order him around, but can that person also not order him around?" A hint of fanaticism suddenly flashed through Fu Yu's eyes. She nodded slightly, "I understand. If that's the case, he won't dare to disobey. However, if he goes alone and is killed by those 2 old dragons, our advantage will be gone." The corner of Xue Li's mouth curled up. "It doesn't matter. Ken Yi is about to recover. Then I won't have to worry." Fu Yu pursed her lips into a charming smile. When the second war of the two realms had begun, Kenyi had used himself as a bridge to connect the two realms and forcefully open a passage between the two realms. He had lured the demon saint and the demon race's army into the star realm and had paid a great price. In the end, he had been heavily injured. He had been hiding in the dark to heal his wounds and had never shown himself. The star realm was already at a disadvantage in terms of top fighting strength. They were completely relying on the two great elders of the dragon race to support the situation. If Kenyi came out of seclusion, it would undoubtedly be one disaster after another for the star realm. Outside the universe. In the side room, Fu Yu's eyes widened. She, who was usually cold and stern, suddenly revealed such a shocked expression. It was hilarious. Towering giants. Zhu Yan also had a shocked expression. The two great elders of the dragon race had long lifespans. Although they had spent most of their time on Dragon Island and didn't care about worldly affairs, this race was a noble creature that had existed since the beginning of the world. In terms of the race's accumulation and background, no other race could compare to them. On Dragon Island, there were many ancient books that recorded secrets unknown to others. The two elders had flipped through them when they had nothing to do for so many years. Not to mention that they both possessed the dragon race's origin, carrying the memories and experiences of their ancestors. It could be said that in the entire star realm, even the great emperors were inferior to them in terms of experience. However, after hearing Yang Kai's words, they were still quite shocked. You really went outside the universe? Fu Yu asked anxiously. I can't guarantee it, but there's an extremely high possibility. Yang Kai recalled his previous experience and felt that there was no other reasonable explanation for the vast star field other than the universe. He had jumped out from the void crack in the demon territory. The demon territory was originally a universe, but after Yang Kai used the sealed world bead to devour it, this universe disappeared without a trace. Perhaps it was unintentionally connected to the outside world. What's outside the universe like? Fu Yu asked excitedly. Yang Kai scratched his head and didn't know how to describe it. Recalling everything he had seen, he sighed with emotion, vast and boundless, outside the cage. Fu Yu immediately revealed a yearning expression. The two of you also know about the outside world? Yang Kai looked at them and asked. From Fu Yu's words just now, he could tell that they knew there was always someone better than them. Fu Yu and Zhu Yan looked at each other. The former nodded and said, there were only a few words recorded in the ancient books of the dragon race. However, the description was very vague, so we didn't dare to be sure. Chapter 37-43. He had a cold for a few days, his head was dizzy, snot and tears flowed out together. When it was serious, he couldn't even open his eyes. It was rumored that the first generation of dragons came from outside the universe and left behind the flame of life of their race in this world. However, this kind of thing happened too long ago, so long ago that even Zhu Yan and Fu Sui couldn't confirm the truth. However, hearing Yang Kai's words at this moment, they had some confidence in the matter recorded in the ancestral records. What about that giant? Zhu Yan stroked the black dragon spear. Was this spear gifted by that giant? Exactly. Yang Kai nodded. Recalling that giant called Ada, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Now that he thought about it, he was still shocked by what he saw that day. His 100-zhang dragon body was already a huge monster, but in front of that charmingly naive Ada, he was as insignificant as an insect. He didn't know what kind of race it was to be able to give birth to such a huge body. Fortunately, Ada didn't have any evil intentions, otherwise Yang Kai wouldn't have returned alive. The two elders glanced at each other, they could see the shock in each other's eyes. Yang Kai raised his hand and grabbed the black dragon spear. The spear covered in dragon scales suddenly flashed with light. The dragon breath in the spear seemed like a sleeping dragon slowly waking up, causing the dragon race origin in Zhu Yan and Fu Sui's body to throb. Zhu Yan coughed lightly again. Great Elder's injury. Yang Kai looked at his abdomen, there was a faint trace of blood. Although it's nothing serious, it will take some time to recuperate. Zhu Yan waved his hand, indicating that his injury was nothing serious. Yang Kai said with a smile, maybe I can help the Great Elder recover as soon as possible, or even, let the two of you increase your strength. As soon as these words came out, both Zhu Yan and Fu Sui looked at him in astonishment. The two of them had cultivated for tens of thousands of years, and their strength had reached their current level. It was extremely difficult for them to make any further progress. The dragon race's strength did not depend on cultivation alone. Instead, it required them to stimulate the origin energy in their bodies. The more complete the fusion of the origin energy, the more powerful they would be. Ordinary dragon blood flower was already useless to them. Only the highest quality dragon blood flower could fuse with their origin a little. However, the highest quality dragon blood flower could only be found by chance. Even with the power of the Dragon Island, they could only cultivate a few dragon blood flowers in a few thousand years. Last time, all of them were swept away by Yang Kai. If he couldn't rely on the dragon blood flower, his bitter cultivation would be useless. He could only wait for time to settle down. Now that they suddenly heard Yang Kai say such words, their first reaction was disbelief, but when they thought of the 300-meter-long dragon body Yang Kai had revealed in Star Soul Palace 3 days ago, Zhu Yan and Fu Tan couldn't help but feel their hearts burn with passion. They still remembered that the last time they saw Yang Kai use the dragon transformation technique, his dragon body was only 300 meters long. It was inconceivable that he could grow to 300 meters in just a dozen years. Since Yang Kai could do it, they might be able to as well. They suddenly realized that Yang Kai had the origin energy of the golden divine dragon in his body. With the fusion of the origin energy, he would definitely be able to obtain the inheritance and memories of the dragon race's ancestors. Perhaps he had seen some profound secrets from it. How confident are you? Fu Tan suppressed the excitement in his heart, but his shining eyes revealed everything. That will depend on your endurance, Yang Kai smiled slightly. Zhu Yan chuckled and said, if there is really such a good thing, this old man will let you experience the endurance of the dragon race. He and Fu Tan were fighting against 3 demon saints. Although they could barely maintain the situation over the past few years, they had suffered many losses. There were many times when the husband and wife duo relied on their joint attack technique to make Xueli and the others hesitate to attack and temporarily avoid their attacks. If they could really increase their strength while healing, then they wouldn't have to endure this. When the time came, they might not necessarily be at a disadvantage when fighting 2 against 3. Even if they couldn't take back the initiative in this battle, they wouldn't be so passive at the very least. Alright, there is no time to lose. Let me prepare a little before we depart. Yang Kai put away the black dragon spear and stood up. Where are we going? Zhu Yan looked at him suspiciously. Dragon Island. At this critical juncture, Yang Kai and the 2 elders of the dragon race had to make a trip to Dragon Island, and a conservative estimate was that it would take at least a month. Such a confidential matter naturally couldn't be casually announced. No one could guarantee that there weren't any remnants of the demon sky path among the many armies in the star boundary. If the news was leaked, the demon saint would definitely take action when the 2 elders of the dragon race returned to Dragon Island. At that time, no one would be able to stop the attacks of Xueli and the others. From beginning to end, only Li Wui knew about this matter. It was announced to the public that Yang Kai and Great Elder Zhu Yan were in seclusion to heal their injuries. Fortunately, there was a space array, so they could come and go without a trace. After a simple handover, Yang Kai, Zhu Yan, and Fu Tan embarked on the road back to Dragon Island. A day later, the 3 of them entered the small world of Dragon Island and headed straight for Dragon Palace without stopping. At this moment, Zhu Yan and Fu Tan finally understood Yang Kai's plan. In the spacious and cold Dragon Hall, many huge dragons coiled around the pillars. In the darkness, many pairs of dragon eyes looked down. The figures of the huge dragons were faintly discernible, and they were filled with awe-inspiring dragon might. You want to borrow the power of the dragon soul? Zhu Yan turned to look at Yang Kai. Is there any other way besides this? Yang Kai didn't deny it. This secret technique was only recently comprehended. It wasn't taught by anyone, but it was comprehended from the golden divine dragon's origin power in his body. The origin power seemed to carry this secret technique, but Yang Kai hadn't fused with it enough before, so he couldn't pry into its mysteries. Now that he had cultivated in the ancient battlefield for dozens of years, his dragon form had grown to 100 feet long, and his fusion with the origin power was much stronger than before. The information contained in the origin power was no longer obscure. There were two forbidden areas on Dragon Island, one was Dragon Palace, the other was Dragon Tomb. The Dragon Tomb was the burial ground of the dragons. Basically, all the dragon race would be buried there after death. That was the tomb of the dragon race for countless years, burying the skeletons of many dragons. Only the great elders of the dragon race were an exception. The great elders were the strongest of the dragon race, shouldering the heavy responsibility of guarding and continuing the inheritance of the dragon race. After the great elders of each generation died, their dragon bodies would enter the dragon tomb, but their dragon souls would remain in Dragon Palace, silently guarding Dragon Island. In Dragon Palace, there were now more than a dozen heroic souls of the great elders of the dragon race. These dragon souls still retained their majestic appearance when they were alive, but their consciousness was no longer there, only a trace of instinct left. They could be considered dead. Even if they were dead, they were still the heroic souls of their ancestors, and couldn't be blasphemed. Yang Kai said, Star Boundary needs the two of you now. If the two of you can't protect yourselves, how can you protect Star Boundary? If something happens to Star Boundary, there will be no eggs left unscathed. Now, we have no choice but to do this. I believe that the spirits of the great elders in heaven will not blame us. Instead, they will be very gratified. Zhu Yan frowned, a hesitant look on his face. Although he knew that Yang Kai was right, it was inevitable that he would hesitate at this point. Instead, it was Fu Si who was more open-minded and advised via voice transmission. Little kid Yang is right. You're already injured now. If you don't hurry up and heal your injuries, then the situation we have to deal with will probably be even more difficult once those devil bastards are free. Xiao is still young. If there's no pure land in this world, then how will Xiao grow up? Having lived together for countless years, Fu Tin naturally understood Zhu Yan the most. With Yang Xiao, this great weapon of mass destruction, Zhu Yan finally let out a long sigh. Forget it, if the spirits of the ancestors in heaven blame us, this old man will take responsibility. Yang Kai smiled slightly, this is for the sake of the world, how can the seniors blame you? Moreover, this is also the wish of the seniors. Finished speaking, his expression turned solemn and a loud dragon roar sounded. Golden light flashed in the hall and the cold dragon hall was instantly filled with golden brilliance, adding a trace of warmth. With a cracking sound, Yang Kai transformed into 1,000 feet long giant dragon, exuding an unparalleled dragon might. Complex dragon language was spat out from his mouth, echoing in the hall, as if it had caused some kind of resonance. The dragon souls coiled around the surrounding pillars raised their heads and roared. Huge figures swooped down and coiled around Yang Kai, wriggling slowly under their feet. The two great elders were dumbfounded. Even though they knew that Yang Kai possessed the power of the golden divine dragon source, they were still shocked to see this scene. The dragon race was proud and claimed to be the leader of all creatures. When had they ever bowed their heads to other creatures? But now, the dragon souls of the great elders of the dragon race were like subjects prostrating at the feet of their king. The complex dragon language became even more hurried, like a violent storm. And as Yang Kai chanted, a strange sound came from the depths of the dragon hall. The two great elders of the dragon race revealed a shocked expression and turned their heads to look in that direction. What they saw was that in the deepest part of the dragon hall, there was a piece of ground slowly floating up. Zhu Yan couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Although the dragon hall was a forbidden area on Dragon Island, he had entered and exited here many times, but only today did he know that there was another mystery in the dragon hall. Something that even Zhu Yan didn't know. Needless to say, Fu Tin couldn't help but ask, "What is that?" Zhu Yan shook his head. Rumble, as the ground floated up, the entire dragon hall shook, as if it could collapse at any time. Finally, at a certain moment, the strange sound stopped, and the shaking dragon hall also stabilized. And in the vision of the two elders, there was something like a pool in the depths of the dragon hall. The pool seemed to be connected with the dragon hall. It was filled with an ancient and desolate aura. At a glance, it was obvious that it was an ancient object of the flowing time great emperor. Extremely complicated patterns were engraved on it. Zhu Yan and Fu Tin recognized at a glance that those complicated patterns were the dragon language, but with the two of them, they couldn't figure out the profound meaning contained in them. Do you think that the dragon souls of the great elders of the past were left here just to protect Dragon Island? Yang Kai's buzzing voice echoed in the hall. They were guarding against the decline of the dragon race. How many years of waiting, how many years of silence, just for today's rise. While speaking, Yang Kai pointed his hand and shouted, "Go." As soon as he said this, the many dragon souls coiling around him seemed to have received some kind of guidance. They raised their heads and roared, soared their bodies, and rushed towards the pool. The dragon souls plunged into the pool one after another, turning into specks of fluorescent light and disappearing. And in the originally empty pool, some thick amber liquid gradually appeared. Chapter 37-44. As expected, he had a fever and would probably need at least a week to fully recover. What a tragedy. The pool was not very large, only around 100 feet in radius at most. However, the dragon souls that were several hundred feet in length and even over 1,000 feet in length all disappeared into the pool, and the amount of viscous amber-colored liquid in the pool also gradually increased. When the last dragon soul that was hundreds of feet long entered the pool, the liquid in the pool was almost full. Dragon Transformation Pool. This is the Dragon Transformation Pool. Zhu Yan was so excited that his face turned red as he muttered in a low voice. Even his body was trembling slightly. The Dragon Transformation Pool of the dragon race was different from the Dragon Transformation Pool in the outside world. It was rumored in the outside world that there was a mystical place in this world that could allow strange beasts with dragon bloodlines to transform into dragons, allowing them to leap over the dragon gate. This so-called mystical place was called the Dragon Transformation Pool. However, in the ancestral records of the dragon race, the real Dragon Transformation Pool was not like that at all, but what he saw in front of him. Zhu Yan did not know what this pool hidden in the depths of the Dragon Palace was, but after seeing the dragon souls of the past great elders fusing into it and transforming into pure dragon marrow, how could he not remember? It was rumored that the dragon god had once created the Dragon Transformation Pool. As long as the Dragon Transformation Pool was not destroyed, the dragon race would not be extinguished. The importance of the Dragon Transformation Pool to the dragon race was self-evident. Zhu Yan did not understand what this sentence meant before, but now he finally understood. With this Dragon Transformation Pool, how could the dragon race be annihilated? Perhaps it would decline, but as long as there was enough accumulation, there would be a time for it to rise again. If we don't enter now, then when? Yang Kai turned to look at the two elders of the dragon race. Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi looked at each other and flew out together. In mid-air, dragon roars shook the sky. An azure dragon and an ice dragon revealed their true forms and rushed straight for the Dragon Transformation Pool. The two great elders both had 10th-order dragon veins, and their true forms were around 500 to 600 meters long. Although they were not as large as Yang Kai and the first-generation Dragon Clan elders' 1,000-meter-long dragon bodies, they were still behemoths. However, the pools seemed to have the effect of storing Mount Sumeru in a mustard seed. When the huge dragon entered it, it immediately disappeared. Soon after, a muffled groan came from the dragon transformation pool, as if it had suffered some great pain. Yang Kai strode towards the dragon transformation pond, and when he got close, he looked down and saw two giant dragons that had shrunk countless times in size swimming in the pond. Every time they wriggled, ripples would appear on the surface of the thick dragon marrow liquid, and dragon roars constantly rang out. Zhu Yan and Fu Zhen were obviously not having a good time. If one wanted to obtain more power, it was naturally impossible to do so without a price. Although the dragon marrow liquid in the dragon transformation pool was very magical, if one couldn't withstand the torture of washing one's muscles and marrow, how could one become stronger? Yang Kai sat cross-legged beside the dragon transformation pool and grinned at the two dragons in the pool. Both of you can enjoy it. That malicious smile made Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi couldn't help but shiver. Yang Kai made hand seals with his claws, and the complicated dragon language sounded again. Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi didn't have time to think too much. An even louder dragon roar came from the pool, and the two dragons continued to roll. Countless small wounds appeared on their sturdy bodies, and the dragon marrow liquid flowed into their bodies from the wounds, stimulating the origin power in their bodies. High Heaven Palace, on top of a spirit peak, a graceful figure stood on a stone platform, looking towards the south. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on her beautiful face, adding a trace of loneliness and sadness. As the wind blew, her black hair fluttered, and as she breathed in the slightly cold air, a chill ran down her spine. At Lan Sun's feet, a palm-sized little person pulled at her trousers and climbed up. It took a lot of effort for him to climb to her shoulder. Panting, he sat down on Lan Sun's shoulder and looked into the distance with her. "Am I useless?" Lan Sun suddenly asked, her eyes slightly red. Her father was dead, and the foundation he left behind was now gone. Her lofty dream of reviving the glory of Star Soul Palace had now become a fool's dream. With no direction in the future, she didn't know what to do. The little person couldn't speak, and after a while, Lan Sun shed tears. The little person was a little flustered, raising her two small hands to catch the tears that were bigger than her fists, her face flushed red with anxiety. Lan Sun suddenly raised her hand to wipe her eyes, took a deep breath, and calmed her tumbling emotions. Light footsteps came from behind her, and Xiao Chen's weak voice came, "Princess, you came here again." Lan Sun turned her back to him and whispered, "The scenery of High Heaven Palace is good." Xiao Chen came to her side, stood side by side with her, looked around for a while, and said with a smile, "It's still a little worse than the Divine Palace." As soon as he finished speaking, he realized that something was wrong and hurriedly said, "Princess, please forgive me, I didn't mean." Lan Sun smiled and waved her hand, "It doesn't matter, the demon race is huge, the outcome of this battle doesn't mean anything. The one who laughs last is the winner." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "It's good that Princess thinks so. We will take back the Divine Palace one day." "Yes, we will take it back." Lan Sun agreed casually. She didn't want to take it back, but now that Star Soul Palace had become a demon land, even if they took it back, what could they do? Without dispelling the demon intent in that land, who could survive there for a long time? Ah! The little one gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, as if cheering for Lan Sun. Lan Sun smiled and reached out to touch the little one's face. Fortunately, this little one had been with her these days, otherwise, she didn't know if she could have persevered. With her, there was hope for everything. Xiao Chen turned his head and stared at the little one. Even though he knew that she was just the universe pagoda spirit, he still felt that it was incredible. The little one seemed to be unable to bear the gaze of others. Being stared at by Xiao Chen like this, her face turned red and she was at a loss. Her little body twisted and turned into a mimosa plant, and then disappeared into Lan Sun's body. The afterglow of the setting sun sprinkled on the side of Lan Sun's face, and the thick melancholy almost covered her cheeks. Why did the little girl of the past have to shoulder the heavy responsibility that made most people feel despair? The carefree princess of the Southern Territory in the past had a determination on her pretty face that many people didn't have before. Many years ago, in Star Soul Palace, a little boy met a little girl for the first time. The boy said loudly, "Follow me from now on, I will protect you." The little girl giggled. "I will become stronger, I can really protect you." The little boy's expression was very serious. Xiao Chen felt a little distressed. He wanted to take her into his arms and shelter her from the wind and rain, so that she could put down the heavy burden on her shoulders. "The sun has set, I will go back first. Brother, you also go back early to rest, your injuries are not healed yet." Lan Sun smiled at Xiao Chen and turned to leave. The hand that Xiao Chen had just raised fell down sadly. Looking at the darkness that was gradually swallowing the light, he clenched his hands into fists. "I must become stronger, I must become stronger, only by becoming stronger can I share her burdens and solve her problems, so that I won't feel so powerless." Eastern Territory, savage desolate ancient land. The 3 Saint Venerables of the monster race commanded the 3 monster race legions. Most of the soldiers under them were monster race or had monster race blood. There were very few real humans. The stone mongoose race and wood spirit race that originally lived in the savage desolate ancient land were also under the command of Wan Feng and the others. In the many battles against the demon race, the stone mongoose race played a huge role. Each of the 9 stone mongoose race killed countless enemies, and the little wood spirits of the wood spirit race's healing ability was valued by Wan Feng and the others. Who knew how many soldiers were saved by them? Now, to the 3 Saint Venerables of the monster race, whether it was the stone mongoose race or the wood spirit race, they were all treasures, especially the wood spirit race. They would not allow them to be in danger, they were usually the priority targets of protection. Because of this, although the previous battles were tragic, the stone mongoose race and the wood spirit race did not suffer any casualties. At this moment, in Feng Luo Palace, Wan Feng, Fan Yi, and San Go were all present. A monster general was kneeling in front of the palace, saying something. When he finished, Wan Feng suddenly stood up and said in a deep voice, "Are you sure?" The monster general quickly said, reporting to Saint Venerable, "This subordinate definitely did not see wrong. This subordinate has been keeping an eye on the blood gate all these years. Previously, there was indeed some strange movement at the blood gate. Although it was not obvious, this subordinate dares to guarantee that it is true. Tell me in detail." The monster general did not dare to delay and quickly described what he saw. All these years, he had been ordered to guard the place where the blood door was located and monitor the movements. No one knew the situation there better than him. Since the blood door disappeared, it had been almost 30 years, and it had always been abnormally peaceful. Who would have thought that some time ago, there would suddenly be a strange power coming from the place where the blood door was located? He had sensed it and verified it several times. After confirming that it was not his illusion, he hurriedly came to report. However, this was all he knew. He did not know anything more. After listening, Wan Feng glanced at Fan Yi and saw that Fan Yi was also looking at her. Their eyes met and there was no need for communication. Fan Yi stood up and said, "Let's go take a look." In any case, any strange movement at the blood gate was a big deal for the monster race of the savage wild ancient land. Since ancient times, there had been a saying in the savage wild ancient land, "Enter the blood gate, obtain a new life, awaken your ancestral bloodline, and transform into a divine spirit." The blood gate was a sacred place for all the monster race of the savage wild ancient land. That was because there was a celestial execution palace there, and the celestial execution palace was sealed with the origin energy of countless ancient divine spirits. The monster race of the savage wild ancient land had more or less inherited the bloodlines of ancient divine spirits. These bloodlines were hidden in their flesh and blood and could not be awakened. However, if they could obtain the divine spirit source strength in the heavenly punishment palace, they could perfectly merge with it and become a divine spirit, restoring the glory of their ancestors. This saying had been passed down for countless generations, but no one had been able to enter the blood gate for so many years. That was until a few decades ago, when a little girl named Zhang Ruoxi entered the blood gate with a little stone mongoose. Since then, the blood gate had disappeared. Thinking back to that day, Zhang Ruoxi was clearly just an origin-returning realm cultivator and could not withstand a single blow from Wan Feng and the others. However, when Yang Kai was forced into a desperate situation, she suddenly erupted, awakening her bloodline and summoning the heavenly punishment sword to kill Shihua. She then reached out and took Shihua's source strength. A dignified divine spirit, one of the four great monster race holy masters in the savage wild ancient land, was powerless in front of her. Chapter 37:45. Even now, the Wan Feng and the others still shuddered when they thought about it. It was rumored that the power of heaven's punishment was extremely effective against divine spirits and was the natural enemy of all divine spirits. They were originally skeptical about this rumor, but after seeing Zhang Ruoxi take away the stone fire essence with her own eyes, how could they remain skeptical? Now that the situation in the star boundary was critical and the blood door was acting strangely, they really didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse for the monster race in the ancient wild land. Although Zhang Ruoxi and Yang Kai were very close in the past, so many years had passed and her bloodline had awakened. If she came out of the blood door now, no one could say for sure what kind of attitude she would have towards divine spirits. If she were to kill all the divine spirits in the world like she did in ancient times, the Wan Feng and the others would be the first to die. The three monster race saint seniors moved extremely quickly and arrived at the place where the blood door had disappeared in less than 2 hours after leaving Feng Luo Palace. Before they even got close, the Wan Feng frowned. Looking down from the sky, she saw countless monster beasts running through the jungle and mountains below, all of them gathering in one direction. Most of these monster beasts weren't very strong and hadn't gained sentience yet, so they would only follow their instincts after being affected. The direction they were heading towards was where the blood door was. It seemed that there was indeed some movement at the blood door, otherwise, why would these monster beasts act like this? When they arrived at the mountain where the blood door was located, they saw even more monster beasts gathered here, and many monster beasts were rushing over. Sure enough, there's movement. Songdog frowned and stared at the mountain peak. He vaguely felt that there was indeed a trace of energy escaping from the mountain peak. This trace of energy was insignificant, but it was enough to make the monster beasts gathered here fight for it. As a result, a bloody battle broke out, and the weaker monster beasts were killed one after another, dyeing the entire mountain peak red with blood. But it doesn't look like it will open for the time being. Fan Hua looked pensive. The blood door was still nowhere to be seen. Only beams of strange energy diffused from another space. It was a sign that the blood door was about to reopen. No one knew how long it would take for it to fully open. There will be a day when it opens, Wan Feng said worriedly. We have to inform Yang Kai. If there was anyone in this world who could restrain Zhang Ruoxi, it would be Yang Kai. Decades ago, Zhang Ruoxi had killed Shihua with her feeble strength and had been cultivating in the blood sect for many years. Who knew what kind of strength she would have when she came out? Wan Feng was also afraid that Zhang Ruoxi would kill her as soon as she came out. It would be best if Yang Kai could watch from the side when Zhang Ruoxi came out. Then send someone to the High Heaven Palace. Fan Wu nodded. I heard that the demon race attacked Star Soul Palace more than half a month ago. On the day of the battle, he returned from demon territory. Now that there was a space array that connected the 4 territories, it was convenient to exchange information between them. There was no reason for the Eastern Territory to be unaware of what had happened more than 10 days ago. The Wan Feng shook her head and said, this matter is of great importance. I will go there personally. No matter what, I must have him come here to oversee this place. Fan Wu pondered for a moment before agreeing, all right. Wan Feng immediately set off and rushed to the High Heaven Palace. She couldn't help regretting that she had destroyed Phoenix Net Palace's space array. Now, if she wanted to go anywhere else, she would have to go to the Stone Mongoose clan's former residence. Only there was a space array that could cross territory arranged by Yang Kai later. By the time Wan Feng arrived at the High Heaven Palace, half a day had passed. Seeing Hua Qingxi, she explained the purpose of her visit and learned that Yang Kai was in seclusion to heal and couldn't be disturbed. After staying in the High Heaven Palace for more than 10 days, she still couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai. In desperation, she could only ask Hua Qingxi to pass on a message to him to immediately go to the ancient wild lands after he came out. Hua Qingxi naturally agreed. In the depths of the Dragon Palace, in the Dragon Transformation Pool, the roars of the Azure Dragon and the Ice Dragon never stopped for a moment. Even the two elders of the dragon race had completely lost their voice after a month of pain. There was still half a foot of dragon marrow liquid left in the Dragon Transformation Pool. In the Dragon Palace, Yang Kai had been chanting the dragon language until now. The complex patterns engraved around the Dragon Transformation Pool were constantly flashing and releasing a strange power, helping Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi absorb the dragon marrow liquid. The time it took to consume the dragon marrow liquid was much later than expected. Until 1.5 months later, Yang Kai suddenly stopped chanting, a trace of deep exhaustion appearing on his face. The dragon form that he had maintained for so long also dissipated at this moment, and he once again returned to his human form. In the Dragon Transformation Pool, there was no sound. Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi seemed to have died, even their auras were extremely weak. At a certain moment, a resounding dragon roar suddenly sounded, and the weak auras of the two elders of the dragon race suddenly soared. Two rays of light, one azure and one white, shot out from the Dragon Transformation Pool. Once free, the Azure Dragon's body suddenly expanded, and its body that was originally about 600 feet suddenly turned into a giant of 100 feet. Although the White Dragon's body was smaller, the difference was not by much. Dragon pressure filled the Dragon Palace, and the two huge dragon heads entangled with each other. The dragon roar was filled with joy and excitement. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked over, then threw a recovery spirit pill into his mouth and smiled. The two dragons seemed to have felt his gaze and rushed over, and when they got close, they both turned into their human forms and revealed their true appearances. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, "Congratulations to the two of you." He then looked at Zhu Yan and said, "Great Elder has become much younger." Although Zhu Yan was not considered an old man, his appearance was almost equivalent to an ordinary person about 50 to 60 years old. However, after 1.5 months in the Dragon Transformation Pool, Zhu Yan's current appearance was only about 30 to 40 years old. He was in the prime of his life, and his original white hair had turned black. Fu Tianyi's change was not very big, but he was obviously a few years younger. The two elders looked at each other, and actually half knelt on the ground, and said respectfully, "Greetings to Dragon God Master." "Many thanks to Dragon God Master." To be able to open the Dragon Transformation Pool and make the heroic souls of the past elders willingly enter the pool to transform into dragon marrow liquid, such means could only be done by the legendary Dragon God, and the Dragon Transformation Pool was created by the Dragon God himself. The power of the Golden Divine Dragon was also the power of the Dragon God. According to legend, he was the one who continued the bloodline of the dragon race. Without him, there would be no dragon race in this world. Because of this, he was also called the ancestral dragon by the dragon race. It was absolutely impossible for the proud dragon race to lower their heads to a human. In the past, because of Fu Xian, the martial beast had a falling out with the dragon race, but the dragon race had never backed down. However, the current Yang Kai was no longer a simple human to the dragon race, but the inheritor of the dragon god's power. Even the two elders of the dragon race did not dare to be disrespectful. Glancing at them, Yang Kai raised his hand and said with a smile, "There is no need for the two of you to be like this. This is the legacy of the past elders of the dragon race, and it is appropriate for you to use it now. I am not the dragon god, I was just lucky enough to obtain the power of the dragon god." With the stimulation of the golden divine dragon's power of origin in his body, the many messages contained in the dragon god's power of origin gradually awakened, so Yang Kai was not too surprised by Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu's attitude at this moment. He chuckled, "What's more, I am Shao Er's adoptive father, and you are Shao Er's biological parents, so you are not outsiders." Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu stood up and looked at each other. Zhu Yan smiled and said, "That's true." In their hearts, they were relieved. Facing the inheritor of the dragon god, they did not dare to be disrespectful, but Yang Kai had not grown up yet. If they were asked to always be respectful to Yang Kai in the future, they would not be able to bear it. But now, it was for the best. This matter is over, but we don't know what will happen in the outside world. Don't delay, let's go out quickly. Yang Kai stood up and walked out. Although he was still weak, he had taken a spirit pill and was quickly recovering. Zhu Yan and Fu Xiu followed. After hesitating for a moment, Zhu Yan said, "Since you already know that it is the dragon god's power of origin, then the other one, Su Yan." Yang Kai paused and turned back with a smile, "When we go back this time, I will help her awaken the Phoenix ancestor's power of origin. It really is her." Fu Xiu revealed a look of understanding. He had suspected it before, but after all, he was not sure. Now that he heard it from Yang Kai, he knew that his guess was right. "How much do you know about the dragon god and the Phoenix ancestor?" Yang Kai asked. Although the golden divine dragon source in his body had been greatly awakened, allowing him to learn many things that he did not know before, he still knew nothing about the origins of the dragon god and the Phoenix ancestor. What puzzled him even more was how these two died back then, and in a low-level world like the central capital. Yang Kai and Su Yan's dragon and Phoenix inheritances were first obtained in that world, and then they were completed in Tongxian Realm's Dragon Valley and Phoenix Nest. Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "We don't know about this, there is no record of it in the ancestral records." Yang Kai nodded and said, "It doesn't matter, there will be a day when we figure it out." The Phoenix ancestor's power in his body had not been fully awakened yet, and when it was, everything should be clear. Right now, what he had to deal with was the demon race. After leaving Dragon Island, Yang Kai parted ways with Zhu Yan and Fu Tin. The two dragon race elders had been suppressed by the demon saint for years, so they had been suppressing their anger for a long time with nowhere to vent. Now that they had Yang Kai's help, their strength had greatly increased, so they naturally wanted to take revenge and test their own strength. A battle of this level was not something that Yang Kai could intervene in. After congratulating them on their victory, Yang Kai stepped into the space array. After Yang Kai left, the two dragon race elders turned to look in a certain direction before transforming into their dragon forms and flying off. They were not afraid that they would not be able to find Xueli and the others. Now that the 10 great demon caves were guarded by the demon towers, they were connected to each other. As long as they caused a ruckus in any of the demon caves, Xueli and the others would naturally come. Xueli probably would not have thought that Zhu Yan would recover from his injuries in such a short time. On the other hand, Huobu, who had suffered a blow from Fu Tin more than a month ago, was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate at this moment. 2 against 2, and after their strength had greatly increased, Zhu Yan and Fu Tin secretly decided to give Xueli and Fu Yu a big surprise. Chapter 37-46. After returning to the High Heaven Palace through the space array, Huaqing Si came to report the matter of the ancient wildlands. Yang Kai was shocked and immediately set off for the Eastern Territory. The current situation in the star boundary was not very good. Although the two great elders of the dragon race had greatly increased their strength after being purified by the dragon transformation pool, overall, the entire star boundary was still in a precarious situation. If there was one more master at this time, the situation might be very different. Yang Kai could not estimate how strong Zhang Ruoxi was now, but she had awakened the Tianxing bloodline and had been in seclusion for so many years. If she really came out, her strength would definitely not be too weak. What's more, she had brought Xiao Xiao in. The Stone Mongoose clan was also the descendant of an ancient divine spirit, and that divine spirit was a famous existence. Yang Kai was looking forward to the changes in Xiao Xiao and Zhang Ruoxi. When he arrived, he met with Luan Feng and the others. After asking a little, he found out that there was only a slight anomaly here and the blood door had not really appeared. Yang Kai could somewhat understand the feelings of Luan Feng and the others. After all, in ancient times, Tianxing had beheaded many divine spirits. Even after so many years, the supreme deterrence still existed. The fear and dread that originated from the bloodline still existed. They were more or less on guard against the descendant of Tianxing who was about to come out. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Luan Feng and the others were a little relieved. No matter what, he had to stay here and not leave before Zhang Ruoxi came out. Fortunately, Yang Kai had nothing to do now. The GZ army was handed over to Hyoji, and the High Heaven Palace was managed by Hua Qingxi. The battle with the demon race would not be resolved in a short time, so he agreed. He also wanted to welcome Zhang Ruoxi when she came out of seclusion. Come to think of it, several decades had passed in the blink of an eye. The little girl that he had brought out of the Zhang family had now become an existence that even the holy spirits were very concerned about. His ears still seemed to be ringing with the crisp sound of her greeting, as well as the warmth of her red lips just before they parted. He sent a message to the High Heaven Palace, informing Hua Qingxi that he would be staying in the savage desolate ancient land for a period of time. If there was anything important, she should inform him immediately. One day later, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on a mountain peak a dozen li away from the blood door, facing it. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard as light footsteps landed on the ground. A familiar fragrance wafted into his nose. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at the woman who had landed beside him. Her expression was cold, and she was dressed in a pure white dress. She was like a lotus flower, untainted by dust. He smiled and said, "Senior sister." Su Yan gazed towards a spot a dozen kilometers away. Is that the blood door? Yang Kai nodded and said, but there's only a trace of it now. It hasn't completely opened yet, and I don't know when it will open. There are so many monster beasts. Were they attracted by that aura? Su Yan looked at the monster beasts that covered the mountains and plains. Yang Kai smiled and said, the monster beasts in the savage desolate ancient land are basically descendants of ancient exotic beasts. Although they haven't awakened their sentience, their instincts tell them that there is something over there that can make them stronger. Su Yan nodded and pursed her lips into a smile. Is that girl named Zhang Ruoxi inside? I heard that she is a descendant of Tianxing. Su Yan didn't know much about Zhang Ruoxi and had never seen her before. She had only heard Yang Kai mention her once. Yes. Yang Kai sighed, recalling the scene when Zhang Ruoxi killed Shihua. Who would have thought that such a delicate girl would have such a powerful bloodline hidden in her body? Su Yan turned her head and looked at him. I also heard that Tianxing is the nemesis of all divine spirits. In ancient times, it killed all the divine spirits in the world. I also have a divine spirit essence in my body. If she comes out of seclusion, will she kill me? Yang Kai laughed and said, how could that be? Ancient times are ancient times, and now is the present. Although that girl has Tianxing's bloodline, she is a different person from the Tianxing of that era. Just like how he inherited the dragon god's essence, he was still Yang Kai. Who knows? Su Yan didn't comment. Maybe she will see me with you and kill me in a fit of anger. Yang Kai looked at her in amazement and said in disbelief, "Senior sister, are you jealous?" Su Yan's white face blushed as she tilted her head and said, "Of course not, don't talk nonsense." Yang Kai grinned silently and reached out to take Su Yan's little hand, pulling her into his arms as she cried out in surprise. Su Yan's face turned even redder and she twisted her body slightly, "Don't mess around, oh." Before she could finish speaking, her mouth was covered. In an instant, her beautiful eyes widened and her strength to resist gradually disappeared. She sighed in her heart and slowly closed her eyes. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't go too far and soon let go of her and gently hugged her. This rare tenderness and tranquility made Su Yan completely relax. She rested her head on Yang Kai's chest and listened to his strong heartbeat, curling up like a kitten. There were no words, no passionate movements, just a peaceful embrace, but at this moment, she had the whole world. After a while, Su Yan opened her eyes and said with a look of nostalgia, "I should go back and cultivate." She had received a message from Yang Kai and rushed here. She didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, but now it seemed that Yang Kai didn't want to do anything to her. Although she was reluctant to part with him, in this chaotic world, this moment of tenderness was already a great gift. How could she dare ask for more? Yang Kai sighed and said, "You don't have to work so hard, I'll take care of everything." Over the years, the women around him had all been desperately cultivating in order to catch up with his pace. They didn't say anything, but how could Yang Kai not see it? This was especially true for Su Yan, as Yang Kai's first woman, she had put in more effort than anyone else. Su Yan quietly leaned on Yang Kai's shoulder and said softly, "Your pace is too fast, the sisters can't share your burdens, but at least they won't be a burden to you." Yang Kai wanted to say something more, but Su Yan raised a finger and blocked his mouth. "This is what everyone wants, you can't stop it, and, we're all cultivators, how can we not cultivate properly?" Yang Kai grabbed her finger and sighed slightly, "All right, but you have to keep an eye on them, don't let them be too impatient. On the road of the martial Tao, haste makes waste, it's not good to leave behind any hidden dangers." "I know. You too." Su Yan got up, "I really have to go." Yang Kai just held her hand and looked at her with a smile. Those tender and sweet eyes almost made Su Yan melt. Struggling in the depths of her heart, she almost begged, "Let me go, if you feel lonely, I can ask them to accompany you." After saying this, she smiled again, "But I don't think they will." Shanqing Luo and the others had all gone into retreat. At this time, no one would come. A short separation, only for a long time in the future. Women had always been greedy. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled mischievously, "For this matter, it's useless for them to come." Su Yan was a little flustered, looking left and right, a difficult expression appearing on her face. "What do you want?" Although there was no one here, there were monster beasts everywhere. Perhaps one day, some of these monster beasts would gain sentience and take human form. At that time they would recall what they saw today. In the bedroom, she could open her heart and mind to cooperate and let Yang Kai do whatever he wanted, but in here, she absolutely couldn't. She couldn't understand why this man was entangled with her today. It was a little troublesome, but more than that, it was sweet. Yang Kai smiled mischievously, "Senior sister, you misunderstood, I called you here today for an important matter." Su Yan frowned, looking at him with a face full of distrust. Yang Kai pulled her over and sat her down in front of him, whispering softly, "Guard your mind, clear your mind, no matter what happens in your heart." For Su Yan, who cultivated an ice attribute secret art, this kind of thing was no more difficult than eating or drinking. Almost instinctively, she formed a seal and quickly entered an ethereal state. "No matter what happens, don't be too surprised," Yang Kai said as he raised a finger and touched Su Yan's forehead. His movements were slow and gentle, and it looked like he was caressing her. However, when he touched her, a resounding dragon roar resounded between the heavens and earth as a golden dragon rushed out from Yang Kai's body and poured into Su Yan's body. In an instant, Su Yan's beautiful eyes widened and her body seemed to be struck by lightning, her pupils dilating rapidly as the whole world turned upside down. With a crash, the sound of wings unfurling rang out. Behind Su Yan, a beautiful and flawless ice phoenix, whose entire body seemed to be cast from white jade, suddenly appeared and let out a shrill cry. This cry was clear and resonant, piercing through the clouds and resounding throughout the world. Inside Feng Luo Palace, the Wan Feng was rubbing her head, a look of unease on her face. Fan Ku and Song Gu were also present. Although they had called Yang Kai over, the three saint seniors of the monster race were still a little worried and were currently discussing what to do if the descendant of Tian Xing was born and refused to acknowledge him. However, before they could reach a conclusion, the clear and melodious phoenix cry reached their ears. The Wan Feng suddenly stood up and looked around in surprise, feeling the source strength in her body begin to stir uncontrollably. What happened? Fan Ku's expression also changed upon seeing this and asked nervously. Something that could make the Wan Feng act like this was definitely not a trivial matter. His heart clenched as he asked in amazement, Tian Xing has appeared. If Tian Xing had appeared, why hadn't he sensed it? Song Gu's face was a little pale as his mouth twitched. Don't scare me, didn't you hear it? The Wan Feng looked at the two in amazement. Hear what? A phoenix cry. Fan Ku and Song Gu breathed a sigh of relief before exchanging a glance with each other and shaking their heads. What phoenix cry? Clearly. The Wan Feng frowned. Halfway through her sentence, she suddenly realized that the phoenix cry earlier was not heard by her ears, but rather, it came from her own body. It was the sound of her origin in her soul. Chapter 37-47. That was the resonance of the source strength, so how could Fan Hua and Song Dog hear it? What happened? Fan Hua looked at the Wan Feng with a dignified expression. The latter didn't answer and instead flashed out of the hall and fixed her gaze in a certain direction. A trace of excitement involuntarily flashed in her beautiful eyes. In the Eastern Territory, on Spirit Beast Island, Jiu Feng, wearing a fiery red dress, was meditating. Last time, in the Southern Territory Star Soul Palace battle, she was injured by a half-saint of the demon race. Although the injury wasn't serious, it couldn't be ignored. Fortunately, she was a holy spirit and had a strong physique, so it wasn't difficult for her to recover. When the clear phoenix cry resounded in the depths of her soul, Jiu Feng opened her eyes and glanced in the direction of the Eastern Territory's savage desolate ancient place, tilting her head and revealing a suspicious expression. In the Northern Territory, in the High Heaven Palace, in the Earth's pit several 100,000 feet below the ground, magma tumbled as huge bubbles floated up and burst, making popping sounds. A beautiful fire phoenix was swallowing the power of earth fire in this magma, stimulating its own phoenix true fire and developing the source strength of the phoenix clan in its body. Suddenly, the huge fire phoenix's figure twisted and transformed into a small person standing above the magma. Lu Yen listened carefully and her delicate brows quickly furrowed. When the phoenix cry resounded in the eastern region's barbaric desolation ancient lands, all existences with the phoenix clan's bloodline in the entire star boundary resonated with it. The purer the bloodline, the deeper the feeling. The origin energy within their body actually fluctuated with a kind of jubilant aura, causing people to be puzzled as they didn't know what was going on. In the savage desolate ancient place, the Wan Feng galloped forward, followed by the confused Fan Hua and Song Dog. When the Wan Feng flew near the blood door, it immediately saw a strange scene. On a mountain peak more than 10 kilometers away from the blood door, a huge phantom was suspended in the air. Its entire body was pure white and flawless, as if it was carved from jade. Outside the illusory figure, birds of various sizes circled around the mountain, constantly flying. These birds were all demonic beasts from the savage desolate ancient land. There were big ones and small ones. The big ones were as big as houses, and the small ones were as small as sparrows. Many of them were natural enemies, but at this moment, they were coexisting in harmony. There were also countless birds gathering from all parts of the savage desolate ancient place. Not long after, the periphery of the mountain was surrounded by tens of thousands of birds, surrounding the huge phoenix figure like stars surrounding the moon. All kinds of strange cries could be heard, but within those cries, there was not the slightest hint of panic. Instead, there was a sense of joy. This is. Fan Hua looked at it in astonishment. 100 birds worshipping the phoenix. The Luan Fang's white face inexplicably flushed with excitement. If the dragon race claimed to be the leader of all creatures, then the Phoenix clan was recognized as the leader of all birds. Although she, the Luan Feng, also had the bloodline of the Phoenix clan and was extremely powerful, enough to make all the monster clans in the savage desolate ancient place submit to her, she absolutely couldn't make so many monster beasts, who hadn't even developed intelligence, surround her and worship her. Somehow, she felt that something big was about to happen in the Phoenix clan today, something big enough to attract the attention of the entire Phoenix clan. Dots of light suddenly flickered like fireflies, and multicolored fluorescent lights appeared out of nowhere, filling everyone's vision. These multicolored lights were formed by the purest world energy. The dazzling colors illuminated the entire savage desolate ancient place, making it look like a divine realm. The fluorescent lights danced and gathered towards the phoenix in the sky. Gradually, the pure white figure was covered in a layer of seven-colored light. At first, this seven-colored light was not obvious, but as the fluorescent lights continued to fill the phoenix, the seven-colored light became more and more intense. The Luan Feng stared blankly at all of this and muttered, "When the world's first phoenix was born, the seven-colored divine light enveloped the world. What?" Tsang Dog didn't hear clearly and turned to look at her. The Luan Feng slowly shook her head, showing no intention of explaining, but her pair of beautiful eyes flashed with fanaticism, causing Tsang Dog to be surprised. The seven-colored divine light became more and more dazzling, and even the Luan Feng and the others couldn't help narrowing their eyes. As the world energy gathered, the pure white phoenix in the sky gradually transformed into a seven-colored divine phoenix. The surrounding birds flew faster and faster, and their cries became louder and louder. As time passed, Yang Kai maintained his posture with his finger on Su Yan's forehead, not moving at all. The power of the golden divine dragon source in his body had been pushed to its limit, and Su Yan's pretty face, who was sitting in front of him, also wore a variety of expressions. The seven-colored divine phoenix wings behind her spread out lightly, giving her a noble and elegant appearance. It seemed that the only thing left in the world was the seven-colored light, and in front of such a beautiful existence, everything couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. After an unknown amount of time, a resounding dragon roar and a clear phoenix cry rang out, and the birds that had gathered around the mountain suddenly scattered in an orderly manner. Atop the mountain, two huge figures shot up into the sky, one a golden dragon and the other a seven-colored divine phoenix. The dragon and phoenix entwined with each other, their auras intertwining as they shot up into the sky, instantly tearing a hole in the clouds. At first glance, it seemed as if even the sky had been broken. Thunder rumbled as rain began to fall from the sky. These drops of rain were filled with the pure world energy of heaven and earth, and as they fell, all the plants in the ancient wild ancient lands were covered in a layer of vitality visible to the naked eye. Tsang Gu reached out and caught a few drops of rain and sucked them into his mouth, raising his brow as he muttered, "It's sweet." Amidst the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, within the clouds, two huge figures were faintly discernible, as if they were playing, but no one dared to look directly at them. Kacha, as the lightning fell, the two huge figures swooped down, and the majestic pressure that descended from the sky caused even Fan Ku and the others to pale. The two huge figures landed on the mountain peak more than a dozen kilometers away from the blood-red door and disappeared in an instant. Yang Kai and Su Yan opened their eyes at the same time and exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words. Su Yan smiled. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little dazed. She was originally a woman of the heavens and earth, and now that she had awakened Ancestor Phoenix's source, she was giving off an awe-inspiring and inviolable air of nobility. Any ordinary person who laid eyes on her would feel like they were blaspheming her. "Lord husband," Su Yan called out softly. "Digest it well." Yang Kai patted the back of her hand. "I'll stand guard for you." Su Yan nodded, closed her beautiful eyes, and immersed herself. The Phoenix Ancestor's source in her body was extraordinary, on the same level as Yang Kai's golden divine dragon source, but because their cultivation was not high enough, they had not been able to stimulate too much of it. Yang Kai had cultivated diligently in the ancient battlefield for dozens of years and had greatly developed the dragon race source. Now that he was using his own source to stimulate Su Yan's Phoenix Ancestor's source, he could naturally help her. Whether it was the Dragon God source or Phoenix Ancestor's source, the many secret techniques and cultivation methods contained within them were extremely precious treasures. Only when the source was stimulated to a certain extent would these things gradually become known to the two of them. The growth of most divine spirits was like this, requiring the accumulation of time. Therefore, for divine spirits, as long as their source was not destroyed, their inheritance would never be severed. Compared to other races, although divine spirits were few in number, they had a great advantage in this regard. Not far away, Wan Feng looked around, seemingly having many questions to ask, but hesitating and not daring to step forward. Yang Kai got up and took a step forward, arriving beside Wan Feng. "Yang Kai, the source in Su Yan's body, yes." Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai gave an affirmative answer. Wan Feng was startled for a moment before immediately showing a smile. Sure enough. When she saw the seven-colored divine phoenix, she had some speculations in her heart, but she wasn't certain. Having said that, Su Yan had the source of the Phoenix clan in her body, something she had known for a long time. She had even felt it when she first met Su Yan, and at that time, she had faintly felt that Su Yan was very close to her, giving her an impulse to approach her. At that time, she didn't understand what was going on, but now she suddenly understood. This was the source of the Phoenix Ancestor, and she also had the bloodline of the Phoenix clan in her body, so how could she not feel it when they were close? Wan Feng also remembered that the little girl named Lu Yen seemed to be very obedient in front of Su Yan. Logically speaking, Lu Yen was almost equivalent to a divine spirit, and her strength was even higher than Su Yan's. The Phoenix clan was proud and arrogant, so there was no reason for them to be so obedient. Wan Feng had previously thought that Lu Yen had only behaved like that because of Yang Kai's face. But now it seemed that Lu Yen had the same feeling as her, and couldn't help but want to get close to the person with the source of the Phoenix clan. Wan Feng never expected that the source of the Phoenix clan would awaken under such circumstances. As a result, there was hope for the revival of the Phoenix clan. In ancient times, dragons and phoenixes were revered, but until today, the dragon race still occupied Dragon Island and had their own gathering place. On the other hand, the Phoenix clan had withered and was divided into different groups, far less prosperous and united than the dragon race. Even though the dragon race on Dragon Island was few in number, there were at least a dozen dragons, but looking at the entire star boundary, only she and Jiu Feng of Spirit Beast Island had purer bloodlines. Later, Lu Yen was added, so they couldn't compare to the dragon race at all. But now it was different. The person who had awakened the source of the Phoenix Ancestor would definitely shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving the Phoenix clan. But before that, they still had to solve the hidden danger of the demon race. If even the entire star boundary was occupied by the demon race, then there was no need to talk about reviving the Phoenix clan. It would be lucky if they weren't exterminated. Wan Feng's beautiful eyes turned cold as she clenched her fists and stared in Su Yan's direction. She secretly made up her mind to protect her no matter what. Even if the star boundary was destroyed, even if she died, as long as she was still alive, there was hope for the future of the Phoenix clan. She believed that the one on Spirit Beast Island would have the same thoughts as her. Chapter 37-48. In the wild desolate ancient land, there was a slight change in the blood door and the awakening of the progenitor phoenix's origin power in Su Yan's body. In this chaotic world, there was bound to be a sign of great prosperity. As the saying goes, a hero's true colors are revealed in the turbulence of the sea. The blood door was related to Yang Kai, the awakening of Su Yan's progenitor phoenix bloodline was related to Yang Kai, and the explosive increase in the strength of the two great elders of the dragon race was also related to Yang Kai, just as Su Yan was concentrating on digesting the information contained in the progenitor phoenix's origin power. A shocking battle broke out in the Southern Territory. The fall of Star Soul Palace meant that the entire Southern Territory had been lost. This was no less than a humiliation to any cultivator of the Star Boundary. The two great elders of the dragon race felt it especially deeply. Therefore, as soon as they left Dragon Island, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui went straight to Star Soul Palace. When Xueli and Fu Yu saw these two uninvited guests, they thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. It had been a few years since the second war between the two realms broke out, and it had always been the demon race that held the initiative. The demon saint could fight and leave whenever they wanted, while the Star Boundary could only passively endure, unable to seize the slightest initiative. For the past few years, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui had been led around by the nose by Xueli and the others. When had they ever taken the initiative to attack? Therefore, when the two great elders of the dragon race arrived at Star Soul Palace, Xueli and Fu Yu did not receive any news at all. They thought that Zhu Yan was recuperating. Without any nonsense or greetings, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui immediately attacked. When the two giant dragons that were hundreds of meters long appeared, Xueli felt his scalp go numb. He and Fu Yu both realized that they were in big trouble this time. After an earth-shattering battle, the two great elders of the dragon race, whose strength had skyrocketed, could finally hold their heads high. For the first time, they beat the two demon saint into a pulp. The aftermath of the battle swept through the demon race's camp, causing the demon race to suffer countless casualties. Xueli couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. It hadn't even been 2 months, yet the bodies of these two old dragons had changed so much that their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Coupled with the couple's joint attack technique, the two demon saint were suppressed to the point that they could not raise their heads. Fu Yu had no choice but to send an urgent message to Huobo. After the last battle at Star Soul Palace, Huobo escaped after being injured and hid in the dark to heal himself, but it only took Fu Yu half a month to find him. She had planned to wait for him to recover a little before letting him find an opportunity to kill Yang Kai, but now, how could she care about Yang Kai? The two old dragons of Dragon Island needed to be dealt with urgently. Even though Huobo was unwilling, he had no choice but to come to their aid. He also knew that if anything happened to Xueli and Fu Yu, he would not have any good days ahead of him. With the combined strength of the three great demon saints, they were finally able to contain the ferocious momentum of the two elders of the dragon race. With the help of many half-saints, the battle lasted for a full 10 days before it finally came to an end. The two dragons retreated, but Xueli's scarlet eyes turned even redder as he looked at the messy demon race's camp. Xueli had only rested for a few days when he received a message from the Eastern Territory that the two great elders of the dragon race had appeared in a certain devil's den. Not daring to delay, he immediately went to stop them with Fu Yu and Huobo, but even with the connection of the demon pagoda, they were still a bit late. In the Eastern Territory's devil's den, 2 half-saint died because of this. In the following month, the two great elders of the dragon race traveled all over the 4 territory of the Star Boundary. They arrived at one devil's den after another without warning, slaughtering the powerhouses of the demon race without any fear. Xueli, Fu Yu, and Huobo came to their aid several times, but they were still unable to save the huge losses. The current situation was instantly reversed because of the sudden increase in the strength of the two great elders of the dragon race. The Star Boundary completely controlled the initiative. When the news spread, the 55 armies were all excited. But a demon saint was a demon saint, so how could it be led by the nose by the two great elders of the dragon race? 10 days ago, when Zhu Yan and Fu Sui came to a large devil's den in the Western Territory to slaughter the demon race, there were no traces of the three demon saint coming to their aid. This made Zhu Yan and Fu Sui feel uneasy. The news quickly spread through the space spirit bead. When the two great elders of the dragon race made their move, the three demon saint actually went straight to the place where the armies of the star boundary were gathered. They had the attitude of, if you kill my clansmen, I'll slaughter your army. Zhu Yan and Fu Sui were shocked and immediately went to their aid. But in the end, they were still a step too late. When the two dragons arrived at the scene, they saw that the barracks of the astral world army were filled with whales. The two legion commanders had also died in battle, and the three great devil saints of the demon race had long disappeared. Looking at the hellish scene, both Zhu Yan and Fu Sui had gloomy expressions. The demon saint could ignore the casualties of the demon race army, but they could not ignore the safety of the star boundary army. The actions of the three demon saint were undoubtedly telling them that they could kill, and so could they. It was just a matter of who gave up first. After this battle, Zhu Yan and Fu Sui did not dare to act rashly. Once the news of them appearing somewhere spread, Xue Li and the others would definitely take action. If they hid in the dark, Xue Li and the others would still be wary and not dare to act rashly. A short period of peace passed by in the blink of an eye. In the southern region Star Soul Palace, Xue Li's expression suddenly changed as he sat cross-legged in a secret chamber. He opened his eyes and tilted his head to listen to something. His expression was extremely focused, and there was even a faint trace of respect in his scarlet eyes. A moment later, Xue Li grinned sinisterly. His figure flashed, and he turned into a bloody light and rushed out, arriving beside Fu Yu in a flash. Is something the matter? Fu Yu looked at him. Xue Li chuckled, it has begun. Fu Yu was startled for a moment, then became overjoyed, it has finally begun. The two stood side by side on a mountain peak and looked at the vast world of the star boundary. Xue Li slowly stretched out a hand and grabbed towards the sky, as if he was holding the entire world in his fist. He laughed softly, they're finished. Fu Yu, who had been tense all this while, finally relaxed a little. She reached out to stroke her hair behind her ear and said with a smile, that's right, they're about to be finished. It's a pity that they don't even know it. Eastern Territory, wild desolate ancient land. Yang Kai, who had been guarding beside Su Yan, suddenly opened his eyes. His brow furrowed as he turned his head and looked around. For some reason, he suddenly felt his heart palpitate at that moment, as if something extremely terrifying was about to happen. This feeling came out of nowhere and without any warning. Yang Kai's first reaction was that a strong enemy was hiding nearby and wanted to harm him. However, when he scanned with his divine sense, he found nothing. With his current divine sense cultivation, even if a demon saint was hiding nearby, it was impossible for him to not find any trace of it. If the demon saint was like this, then there was no need to mention anyone else. Since he did not find anything, it meant that there were no enemies nearby. But what was with this palpitating feeling in his heart? In just a few dozen breaths, not only did this feeling of palpitating not weaken, it became even more intense. Even his chest felt like it was being pressed down by a mountain, making it difficult for him to breathe. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He felt more and more that something was about to happen, but he could not find the source of it at all. Just as he was about to carefully investigate again, a loud buzzing sound suddenly rang out in his mind. The sound was extremely loud and resonated directly from the depths of his soul, instantly shaking Yang Kai's mind and making him dizzy. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai fell backwards. A jade-white hand reached out and supported Yang Kai, Su Yan calling out in alarm, "Husband." Although she had been absorbing and digesting the things contained in Ancestor Phoenix's source, she was not completely unaware of the outside world, so as soon as something happened to Yang Kai, she noticed. With a whoosh, the Luan Feng also flew over. When she saw Yang Kai bleeding from his 7 orifices and his pale face, she was shocked. What happened? Because of the ancestor Phoenix's source, she had not left for the past few days, waiting for Su Yan to wake up so she could have a good talk with her, so she had witnessed Yang Kai's abnormality with her own eyes. I don't know. Su Yan's heart was in chaos, but she forced herself to calm down, grabbing Yang Kai's hand and probing it with her divine sense and emperor qi, but before she could examine it clearly, she felt a shocking power erupt from Yang Kai's body and repel her divine sense. Su Yan could not help but groan and stagger back a few steps. Yang Kai, who had fallen to the ground, suddenly straightened his body, his eyes widening as 2 streaks of blood flowed out from them. His eyes were unfocused and filled with indifference, and an aura that made people not dare to look at him directly burst out from his body as he muttered, "Heavenly fate change, profound heavens appear." Every word he uttered was like a thunderclap that exploded between the heavens and earth, causing everyone's eardrums to hurt. What? Su Yan was stunned and reached out to grab Yang Kai. His current state was obviously a bit abnormal, as if he had lost his mind. Don't touch him. The Luan Feng shouted, grabbing Su Yan's outstretched hand and slowly shaking her head, "Something's wrong." "What's wrong with him?" Su Yan's little face was filled with anxiety and worry, even her voice trembling slightly. "I don't know," the Luan Feng shook her head, also confused, wondering if Yang Kai had become the demon race. But recently, Yang Kai had not done anything, all he had done was sit in front of Su Yan and protect her, so how could he possibly become the demon race? Moreover, he had already been contaminated by the demonic qi, so how could he possibly become the demon race? But after Kai Yang said those words, he suddenly fell back down, his eyes slowly closing. That sensational aura, along with his eyelids closing, disappeared in a flash. It seemed that everything had returned to normal, but whether it was Su Yan or the Luan Feng, both of them knew that this seemingly normal situation was actually the biggest anomaly. "He should be fine," the Luan Feng said hesitantly. Su Yan quickly broke free from her grip and rushed over to Yang Kai, helping him to lean against her body as she reached out to wipe the blood from Yang Kai's face, her eyes reddening slightly. She did not know what had happened to Yang Kai, causing such a strange change to occur just now, but in her heart, there was only one voice echoing, "Please don't let anything happen to him." Chapter 37-49. When Yang Kai opened his eyes again, he immediately saw Su Yan's concerned and nervous expression and asked in a daze, "Senior sister?" He didn't seem to have any recollection of what had just happened. Su Yan quickly inquired about Yang Kai's well-being, and only after confirming that there was nothing wrong with him did she relax. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, his heart still heavy. Seeing this, Su Yan asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head, "I don't know, but I have a feeling that the great emperors are in a bad situation." He didn't even know where the great emperors were, but he could vaguely sense their current state, as if there was a faint connection between them. This connection allowed him to faintly sense the current state of the great emperors. "Don't you remember what happened just now?" Luan Feng asked. Yang Kai looked up at her and slowly shook his head. Luan Feng frowned slightly and explained what she had just seen and heard. The heavenly mystery changed and the mysterious heavens appeared. Yang Kai wore a blank expression. "Did I say that?" Su Yan and Luan Feng nodded together, indicating that he was right. Yang Kai was surprised. He didn't know when he had said those words, and now that Luan Feng had mentioned them, he didn't understand what they meant. Just as he was contemplating though, the world suddenly trembled and a loud humming sound came from the depths of the clouds. Yang Kai was startled and quickly looked up, but he couldn't see anything. The humming sound was like the roar of the heavens and lasted for a full incense stick before disappearing. Luan Feng was also puzzled. What happened just now? Who could say for sure? At this moment, a space force fluctuation suddenly appeared, and a jade slip appeared in front of Yang Kai. From the jade slip, Yang Kai could sense Li Wui's aura, clearly coming from Li Wui. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed it, immersing his divine sense into it, and after a brief examination, his expression changed. "What's wrong?" Luan Feng asked. "The demon land is expanding," Yang Kai quickly said. The Luan Feng frowned. The demon land has been expanding. Ever since the 108 demon land appeared in the star boundary, the filthy land had been constantly expanding outwards. It seemed to be extremely contagious as it constantly nibbled away at the surrounding land. This was especially true for the demon land where the 10 great devil dens were located. The reason why the Star Soul Palace had fallen was not because the Star Boundary's army was inferior to the demon race, but rather because the entire Star Soul Palace had been corroded by the demon land and had become a part of the demon land. In the demon land, the demon race was like a fish in water, while the Star Boundary cultivator was restrained in every way. Naturally, they were not a match for the demon race. Moreover, the Star Soul Palace had already been invaded by the demon land, so defending it to the death was meaningless and would only increase the number of casualties. It's different this time. The speed of expansion is much faster than in the past. How fast? The Luan Feng's expression froze. I don't know, we'll know once we go and take a look. The news came from Li Wui. It was said that the great devil dens in the eastern, southern, and western territories were all showing signs of expansion, so he was asked to investigate the situation in the northern territory. Saying so, Li Wui pushed his space principles and wrapped Su Yan and Luan Feng before disappearing. In a flash, hundreds of thousands of kilometers passed under their feet. After a stick of incense worth of time, the trio arrived near a great devil den. Looking down from high up in the sky, Yang Kai's complexion was extremely pale. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the great devil den was expanding at an unstoppable speed. In the blink of an eye, it had already covered several dozen kilometers. This kind of expansion speed was simply appalling. Luan Feng couldn't help covering her mouth with her delicate hands, a look of horror flashing across her beautiful eyes. There was no need to compare. Although the size of the great devil den was constantly expanding in the past, the rate at which it was expanding wasn't too fast, but now, this rate had increased by more than 100 times. At this rate, it was likely that within a year or so, the entire star boundary would be transformed into a demon land. When that time came, how could there be any place for the hundreds of millions of living beings in the star boundary? All of them would likely be eroded by the demon chi and turned into monsters. As far as the eye could see, on the ground and in the sky, countless birds and beasts were scrambling to escape. They were naturally sensitive to danger, and when the devil land expanded, their instincts made them choose to stay away from the source of danger. But how could their speed be faster than the expanding demon land? The darkness spreading behind them instantly swallowed them up, and under the erosion of the demon chi, these normally obedient and docile birds and beasts immediately became bloodshot and began fighting desperately. It wasn't just the birds and beasts. In the wilderness, there were also many humans fleeing for their lives. Although the second war of the two realms had broken out several years ago and the demon race had wreaked havoc in the 4 territories of the star boundary, any cultivator with a bit of courage and sense of responsibility would join the army and go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. But inevitably, there were still some people who wanted to take a chance and hide in the wilderness, hoping that the star boundary's army could drive out the demon race and restore their homeland. Such people were not in the minority. It could even be said that there were many of them. The star boundary was vast and there were hundreds of millions of living beings, so how many people were there in the 55 armies? Compared to the total number of people in the star boundary, the 55 armies didn't even have a fraction of the total number. Although they weren't strong enough and the various armies wouldn't accept them, it wasn't necessarily that there weren't any powerhouses among them. And at this moment, these people finally had nowhere to hide. The demon land was spreading and eroding their hiding places, forcing them to flee into the distance. How could they escape? The demon land was expanding too fast. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes a First-Order Emperor Realm Master being overtaken by the expanding demon land behind him. He had no choice but to circulate his Emperor Qi to resist the demon intent that was constantly eroding his body. With his First-Order Emperor Realm cultivation, he might be able to resist for a while without losing his mind, but as long as he didn't escape from the demon land, he would become a demon sooner or later. Yang Kai retreated again and again with Su Yan and the Wan Feng. He couldn't help but recall what Mo Xing once said. The demon territory wasn't called the demon territory at first, but the unmatched realm. Originally, the living beings who lived there were all humans, just like the star boundary, but after the unmatched realm spirit was swallowed by him, it became the demon territory, and the humans who lived there also turned into the demon race. He didn't know what it was like when the unmatched realm spirit was swallowed. But now, he was witnessing the star boundary being swallowed up. In other words, what he was seeing now was the process of the star boundary's spirit being swallowed up, and the great demon god healing himself. The spirit was swallowed up, and the star boundary turned into the demon land. Didn't this mean that the great demon god's healing had reached a critical juncture? Yang Kai shuddered. Last time, the Flowing Time Great Emperor fought the Great Emperors against the Great Demon God, but in the end, they were destroyed. This time, who could resist the banner of the star boundary? The Great Emperors had already disappeared, and now, only the two elders from the dragon race could rely on them, but they were suppressed by Xueli and the other two demon saint, so they couldn't make a move easily. What's more, even if they made a move, would it really work? Unknowingly, the star boundary had reached a moment of life and death. And this time, the demon race would definitely not give the star boundary a chance to breathe. I have to return to the Northern Territory. Yang Kai quickly said. The Great Demon Cave in the Eastern Territory had undergone such a change, so he didn't know what was going on in the Northern Territory. He had to quickly inquire about it. If the Northern Territory was the same, then he had to find a way out for the High Heaven Palace and his army as soon as possible. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai said to Wan Feng, if things don't work out, you should evacuate as soon as possible. Wan Feng smiled bitterly, where can we go? Yang Kai opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Although the star boundary was large, if the overall situation was like this, where could there be a pure land? The only thing he could be sure of was that the world humming that lasted for an incense stick's worth of time was definitely related to the sudden expansion of the demon land. However, at the moment, he still couldn't determine why the demon land was suddenly expanding so crazily. After bidding farewell to Wan Feng, Yang Kai brought Su Yan back to the High Heaven Palace. Hua Qingxi had sent messages to him several times, so when he saw that Yang Kai had finally returned, he immediately came forward to greet him. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, I know. General Manager, please ask the commanders to wait in the conference hall while I inquire about the situation. Yes. Hua Qingxi complied and left. Last time, when the Star Soul Palace fell, more than a dozen armies from the Southern Territory withdrew, half of them retreating to the Northern Territory and were settled in the High Heaven Palace, while the other half went to the Eastern Territory. Originally, the High Heaven Palace couldn't accommodate so many people, but now with the One Realm bead refined by Yang Kai, it saved a lot of trouble. Many soldiers usually rested in the One Realm bead, and although the environment there was equivalent to a Death Star, they didn't need to obtain anything from the surrounding environment. If they needed to heal or cultivate, they could directly use source crystals and spirit pills. After giving a simple order, Yang Kai set off again. Outside Surging Waves City, Yang Kai appeared and looked down with a dignified expression. Just like the scene he saw in the Eastern Territory, the demon den below was rapidly expanding. In a short period of time, its area had more than doubled, and its momentum was not stopping. In the demon land, the demon race's army was crowded. It seemed that a demon king had discovered Yang Kai's tracks and was pointing in his direction from the demon land. In the next moment, a figure flew out from the demon land and shot straight towards Yang Kai. The pressure of a half-saint was clearly visible. Before the figure approached, the half-saint called out in a low voice, "Yang Kai." Not only was there a hint of pleasant surprise in his voice, but there was also a strong sense of fear. He was pleasantly surprised that Yang Kai had come here alone. If he could deal with him, he would definitely gain the recognition of the demon saint, but he was afraid of Yang Kai's unusual strength. In the Battle of Star Soul Palace, the news that Yang Kai had killed a stone demon half-saint had long been known to the entire demon race. Xueli and the others had sternly warned all the half-saint not to underestimate Yang Kai if they encountered him again. Don't underestimate him just because he was only a high-ranked demon king. This guy was comparable to a half-saint. No member of the demon race dared to ignore the warning of a demon saint. Therefore, the moment this half-step saint recognized Yang Kai's identity, he suddenly stopped and raised his hand to summon a demonic artifact that looked like a firewood axe from a distance of several thousand meters. Chapter 3750. The axe was only the size of an ordinary axe, but when it was brought out, it suddenly expanded. A terrifying demonic aura emanated from the axe and turned into a giant axe shadow that chopped down at Yang Kai. The power of this axe was enough to split a mountain in half. Yang Kai was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He grasped the black dragon spear in the air with one hand and casually swung the spear at the axe shadow. There seemed to be a dragon's roar amidst the humming sound. With a loud bang, Yang Kai and the half-saint couldn't help but take a few steps back. The half-saint who came to greet him widened his eyes in shock. Even though he had been warned by Xueli and the others that Yang Kai couldn't be underestimated, he still found it hard to believe that Yang Kai had countered his attack with a single spear strike. This guy really did have the strength of a half-saint. His gaze involuntarily fell on the black dragon spear, and his pupils slightly trembled. Xueli and the others had warned him about this long spear with a strange origin. It was said that this long spear was extremely powerful, and now it seemed that this rumor was true. Yang Kai, with the cultivation of a high-rank demon king, wasn't at a disadvantage after taking his attack head-on. Perhaps it was because of the power of this long spear that Yang Kai relied on. Not only did Yang Kai's strength not make him cower, but it also stimulated the arrogance and bloodthirst in his heart. He shouted, again. The axe was raised high, and the demonic aura in his body surged. It poured into the demonic treasure and chopped down again. Scram! Yang Kai shouted. He had come here to investigate the situation, so how could he have the time to engage in a meaningless battle with this half-saint? His figure flashed as he pounced at the half-saint. He shook the black dragon spear, causing spear shadows to fill the sky as he stabbed at the half-saint. He completely ignored the axe shadow that was chopping down at him. The half-saint turned pale with fright. Yang Kai's desperate attack from the beginning made him feel a little helpless. If he didn't dodge, both sides would be injured. Not to mention whether or not he could kill Yang Kai. If Yang Kai really stabbed him with his spear, he definitely wouldn't have a good end. It was said that this fellow had comprehended a type of profundity called martial Tao true intent. Once one was injured by him, the martial Tao true intent would corrode one's flesh and blood, causing one to suffer a fate worse than death. Even half-saints were helpless against it, and only devil saints had the ability to expel it. In the previous battle at Star Soul Palace, a blood demon was injured by this martial Tao true intent. In the end, it was Master Xueli who resolved it and saved his life. As for the demon kings injured by Yang Kai, it was said that they were all abandoned by Master Xueli and killed on the spot. This was because even if Xueli could dispel the martial Tao true intent, it would take a lot of energy. Wasting a demon saint's energy on a few demon kings was obviously not worth it, so they were all killed. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and the half-saint of demon race made a prompt decision to withdraw. At the same time, he called back his demonic treasure axe and waved it in front of him, turning it into a protective shield. With a series of clanking sounds, two figures rushed into the demon land, one after the other. The half-saint of demon race's face became more and more shocked. The power transmitted from the long spear in front of him made him feel like he couldn't resist. His eyes couldn't help but widen. Was this a power that a human could possess? It was said that this Yang Kai could transform into a dragon that was hundreds of meters long. Now it seemed that it was true. How could the one fighting with him be an ordinary human? It was clearly a giant dragon that was hundreds of meters long. It was natural for it to have such power. What made him even more frightened was the strange aura transmitted from the black dragon spear. Even with his knowledge and experience, he couldn't distinguish what this aura was. This aura was mysterious and profound, as if it contained a great mystery that made it impossible for people to grasp. He vaguely guessed that it was the martial Tao true intent that the demon saint spoke of. He became even more frightened. He made up his mind that he absolutely couldn't be injured by this martial Tao true intent. Last time, the demon saint master was willing to dissolve the martial Tao true intent from the blood demon half-saint because the situation wasn't too bad. Now that the strength of the two elders of the dragon race had skyrocketed, the three demon saint master needed to maintain their peak state at all times to deal with powerful enemies. If they were injured this time, they probably wouldn't be so lucky as to have the demon saint resolve it. At that time, whether they lived or died would depend on their own luck. Because of this fear, the half-saint of demon race couldn't fully display his strength. He was completely at a disadvantage in the battle with Yang Kai and was forced to retreat 1,000 miles. From the depths of the demon cave, several figures rushed out one after another, each of them emitting the aura of a half-saint. Obviously, they had seen their companion's sorry state and came to support him. However, before they could approach, they heard a roar. Golden light shone brightly as Yang Kai's figure skyrocketed. A tall and sturdy figure stood between heaven and earth. Even the black dragon spear had transformed into a 1,000 feet long object. Astounding pressure rumbled as it swept out, and it caused those half-saints that pounced over to feel suffocated and couldn't help but stop moving. The 1,000 feet long body brandished the 1,000 feet long spear and swept it over, causing heaven and earth to tremble. None of the several half-saint dared to face the spear head-on. Seeing the spear sweep over, their complexions changed greatly and they retreated. The half-saint fighting with Yang Kai couldn't avoid it and could only desperately urge the power of his demonic treasure to transform into a giant axe to meet Yang Kai's attack head-on. His figure flew back and he vomited blood in midair. The radiance of the demonic treasure axe in his hand dimmed. Obviously, it had lost a lot of its spirituality. After he regained his footing, his face was filled with unwillingness and anger. If Yang Kai was really a half-saint, it would be fine. After all, he was defeated because his skills were inferior. However, Yang Kai's cultivation was only that of a high-ranked demon king. This made him seem incompetent. In any case, he was a half-saint. When had he ever been so sullen? Fortunately, although his internal organs had been shaken and he had suffered some injuries, it was only a minor matter. He hadn't been injured by the rumored true intent of the martial Tao. He turned his head and looked at his several companions. Only then did his unsightly complexion calm down a lot. At this moment, his several companions also had a look of fear on their faces. None of them dared to rashly step forward. This lessened the embarrassment of his injuries. Yang Kai held his spear. His body was like a small mountain. He coldly swept his gaze over them. His pair of light golden dragon eyes made people not dare to look directly at him. His muffled voice resounded, "If you want to fight, then come. If you don't want to fight, then scram." When the several half-saint heard this, their noses almost became crooked from anger. This was the demon den, the place where the demon race's army was stationed. Yang Kai had barged into this place alone and actually dared to speak such arrogant words. If it was an ordinary person, even if it was a fake emperor, they definitely wouldn't be able to tolerate it. They would definitely swarm him and let him know the consequences of speaking big words. However, he was Yang Kai. Not to mention that he had just displayed strength comparable to a half-saint, he was proficient in the law of space. Who could stop him? If they fought with him, they would have to be careful not to be injured by his true intent of the martial Tao. They didn't care about ordinary injuries, but no one dared to taste the kind of injuries that even a demon saint would find troublesome. Right now, only the few demon saint could keep him in check. However, at this critical moment, how could the demon saint easily make a move? Therefore, even though their faces were ashen, the several half-saints still stood in place and coldly looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai coldly snorted and didn't provoke them anymore. He had only come here to investigate the situation. The situation in the demon den in the Northern Territory was exactly the same as the situation in the Eastern Territory. However, he was still confused as to why such a huge change had occurred. Since he couldn't see clearly from outside the demon den, then he had to become the demon race's den deep inside. If not, why would Yang Kai take the risk alone? According to his intelligence, Xueli and the others were still in the Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory. They seemed to be treating that place as their headquarters. It was unknown if they were deliberately humiliating the Star Realm. Although they could arrive here very quickly, Yang Kai would immediately escape if there was even the slightest abnormality. Naturally, he wouldn't give Xueli and the others a chance to attack. The Azure Dragon spear stood beside him like a giant pillar. As if it had sensed Yang Kai's intentions, a dragon roar came from the body of the spear. The figure of an azure dragon appeared above the spear and coiled around the spear. Its huge dragon head was raised high, overlooking the world and monitoring its surroundings. Yang Kai closed his eyes and relaxed his mind. His divine sense spread out like a tide. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't dare to do such a thing in the demon land. Inside the demon den, demonic intent was everywhere. If one's divine sense left the body, it was very likely that it would be corroded by demonic intent and leave behind hidden dangers. However, he was different from ordinary people. All of his strength had been transformed into demonic yuan. How could he be afraid of the demonic intent in the demon den? Yang Kai's target was very clear. It was the demon tower that stood in the middle of the demon denver. Since the demon tower could connect to each other and create an effect similar to a spatial formation that could cross territory, allowing the demon race to travel back and forth quickly, it was natural that he could also use his divine sense to travel back and forth. With the help of the demon tower, Yang Kai could sweep away the fog in front of him and see the entire situation from a new height. From there, he could pry into the root cause of the demon land's expansion. He didn't have any intention of hiding his actions. The nearby half-saint who were watching covetously naturally noticed it. One of the bone devils turned his skull and glanced at the demon tower. The dark green ghost fire in his eye sockets jumped a few times. His teeth opened and closed as he spoke in a metallic voice, "What a smart guy. He actually thought of this method. Hey, should we stop him? If this continues, I'm afraid he's going to discover something. How do we stop him?" Another half-saint sneered, "Do we go up and fight him?" "That's not impossible." The half-saint who spoke showed an eager expression. "After all, he's alone. If we can't stop him, then what's the point? We also have to be careful of being injured by him. You also know what the true meaning of martial path is. Since the demon saint has already made a move, the astral plane will definitely find out the reason. What difference does it make if it happens a little earlier or a little later? This guy should be left to the demon saint to deal with." "That's right. I've already ordered people to send a message to the three master. If the master wants to stop this, he will definitely come. If they don't come, then we don't need to do anything." After a simple exchange, the several half-saint quickly reached a consensus to wait and see. It wasn't that they were cowards. It was just that the true meaning of martial path was too difficult to deal with. No one was willing to take the lead and bear the risk of their lives. Without someone taking the lead, they naturally couldn't unite. Moreover, since the demon saint was the one making the decision, why should they take the risk? Chapter 37:51. With his divine sense leaping back and forth, Yang Kai soon noticed something that the naked eye could not see. The 10 demon races' demon dens were connected to each other using the demon pagodas as their foundation, allowing the demon race's army to quickly shuttle back and forth. Moreover, these 10 demon pagodas seemed to be closely connected to each other. If one wanted to destroy one of these demon pagodas, one would have to destroy all 10 at the same time. Although these demon pagodas were tall, they were incomparably sturdy. No wonder even the 2 dragon race elders were helpless against them. Although the strength of the 2 elders of the dragon clan had increased by a large margin, if they were to really let loose and attack, they might be able to destroy the devil pagoda. However, the devil saints were not dead people. Once Chu Yen and Fu Tin did so, they would definitely immediately rush over to rescue them. After careful exploration, Yang Kai soon discovered that not only were the 10 demon pagodas connected to each other, but there were also other densely packed auras. Counting carefully, there were 108 of them. Yang Kai suddenly remembered the 108 demon dens in the star boundary. At that time, 108 demon dens had appeared in the star boundary, but apart from the 10 demon dens, the demon race in the remaining 98 demon dens had either been eliminated by the star boundary's army or abandoned. However, the demon dens and the eroded demon land were still preserved, and the star boundary's world principles were unable to repair them. This number had long made many masters in the star boundary secretly vigilant. After all, the number 108 coincided with the number of heavenly cycles, making them wonder if the demon race was plotting something. Now, it seemed that there was indeed a conspiracy. Now, the demon race had used some unknown method to secretly lay down an inexplicable spirit array using these 108 demon dens as the foundation. When this spirit array was activated, it had the effect of invading the star boundary. The demon race had already planned this move when the Second War of the Two Worlds broke out, and it had only broken out today. It could be said that they had planned this far ahead. In Yang Kai's spying, the 108 demon dens in the star boundary were now madly expanding at an astonishing speed. Every moment, large tracts of the star boundary's land would be transformed into demon land. The only thing that Yang Kai could not understand was that since the foundation of this spirit array had been laid down a few years ago, why did the demon race wait until today to activate it? What was missing that caused the demon race to endure for so many years? His divine sense probed further, suddenly, a series of astonishing scenes of the demon race flashed through Yang Kai's mind and quickly disappeared. Yang Kai's eyes widened. Reaching out to grab the black dragon spear, he flew up without any warning. The long spear was straight, bringing with it a supreme might, as it flew straight towards the towering devil tower. The surrounding half-saint of demon race were startled. They did not expect that Yang Kai would suddenly attack. When they finally reacted, their faces paled. The bone demon half-saint even shouted, "Stop him." As soon as the bone demon finished speaking, the half-saint attacked together, bombarding Yang Kai with a variety of demon artifacts and secret techniques. Although Yang Kai's figure was as huge as a small mountain, he was strangely agile. He flickered and dodged several terrifying attacks, arriving in front of the demon tower in the blink of an eye. Under the horrified gazes of the half-saint, Yang Kai gathered his essence, energy, and divine sense and fiercely thrust forward. Above the tip of the spear, a huge black sphere with a radius of several dozen meters appeared. Inside the black sphere, the space principles were tyrannical and chaotic, like the aura of the void. Boom, the towering demon tower released a shockwave, and the black sphere rapidly shrank. Heaven and earth violently collapsed towards the black sphere. Crack. Crack. A teeth-numbing sound came from the demon tower. A ferocious attack struck Yang Kai's shoulder. A huge force was transmitted, and Yang Kai's huge body flew out. While he was in midair, his eyes were still wide open as he stared at the demon tower. The huge black sphere shrank into a small black dot and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, a huge circular gap appeared where the demon tower was hit, almost cutting the entire demon tower in half. After receiving such a heavy blow, the demonic pagoda became extremely unstable. It swayed a few times, and with a creaking sound, it tilted and fell to the ground. The half-saint were horrified, and their bodies and minds trembled. They did not expect that Yang Kai's attack would be so fierce. Just one attack was enough to cause such a change in the demon tower. And the demon tower was the key to the demon race. If the demon tower was destroyed, how could the demon saint spare them? Yang Kai frowned. Seeing the demon tower fall, he did not feel the slightest bit of joy. Instead, he felt that something was wrong. Although his current strength was strong, he was only comparable to a half-saint. He had used 120% of his full strength with his spear, otherwise, he would not have been unable to dodge the enemy's attack just now. But could such an attack really destroy the demonic pagoda? As far as he knew, the two elders of the dragon race did have ideas about the demon tower. They had also attacked it before, but even if the two elders joined forces, they could not do anything to the demon tower in a short time. Yang Kai knew that he was definitely not a match for Zhu Yan and Fu Tin. If they could not do anything, how could he do it? However, the demonic tower was indeed on the verge of collapse from his bombardment. Under his watch, the tilted demonic tower only lasted for a dozen breaths before it collapsed with a loud bang. The earth trembled, and dust rose everywhere. Several half-saints' hands and feet were cold, and their faces were as pale as paper. On the other side, Yang Kai closed his eyes and spread out his divine sense, probing the surroundings. After a short while, he coldly gritted his teeth. The expansion of the demon dens did not stop because of the demon tower's destruction. The 108 demon dens were still closely connected, and there was not even the slightest change. Now, it seemed that once this inexplicable great formation arranged by the demon race was activated, the existence of the demon tower was no longer important. No wonder he could destroy the demon tower with one blow. It was not that he was stronger than the two dragon race elders, but that the demon tower itself was no longer necessary. All the chess pieces of the demon race had been placed. They only needed to wait for the demon land to expand and completely devour the star boundary. At that time, the star boundary would become the paradise of the demon race, and become the second demon territory. And the star boundary would follow in the footsteps of the unparalleled realm. He coughed lightly, and there was a fishy taste in his throat. He turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. After taking a blow from a half-saint, even with his dragon body, it was not good. At this moment, the ashen-faced half-saint seemed to have discovered something. They communicated with each other with their divine sense for a while, and their originally pale faces gradually regained their color. They looked at Yang Kai with a mocking expression. Yang Kai coldly stared at them, clenched the black dragon spear, and turned around to leave. He had already achieved his goal, and there was no need to stay. He might not be afraid of any half-saint in a one-on-one fight, but if it was one against many, he was still not strong enough. He hurriedly returned to the High Heaven Palace and did not have time to heal. He went straight to the conference hall. In front of the conference hall, a familiar figure was waiting. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his hands. "General Master. I heard that you went to investigate the situation of the demon dens. What did you find?" Li Wuyi asked anxiously. He had also received the report from Hua Qingxi, so he had rushed over. If there was anyone in the star boundary who could obtain the most accurate information about the demon race, it was Yang Kai. He was anxious and did not have the mood to wait for a reply, so he simply came to ask him face to face. "A little, let's talk inside," Yang Kai responded and entered the conference hall with Li Wuyi. Inside the conference hall, Hua Si had already gathered all the higher-ups of the Star Boundary Army and served them tea while waiting for Yang Kai to return. However, at this critical juncture of the Star Boundary's survival, who would be in the mood to drink tea? They were all looking outside anxiously, and when they saw Yang Kai appear, they all stood up. "Palace Master, are you injured?" Hua Si noticed a trace of blood at the corner of Yang Kai's mouth and his slightly pale face. "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and asked everyone to take a seat. After that, he reported the information he had gathered. In the conference hall, everyone's expression turned ugly after hearing this. Wuyin Army Commander Fu Renjie gritted his teeth and said, "I knew that there were abnormalities in the 108 demon dens, but I didn't expect it to be like this. The demon race is really playing a big game of chess. Invading the Star Boundary, they really have a big appetite," someone snorted. "I just don't know if they can swallow it," Yiwu Army Commander Shen Tu-Xing sneered. "Do they really think that the Star Boundary Army is just for decoration?" Jiehai Army Commander Pan Ginyan frowned and said, "Now that the demon land is expanding, if we don't stop it, the Star Boundary will fall. At that time, no matter how many people the Star Boundary Army has, or how strong they are, it will be useless." Shen Tu-Xing turned to look at him. "Master Pan, why do you have to boost the morale of others and destroy our own?" Pan Ginyan said lightly, "It's just the truth." Shen Tu-Xing was about to say something, but Yang Kai interrupted him. "Although I don't want to admit it, the demon race does have the ability to swallow the Star Boundary." The group of people looked at him. Yang Kai stood up and scanned the crowd, saying loudly, "Have you all heard of the Great Demon God?" "Great Demon God? What's that? A powerhouse from the demon race? Which demon race is so daring to use such a title?" The group of pseudo-emperor-level army commanders exclaimed. Obviously, they had never heard of the Great Demon God. Even Li Wuyi looked at Yang Kai in surprise. It could not be said that the pseudo-emperors of the Star Boundary were ignorant and inexperienced. If Yang Kai had not entered the dream world by chance and went back to the ancient war between humans and demons, he would not have known of the Great Demon God. This existence was a taboo even in the demon territory. When he first entered the territory that became the demon race, Yang Kai wanted to pry some information about the Great Demon God from Yu Rumeng, but Yu Rumeng immediately stopped him and avoided him. Now, it seemed that Yu Rumeng should know a little about the Great Demon God. After all, she was a demon saint. With her strength at that level, she could come into contact with some secrets that others did not know. However, she definitely did not know too much. Otherwise, she would not have reminded Yang Kai. Just as they were discussing the crisis that the Star Boundary was facing, Yang Kai suddenly mentioned the Great Demon God. Everyone was confused, but they were not in a hurry to ask. Since Yang Kai mentioned the Great Demon God at this time, then the Great Demon God must be related to the current situation. Chapter 3752. Just as she was about to listen to Yang Kai explain who this Great Demon God was, Yang Kai suddenly changed the subject. Many years ago, the demon domain wasn't called the demon domain, but rather the unmatched realm. The people who lived there weren't from the demon race. The unmatched realm was similar to my Star Boundary in that it was ruled by humans. The unmatched realm was vast, and the heavenly spirit Qi was beautiful. It wasn't inferior to the Star Realm in the slightest. However, one day, an uninvited guest appeared in the unmatched realm, and his name was Mo Sheng. Mo Sheng fought with an enemy and suffered heavy injuries. He hid in the unmatched realm to recuperate, absorbing the heavenly spirit Qi of the unmatched realm. Countless years passed, and the heavenly spirit Qi of the unmatched realm disappeared. The entire unmatched realm was corrupted by the demonic Qi, turning into the demon land, the demon territory. The living beings living in the unmatched realm gradually turned into the demon race, which has continued to this day. Mo Sheng was the Great Demon God. However, at the critical moment when Mo Sheng was recuperating, another expert entered the devil domain. The two of them engaged in a heaven-shaking battle. The devil domain collapsed, turning into countless continents. Mo Sheng's physical body was destroyed, and the soul of the person who fought with him was also destroyed. Today, the demon race is invading the star realm to absorb the heavenly spirit Qi, giving Mo Sheng a chance to come back to life. If the demon race succeeds, the star realm will become the second unmatched realm, becoming the same as the demon territory. His clear voice reverberated in the hall, and the group of experts were dumbfounded. They had never heard of such a thing before. What great demon god! What unmatched realm! How did Yang Kai know about it? As if he saw through their doubts, Yang Kai continued, 3 years ago, when I was devouring the continents in the demon territory, there was an ancient battlefield hidden in one of the continents. That ancient battlefield was the place where Mo Sheng's body was destroyed. In that ancient battlefield, I saw the scene of Mo Sheng fighting with another expert. After that, one of Mo Sheng's avatars came to find me, and he told me all this personally. Mo Sheng's avatars? The great demon god. A series of exclamations rang out. Li Wuyi frowned, didn't you say that Mo Sheng's body was destroyed? Yang Kai looked at him, his body was indeed destroyed, but his soul was intact. As long as the conditions are met, he can make a comeback, and the heavenly spirit Qi of the star realm is what he needs. Everyone. Demon race's territory. I'm afraid everyone didn't know that when I entered the territory to become the demon race, and Race demon was the race was. Demon, Demon race. 3 years ago, the demon race's army suddenly went berserk and started killing each other. I'm sure you all haven't forgotten. At that time, we didn't know the reason, but after I asked some demon kings, we found out that a voice sounded in their minds. Under the influence of that voice, they gradually became delirious and only knew how to kill. The demon race under Half-Saint couldn't resist that voice at all. At that time, the demon saint was confronting the great emperors, so it wasn't a demon saint's doing. Now that I think about it, the demon saint may not have the ability to influence the minds of so many demon race. I'm afraid only that guy called Mo Sheng could do it. The entire demon territory was created by him, and the demon race was born because of him. He is the origin of all demons, so it's reasonable to say that he had some means to influence the minds of the demon race. Tens of millions of demon race soldiers died because of this. Their deaths had the same effect as the demon race killed in the demon territory. The demonic nature in their bodies was released as nutrients to stabilize the existence of the demon land. So after so many years, the laws of heaven and earth of the star boundary were unable to repair the places where the demon nests existed. Until today, when the demon race's secret arrangements were complete, they launched a large-scale attack on our star boundary. In the hall, everyone was drenched in cold sweat as they listened. They looked at each other. Although they didn't dare to believe Yang Kai's explanation, after carefully considering the cause and effect, they found that there were no flaws in this explanation. Shen Tuxing said bitterly, Lord Yang, according to what you said, that great demon god, that Mo Sheng's strength, above the demon saint. Gasps rang out. Although everyone had guessed the meaning behind Yang Kai's words, seeing Yang Kai admit it, they still found it hard to accept. The demon saint was already in existence they had to look up to, but the demon race actually had someone whose strength was above the demon saint. Although his physical body was destroyed, since his soul was not, there was still a chance for him to be reborn. Once such an existence was reborn, who in the star boundary could stop him? They would most likely follow in the footsteps of the unmatched realm and become the next demon territory. A trace of worry flashed across Li Wuyi's eyes. Now that the demon nests were rapidly expanding, everyone in the star boundary was already in a state of panic. Now that Yang Kai suddenly threw out such shocking news, it was very likely that it would affect their morale. But on second thought, the situation had already reached this point. Even if Yang Kai didn't say anything, how good could their morale be? At the very least, it would let everyone know who the enemy they had to face was. Perhaps it was because of this consideration that he revealed all of these secrets. There is no need to worry too much. Although the great demon god's strength is far above the demon saint's, his physical body has been destroyed after all. Even if there are some clones stirring up trouble, I'm afraid they don't possess even 1% of their peak strength. Otherwise, they would have shown themselves long ago instead of hiding. In that mysterious small world, if Mo Xing's clone hadn't been so confident that he could steal Yang Kai's mysterious small world, he wouldn't have come out on his own. Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to learn such information. Pan Gingyan asked, Lord Yang, dare I ask who the one who destroyed Mo Xing's body was? Although the great demonic god was powerful, there was still a precedent of him being killed. Everyone was extremely curious about the powerhouse who had killed him. Yang Kai glanced at him and pondered for a moment before replying, I'm sure all of you are familiar with that person's honorific title. The one who destroyed Mo Xing's body back then was the Flowing Time Great Emperor. The group of masters suddenly raised their eyebrows and showed looks of pride. Mo Xing's strength was above the demon saints, so if the Flowing Time Great Emperor could destroy his body, didn't that mean the cultivation of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor was almost the same as the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor? Someone frowned and said, Lord Yang, you just said that after that battle, Mo Xing's body was destroyed and the one who fought him was destroyed, could it be? Yang Kai nodded and said, yes, the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors died at the hands of others. Another round of gasps rang out. In the long history of Star Boundary, the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors were almost legendary. Since ancient times, Star Boundary had produced many great emperors, but there were only a few who were still famous today. Wukong could be considered one of them, and the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors could also be considered one. Although everyone knew that the Flowing Time Great Emperor was definitely no longer alive, no one knew how he died. They all thought that he had passed away in the Flowing Time Temple. Only now did they know that the Flowing Time Great Emperor and the Great Emperors were killed in battle. Li Wui said thoughtfully, now it seems that the disappearance of the Great Emperors is also related to Mo Xing. Originally, there were still some doubts as to why the Great Emperors would disappear for no reason. Although the same number of Demon Saint had disappeared, such a big move was not something that could be done by ordinary means. It was only natural that there were traces of Mo Xing's involvement behind this. Yang Kai said, I was just about to talk to you about this. I went to the demon cave to investigate the situation and saw the Great Emperors. Many people stood up, and some even knocked over the tea on the table. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, it's not what you think. The Great Emperors are not in Star Boundary, nor are they in demon territory. Their whereabouts are very vague, and I only saw a few images. I can't pinpoint their exact location. Previously, when his mind was immersed in the demon cave and his divine sense was expanding, vague images suddenly flashed through his mind, and in those images, there were many great emperors. How is the situation with the great emperors now? Li Wui asked. With the current situation in Star Boundary, if the great emperors could return, it would be much better. Relying only on the two elders of the dragon race was a bit too weak. Even though their strength had increased, it was still not enough. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, not very good. The current changes in Star Boundary are also related to them. They seem to have been suppressed by the Demon Saint in a strange place, where a large array has been set up. The Demon Saint is refining the will of heaven and earth on the great emperors. The demon race had tried this kind of thing more than 20 years ago. The target of their attempt was the great emperors of Bright Moon who had already died. The great emperors of Bright Moon were trapped in the eternal heaven continent. The demon saint had sacrificed all the living beings of the eternal heaven continent and even set up the 12 citadel great demon array in order to refine Bright Moon and let the demon territory devour the will of heaven and earth on his body. If the demon race had succeeded back then, star boundaries will of heaven and earth would have been forever lacking a piece. At that time, the impact would have been difficult to estimate. It might have caused star boundaries heavenly Tao to be incomplete, the world's will of heaven and earth to be broken, and the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth to shrink. Meanwhile, the demon territory would have the opportunity to produce another demon saint. However, the demon race failed on the verge of success. In the end, Bright Moon fulfilled Yang Kai's wish before his death and transferred his will of heaven and earth to Yang Kai. After many years, a similar thing happened once again, and this time, the scale was even greater than that of the past. The 7 great emperors were trapped in that indescribable space and array. It was as if they were in a furnace, and the will of heaven and earth on their bodies was constantly being refined. The demon race's methods had been secretly set up a few years ago. The reason why they waited until today to activate it was because they needed to prepare for the refinement. The will of heaven and earth on the great emperor's bodies was equivalent to the star boundaries' self-defense mechanism. Without refining those wills, the demon land simply couldn't expand rapidly. And now, the speed at which the demon land was expanding was almost equivalent to the speed at which the wills of heaven and earth on the great emperor's bodies were being refined. And once they were completely refined, the entire star boundary would be in danger. Chapter 3753. It was precisely because of this plan that when the war between the two worlds broke out a few years ago, the demon saint immediately dragged the great emperors into that strange place. Firstly, it was to prevent them from interfering in the ensuing battle, limiting the strength of star boundary. Secondly, it was to refine the will of heaven and earth in their bodies and break through star boundary's defenses. Now that everything was ready, star boundary was indeed powerless to resist the demon race. Large areas of land were eroded and turned into demon land. A dignified atmosphere enveloped the hall. What Yang Kai said today impacted their minds, making it difficult for them to digest. "How can we stop it?" someone asked. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Now that the demon race's methods had been revealed, star boundary was powerless to resist. Unless the great emperors had a way to escape or resist this kind of refinement, star boundary would fall sooner or later. Heaven's secret changes, mysterious heaven appears. A leisurely voice came from a corner of the hall. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked in that direction, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Seeing that the person who spoke was Gao Zhan, he hurriedly asked, "Brother Gao, where did you hear this from?" Yang Kai hadn't had much contact with Gao Zhan. He had only spent some time with him in the crack between star boundary and demon territory more than 20 years ago. He was a direct disciple of the great emperors of heaven's revelations. Although he didn't have the ability to see through heaven's secret, see through the future, and see through the past like the great emperors, he was still a direct disciple of the great emperors. Back then, in that crack, Gao Zhan had also warned Yang Kai to be careful. Later, it turned out that his warning wasn't without reason. Yu Rumeng disguised herself as Li Shiqing and planted a soul secret technique on Yang Kai, which led to the various entanglements between him and Yu Rumeng. Gao Zhan had been staying in High Heaven Palace for the past few years, but because he was a direct disciple of the great emperors of heaven's revelations, he wasn't incorporated into any army and was a free man. He had also participated in this meeting but had remained silent until now. Yang Kai had never thought he would say such a thing at this time. If it had been anything else, it wouldn't have mattered, but Yang Kai had only just heard this sentence, and it had come from his mouth. Previously, in the ancient wild world, he had fainted once. According to Su Yan and Luan Feng, he had said these words before he fainted, but Yang Kai himself had no recollection of it. Now that Yang Kai thought about it, it might have been a warning from the star boundary. When the demon race's methods were used, the star boundary, which was a beautiful world, became aware of a crisis. Yang Kai had inherited the legacy of the great emperors of the bright moon world, so he could naturally perceive the heavenly secrets. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Gao Zhan cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Master, these words were left behind by your honored master before he left. My master had divined the heavenly secrets a few years ago and predicted that the star boundary would face a crisis. He told disciples so that when the time comes, I can inform master of these words." "Inform me?" Yang Kai frowned and asked in surprise, "Did the great emperors have anything else to say?" Gao Zhan slowly shook his head. Yang Kai's frown deepened. Before he fainted, he had seen a glimpse of the heavenly secrets and couldn't help but say these ambiguous words. He didn't expect that the great emperors of heaven's revelations had left behind a message a few years ago. What was the deep meaning of these words? The heavenly secrets were easy to understand. Now that all the chess pieces of the demon race had been placed, the demon land was rapidly expanding and was devouring the star boundary's spiritual energy. A great disaster was about to befall the star boundary, and the heavenly secrets were unpredictable. But what did the heavenly secrets revelations mean? The literal meaning seemed to be that something was about to be revealed, but the heavenly secrets revelations were too vague, so no matter how hard Yang Kai racked his brains, he couldn't figure it out. Inside the hall, everyone discussed for a while, but none of them could do anything about the current situation. Some suggested that they should immediately launch a general attack and mobilize the 55 armies to cooperate with the two great elders of the dragon race to exterminate the demon race. Others suggested that they should bide their time and see what the mysteries of the expanding demon land were first. Perhaps the great emperors would have a way to stop them. For a while, the hall was noisy, and Li Wuyi finally managed to calm everyone down. He then ordered the various armies to closely monitor the situation in the demon nest and prepare for war at any time. An hour later, everyone dispersed. Li Wuyi didn't leave. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Master, do you have any other orders?" Li Wuyi stared deeply at Yang Kai, a complex emotion flashing through his eyes. This confused Yang Kai. He had known Li Wuyi for so long, but he had never seen him show such an expression before. There was a trace of regret and envy in his eyes. "Senior." Yang Kai frowned slightly. Li Wuyi sighed softly and murmured, "The heavenly mystery has changed and the heavenly mystery has appeared. I wonder if this is a blessing for the star boundary or a disaster for the star boundary." Yang Kai's expression changed. "Does Master know something?" Li Wuyi didn't answer. He simply smiled and said, "Accompany me for a walk." As he spoke, his figure flashed, and he headed out. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and then followed. Both of them were proficient in the Tao of space, and as their figures flashed, the ground beneath their feet rapidly changed, and the scenery around them constantly changed. After flying for an hour, they finally arrived at a desolate place. This place was completely barren and uninhabited. Most places in the Northern Territory were freezing cold, and this place was no exception. White snow covered the ground, and the breath they exhaled was so thick that it was visible to the naked eye. Li Wuyi stood in the void with his hands clasped behind his back, looking up at the sky. Yang Kai also looked up, but all he saw was a gray sky and snowflakes fluttering down. He didn't know why Li Wuyi had suddenly brought him here, but it seemed that there was something he wanted to tell him. Moreover, Yang Kai was also very concerned about what he had just said, as if he knew the meaning behind those words. "Master!" Yang Kai called out. Just as he was about to ask for an explanation, Li Wuyi suddenly turned around, a murderous look on his face. His murderous intent was almost tangible as he raised his hand and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. Caught off guard, Yang Kai never expected Li Wuyi to attack him. Ever since he had known Li Wuyi, he had always maintained a gentle and refined appearance. Even when Yang Kai was still very weak, Li Wuyi had never shown him the slightest contempt. Anyone who got along with him would feel as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. Although Li Wuyi was publicly acknowledged as the strongest person below the great emperors, he had never been arrogant about it. He always treated everyone with kindness and kindness. Over the years, the various armies of the Star Boundary had won victory after victory in the battle against the demon race under his command. It could be said that Li Wui had contributed greatly to their survival. Without him, who knew what kind of situation the Star Boundary would be in today? From Yang Kai's point of view, Li Wui was a senior who was willing to guide his juniors. He had also exchanged many insights and experiences with him regarding the cultivation of the space principles, so Yang Kai had learned many good things from Li Wui. Such a person was both a teacher and a friend. Yang Kai was extremely respectful towards him. Yang Kai had never expected that one day, Li Wui would try to kill him. Li Wui's palm strike was terrifyingly swift and fierce, the power of the space principles fluctuating wildly. This was definitely not an ordinary test. Instead, Li Wui really intended to take Yang Kai's life. Although this palm strike came without warning, Yang Kai's reaction was not slow and he hastily raised his hand to meet it. As soon as the two palms collided, Yang Kai's expression changed dramatically as he felt the principle of space attacking him change unpredictably. Although it was the space principles he was familiar with, it gave him a feeling that it was difficult to resist. Li Wui had been immersed in the flowing time Great Emperor's space principles for a very long time, so his control over the principle of space was simply superb. Yang Kai's demonic chi surged and the principle of space changed accordingly, causing the void to tremble. Between the two of them, the world began to crumble, piece by piece. With a loud bang, Yang Kai was sent flying backwards, his body involuntarily shaking a few times before he was able to dissolve the principle of space that had invaded his body. Li Wui, on the other hand, only took 3 steps back before stabilizing himself again. The two of them had clashed head-on, and it was obvious who had the upper hand. "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Yang Kai shouted. He did not want to fight with Li Wui, especially this kind of unprovoked fight. "Cut the crap, today, either you die or I die." Li Wui's face was cold and fierce as he spoke, pouncing in front of Yang Kai and throwing out a punch. There was still a figure in place, but it was just an afterimage. Yang Kai raised his hands and blocked the blow, his figure retreating more than 1,000 meters. His face paled slightly as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Master, have you become the demon race?" Li Wui's sudden change in temperament made Yang Kai wonder if the other party had been accidentally infected by demon intent. As he spoke, Yang Kai released his divine sense towards Li Wui, as if to investigate the situation. Li Wui solemnly replied, "Do I look like I've become the demon race?" The power of space around his body fluctuated wildly, cutting off Yang Kai's divine sense from probing. Yang Kai only felt a slight pain in his head as the soul-warming lotus took effect, repairing the damage to his divine sense. On the other side, Li Wui raised his hand and pointed a finger at Yang Kai, his invisible principle of space turning into an attack visible to the naked eye, shooting straight towards Yang Kai's glabella. If this attack hit, Yang Kai's head would most likely explode in an instant. Yang Kai had long known that Li Wui was the strongest person below the great emperors, and that he stood at the peak of the half-saint realm even among false emperors, but he had never really fought with him, so he did not have a clear understanding of who the strongest person below the great emperors was. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai truly understood what it meant to be the strongest person below the great emperors. The person in front of him was completely different from the half-saint false emperor Yang Kai had fought. His fierce attacks were almost suffocating. It was only when the principle of space was about to reach him that Yang Kai barely managed to raise his hand and send out a moon blade. The two space forces collided silently, and the two space forces disappeared without a trace. Yang Kai's expression was solemn as he said, "Master, please stop." At this critical juncture of Star Boundary's survival, he really did not want to fight with Li Wui here. No matter who won, it would be Star Boundary's loss. What's more, facing Li Wui, Yang Kai did not have the confidence to win. Even if he used all his means, he would only be able to survive. "Show me what you're capable of, or you will die here today." As Li Wui spoke, he suddenly clapped his hands together. Following this action, Yang Kai immediately felt his body tighten, as if he was imprisoned in place by an invisible force. Chapter 3754. The space around Yang Kai's body began to compress and every inch of his flesh and blood was under great pressure, causing his bones to creak and groan. Yang Kai had always used space force to restrict the movements of his enemies, but facing Li Wui this time, he finally experienced what it was like to be restricted by his own space force. The space force coming from all directions was not something Yang Kai could resist with his physical body alone. If he tried to hold on any longer, he would be crushed into a meat patty sooner or later. Yang Kai roared angrily as the space principles in his hands began to fluctuate, slowly pushing them to the sides as if he was pushing an invisible door. As he moved, visible ripples spread out from his hands. The space force that was pressing down on Yang Kai immediately eased significantly. A hint of appreciation flashed across Li Wuyi's eyes as he suddenly flattened his palms and swiped them towards Yang Kai from afar. In the next instant, Yang Kai saw a void crack suddenly form around his waist, as if it had always been there and had only revealed its ferocious appearance at this moment. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but change as he thought to himself, so space principles can also be used like this. Before he had time to marvel at Li Wuyi's ingenuity, the void crack that was only a few feet long had already cut into Yang Kai's skin like an indestructible blade, causing him to feel a stinging pain. Even with the physical body that Yang Kai was so proud of, it was difficult for him to resist such an attack. The void crack was still pressing down on him, making it difficult for Yang Kai to even move. At this moment it was already too late for him to retreat. At this critical moment of life and death, Yang Kai's mind was surprisingly calm, not showing the slightest hint of panic as he reached out and grabbed at the void crack. His hand transformed into a dragon's claw as Yang Kai grabbed hold of the void crack. The void crack that was a few feet long struggled and squirmed like a pitch-black spirit snake, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it attempted to attack Yang Kai. As Yang Kai clenched his hand, the void crack collapsed. Only Yang Kai, who was also proficient in the space principles, could do such a thing. If it were anyone else, how could they possibly grab hold of a void crack? Rashly touching it was destined to end in tragedy. On the other side, the admiration in Li Wuyi's eyes deepened when he saw how easily Yang Kai had neutralized his killer move. However, he hit it very well. The depths of his eyes were still cold, as if he would not rest until he killed Yang Kai. His palms, which were already flat, suddenly moved apart. The two palms slowly rotated, grinding against each other. Yang Kai's expression changed. He felt the space around him change drastically. The space around his upper body started to rotate clockwise, while the space around his lower body started to rotate counterclockwise. Although the rotation was slow, it was steady. As a result, the space around him was dislocated. Yang Kai's entire body was twisted into a very strange position. His upper body and lower body were rotating in different directions, and the bones in his body were making laborious sounds. Shocked, he once again urged the law of space to set things right. With Yang Kai as the center, the space within a radius of 1,000 meters was in complete chaos. Countless tiny cracks flickered in and out of existence. Li Wuyi's expression also became solemn. His slowly rotating palms seemed to have encountered some kind of resistance, causing them to slow down until they finally came to a stop. With a roar, the void shattered and Yang Kai's twisted body returned to normal. Li Wuyi's palms also came together again. "Master, take this." Being attacked by Li Wuyi time and time again without holding back, Yang Kai was also enraged. No matter what Li Wuyi's intentions were, he couldn't allow himself to be beaten passively like this. Facing the number one master under the great emperors who was also proficient in the law of space, the best way was to fight instead of running away. In front of him, running away was useless, and blindly resisting would only accelerate his defeat. The best defense was to attack. Flicking his 10 fingers, Yang Kai sent a series of pitch-black moon blades towards Li Wuyi's head. The last one was incomparably huge and contained a terrifying power. In the face of this overwhelming attack, Li Wuyi's expression remained indifferent. He simply raised his hand and gently waved it in front of him. His movements were elegant, as if he was brushing away dust. The power of the space laws was smoothed out, and the moon blades dissipated before they could reach Li Wuyi. Only the last moon blade was deflected to the side by Li Wuyi, brushing past his body. "Your moon blades are useless against me." Li Wuyi looked at Yang Kai and said in an indifferent tone. He and Yang Kai had once discussed the law of space together and exchanged cultivation insights, so he was naturally no stranger to moon blades. What's more, he had seen Yang Kai use this killer move more than once. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged as he threw out a punch. "If moon blades are useless, then what about this move?" As soon as these words fell, a black sphere suddenly appeared in front of Li Wuyi. This black sphere pulsed with an aura of chaos and nothingness, identical to that of the void. Li Wuyi raised his brow. He could clearly feel that the power of this move was much more terrifying than the moon blades. Excited, he tried to figure out the mysteries of this move, but the divine sense he released was swallowed by the black sphere. The next moment, the black sphere suddenly shrank and turned into a small black dot. Heaven and earth began to collapse towards this black dot. Li Wuyi, who bore the brunt of this collapse, could not resist the force of the collapse and his body twisted as he rapidly shrank towards the black dot. With a swoosh, the black dot flashed and disappeared, and the collapsed heaven and earth disappeared. Under the plane, there was a huge circular gap with a radius of several hundred feet. Li Wuyi, on the other hand, was still standing in the same spot. The power of the space precepts around his body fluctuated and finally managed to resist the terrifying power at the critical moment. When the black dot disappeared, his distorted body also returned to its original state. Li Wuyi finally showed a smile, not bad, but not enough. By the time he finished speaking, he had already arrived in front of Yang Kai and sent a palm strike towards him. Yang Kai's figure retreated explosively, flashing directly into the void, leaving behind an afterimage. After the afterimage was dispersed, Li Wuyi took a step forward and chased into the void. On the empty plane, 2 figures, one in front and one behind, mysteriously disappeared and then suddenly reappeared. No matter if they disappeared or reappeared, there was no sign at all. If someone else saw this, they would probably think that they were seeing things. The flickering figures were truly elusive. They might still be here at this moment, but in the next moment, they would be hundreds or thousands of miles away. As they chased and fled, the positions of the two were constantly swapping. It was impossible to tell who was chasing and who was fleeing. What others could not see was the countless twists and turns in the void, the countless clashes. At a certain moment, with 2 whoosh sounds, Li Wuyi and Yang Kai's figures turned from illusory to solid, appearing at the same time. They were still in their original positions, still maintaining the same distance from each other, as if the two had not moved at all. Their eyes met. Yang Kai frowned while Li Wuyi smiled. There was a look of relief in his eyes, and the coldness and murderous intent had already dissipated. Licking his somewhat dry lips, Yang Kai asked, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" At the very beginning, Li Wuyi's murderous intent was indeed overflowing, as if he wanted to kill Yang Kai here and now, but as they fought, Yang Kai realized that Li Wuyi's murderous intent was more of a test. Li Wuyi's murderous intent was just to force him to use his full strength. From beginning to end, Li Wuyi had only used his space principles, but with his strength, how could he not have some powerful artifacts? If he really wanted to kill him, Li Wuyi would have used his artifacts. What Yang Kai could not figure out was, what was this test about? If there was really something, why couldn't he tell him? Li Wuyi smiled and said, "The heaven's secret has changed, and the mysterious heavens has appeared. It is time to compete for the great Tao. Yang Kai blinked at first, but then his expression froze as he asked in surprise, "Master, you mean?" Li Wui nodded, "Exactly what you think." Seeing him admit it, Yang Kai's blood boiled and he could not help feeling his mouth go dry. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he asked, "What does the great Tao have to do with this maxim?" Li Wui chuckled, "The place where the great Tao will compete is inside Mysterious Heaven's Temple." Mysterious Heaven's Temple. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. "What is that place?" "I don't know, I've only heard of it." Li Wui frowned, apparently unsure of what this Mysterious Heaven's Temple was, but since it was called Mysterious Heaven's Temple, it must be a mysterious place. Before this, he was still trying to guess what the maxim meant. The maxim of the mysterious heavens had confused him, but now with Li Wuyi's explanation, he finally understood. Mysterious heavens should be referring to the Mysterious Heavens Temple. Heaven's revelations, the great emperors, and this maxim he had obtained through the Heaven's secret was referring to the impending appearance of the Mysterious Heavens Temple. Li Wuyi clasped his hands behind his back and said leisurely, 100 years after the battle of emperors in the shattered star sea, the Mysterious Heavens Temple opened. Anyone in the star boundary who was qualified to enter entered to seek their own opportunities and strive for the great Tao. The opening of the Mysterious Heavens Temple at that time allowed the Beast Warrior Master, Bright Moon Master, Ice Feather Master, Flower Shadow Master, and Kenyi to ascend to the position of great emperors. After a pause, Li Wuyi smiled and asked, "Do you know why there are 5 of them?" Yang Kai said thoughtfully, 5 great emperors died in the Battle of Emperors. The Battle of Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea was a battle where the great emperors of the star boundary besieged and annihilated Wukong. In that battle, Wukong fought against the joint forces of 9 other great emperors by himself. Although he was also beaten to a pulp, the battle of heaven devouring great emperors' heaven-defying tactics still allowed him to kill the Blue Lotus great emperors, Yuan Ding great emperors, Martial Flame great emperors, and Vast Sea great emperors respectively before his death. That battle was unprecedented and world-shaking. In the long history of the star boundary, there had never been a battle as fierce as that one. Yang Kai's Mountains and Rivers Bell was the life source artifact of Yuan Ding great emperors, and Lu Yan's Phoenix True Fire was inherited from Martial Flame great emperors. Chapter 3755. In the Battle of Great Emperors in the Shattered Star Sea, Wukong had killed 4 great emperors, but he himself had also been crushed. Although his soul had escaped and hidden in the depths of the Shattered Star Sea, for the star boundary, half of the 10 great emperors had died in that battle, which was exactly 5. There was a limit to the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth. The limit was 12 in the demon territory and 10 in the star boundary. Therefore, even though there were many competitors who were qualified to become great emperors when the mysterious Tian Temple opened last time, there were still only 5 who had the last laugh. Li Wui smiled and nodded, "Yes, 5 great emperors died in the Shattered Star Sea, so it is reasonable for 5 more to be born in the mysterious Tian Temple. Now, the mysterious Tian Temple is about to open again, but the situation this time will be different. There won't be so many great emperors born. I'm afraid, there will only be 1. Yang Kai understood. Among the 10 great emperors of the star boundary, the great emperors of the secular world were missing, and the Night Shadow great emperors had defected to the demon territory, but they were still alive after all. Only the Bright Moon great emperors had died, leaving only 1 empty spot in the bottle of heaven and earth. Therefore, even if the mysterious Tian Temple opened and the day of the great competition arrived, only 1 person could become a great emperor in the end. In this way, the competition would be very fierce. Thinking of this, Yang Kai frowned and finally understood what Li Wui's previous words meant. At this critical moment of the star boundary's survival, if the mysterious Tian Temple opened, it was unknown whether it would be a blessing or a curse for the star boundary. If someone could obtain this opportunity in the end and make up for the 10 great emperors of the star boundary, it would be extremely beneficial to the current situation of the entire star boundary. Currently, the 2 great elders of the dragon race could join forces to fight against the 3 demon saint. If there was one more great emperor, it would be almost equivalent to an invincible existence. But before becoming great emperors, bloody and cruel competitions were required. There were quite a number of fake emperors in the astral boundary, but they weren't few either. On the path of martial arts, who wasn't courageously striving to reach the peak? Now that such a great opportunity was placed before their eyes, who wouldn't be moved? But if everyone was tempted and ran to that mysterious heaven palace to fight for the great Tao, then where would the 55 legions of the star boundary go? Without the presence of these fake emperors, the demon race would be able to wipe out the various armies in an instant. If they entered the mysterious heaven palace to fight for the great Tao, there would definitely be internal friction. This was something the current star boundary could not bear. For the sake of the star boundary's survival, the various legion commanders and fake emperors could obey Li Wui's orders and lead their subordinates into battle. However, if it was for their own opportunities and the goal of cultivation, how much use would Li Wui's orders be? Moreover, he couldn't order the false emperors to not participate in the struggle for the great Tao. Li Wui couldn't bring himself to do something like that. Thinking about it, Yang Kai quickly figured out why Li Wui was feeling so depressed at the moment. The timing of the mysterious heaven palaces opening this time really put the star boundary in an awkward position. Their previous hot-bloodedness and excitement quickly cooled down as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Yang Kai was silent for a while before asking, "Is Master certain that the mysterious heaven palace will open?" If it was just a misunderstanding, then there was no point in worrying about it at this moment. Li Wui sighed, "Among the things I know, the Master of Heaven's revelations has never been wrong. Since he left behind a prophecy a few years ago, then the mysterious heaven palace is bound to reappear." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Not to mention the Master of Heaven's revelations as divination, given the current situation of the star boundary, the opening of the mysterious heaven palace is imperative. You bear the will of the heavens and earth, so you should be able to sense it more clearly than others. Although the star boundary is a world, this world is not dead." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. This did not mean that the star boundary was alive and had its own thoughts, but that this world was also alive. Even ordinary birds and beasts have self-defense mechanisms when they encounter a threat to their lives, let alone a world like this. But now, the astral boundary is at a critical juncture of life and death. Its self-defense urgently needs to create a great emperor to fight against the invading enemies. Yang Kai nodded, "I understand Master's meaning. Therefore, the mysterious heaven palace will definitely open soon, but no one can be sure when it will show signs." Li Wui sighed again. For so many years, Yang Kai had never heard him sigh, but today, it seemed to be happening more frequently. Although the existence of the mysterious heaven palace is known to few, it is not a secret. Many fake emperors in the star boundary are aware of this matter. Yang Kai's expression changed. In that case, in the hall just now, why was everyone's performance? At this point, Yang Kai suddenly understood and smiled bitterly, "So that's how it is." Just now, in the hall, after Gao Zhan said those words, none of the fake emperors present had any special reaction. Yang Kai had thought that they did not know about the maxim, but now it seemed that a large number of people did not know what it meant, but there were definitely some who understood. They understood but did not say it out loud, so they obviously had their own plans. The mysterious heaven palace had not shown any signs of opening yet, but the maxim of the great emperors of heaven's revelations had already caused some of the fake emperors in the star boundary, who had always lived and died together, to have second thoughts. It was easy to imagine how great of an impact this news would have on the current situation if it were to be completely exposed. And as the general commander of the 55 armies in the star boundary, Li Wui was probably under unimaginable pressure. How to adjust to the impact of the mysterious Heaven Palace's impending opening would be a headache for him in the near future. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai said, "If Master is at ease, I am willing to share Master's burden and lead the Star Boundaries army." "You?" Li Wui turned his head to look at him and chuckled, "You're already a GZ army, leaving everything to Hyoji. If I really let you lead the 55 armies, I'm afraid they will be wiped out by the demon race in less than 3 to 5 months." Yang Kai was unconvinced. "Master, aren't you looking down on me too much? How do you know I can't do it without trying? There should still be some time before the opening of the mysterious Heaven Palace. Master, why don't you let me try? If I really can't do it, we can think of other ways." Li Wui said, "Let you try what? If I let you try, what will I do?" Yang Kai said, "Master, don't you want to strive for the great Tao?" It was with this in mind that Yang Kai made such a suggestion just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so bored as to try to seize power from Li Wui and lead the 55 armies. Just as Li Wui said, he was already a GZ army's hands-off leader and let Hyoji take over the army because he was afraid of trouble. If the mysterious Heaven Palace opened, with Li Wui's strength, he would definitely be able to enter. And since he was the strongest person under the great emperors, he was definitely the best person to compete for the one and only spot. If he could become one of the great emperors, the current situation of the Star Boundary might be changed. To Yang Kai's surprise, Li Wui slowly shook his head, "I can't go, and I won't go." Yang Kai revealed a look of astonishment, but before he could say anything, Li Wui raised his hand and interrupted, "If I leave, the morale of the army will definitely be disrupted. At that time, the Star Boundary will really be finished, so regardless of whether the others go or not, I absolutely cannot go." Yang Kai still wanted to persuade him, but when he saw Li Wui's determined expression, he knew that it was useless to say anything. Just as Li Wui said, he was the chief commander of the Star Boundary army. If he left, the Star Boundary would be without a leader, and the various armies that had been painstakingly united would definitely fall apart. At that time, who would be able to stabilize the morale of the army? And once Li Wui took the lead, those fake emperors who still had some misgivings would probably all go to the mysterious Heaven Palace. Yang Kai smiled bitterly, "Master is righteous. I hope those people can understand your painstaking efforts." He knew very well what kind of determination Li Wui needed to make such a decision. He had cultivated all his life just for this day, and now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he had to give it up. This was tantamount to giving up on the possibility of further improvement, which was probably worse than killing him. The mysterious Heaven Palace was not an ordinary existence. Its opening completely depended on whether the great emperors had fallen. The last time the mysterious Heaven Palace opened was tens of thousands of years ago. If one missed such an opportunity, they might have to wait for another tens of thousands of years, or even longer. Not to mention whether Li Wui could live until then. Even if he could, he probably wouldn't have the energy to compete for anything. Giving up this time was tantamount to giving up on the goal of his life, giving up on the possibility of further improvement in his martial arts. What kind of great sacrifice was this? What kind of noble sentiment was this? And what drove him to make this decision was this precarious world and the hundreds of millions of living beings struggling to survive. Yang Kai was filled with awe. Li Wui chuckled, "It doesn't matter if others understand or not, as long as you understand." Yang Kai clenched his fists and quickly said, "Junior understands." Li Wui nodded, "It's good that you understand. Prepare well for this period of time. Don't do anything but wait for the mysterious Heaven Palace to open." Yang Kai raised his head and looked at him in amazement. Li Wui smiled at him, "You have to go to the mysterious Heaven Palace and snatch that one and only opportunity." "Me?" Yang Kai pointed at himself. To be honest, when Li Wui mentioned the mysterious Heaven Palace and the struggle for the great Tao, he had also thought about it. However, he was currently only a high-ranked demon king, equivalent to a third-layer emperor realm master. He hadn't even reached the false emperor realm, so how could he be qualified to participate? As such, this idea only briefly flashed through his mind before he rejected it. Who would have thought that Li Wui would make such a suggestion? Don't underestimate yourself. Bright Moon Master's legacy is with you. If others were as strong as you, they would definitely not be qualified to enter the mysterious Heaven Palace, but you are different. Since you possess the world's will, the mysterious Heaven Palace will definitely not reject you. It can even be said that the world's will is your advantage in competing for this opportunity. Although your cultivation has not reached the required level, your chances of success are much higher than others. After a pause, Li Wui looked at him with a smile. Moreover, are you willing to watch this opportunity slip away from your eyes? Or do you want to wait for the next opening of the mysterious Heaven Palace? Chapter 3756. Yang Kai blurted out, "Of course not." Li Wui said with satisfaction, "Since that's not the case, then go ahead and do it. The pinnacle of strength is the Tao. Originally, I was worried about you. After all, no matter how many advantages you have, the lack of cultivation is still your biggest shortcoming, but after testing you out just now, I found that your attainments in the laws of space are not inferior to mine. You have the qualifications to compete for the Tao of space." The reason why he suddenly brought Yang Kai out to test him was to see how deep Yang Kai's attainments in the laws of space were. Otherwise, he wouldn't have just used the Tao of space in that life and death battle just now. He would have used everything he had. After testing him out, the result both gratified and surprised Li Wui. Not to mention that Yang Kai's strength had truly grown to the level of a false emperor or half-saint, just his attainments in the laws of space were not inferior to his own. This was the biggest reason why Li Wui gave up on entering the mysterious Heaven Temple. Since Yang Kai had the qualifications, then letting Yang Kai enter the mysterious Heaven Temple would not be any worse than letting him enter it himself. There's one thing you need to pay attention to. Li Wuyi's expression was solemn. If you really enter the mysterious Heaven Temple, you are very likely to become the enemy of most people. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. What about the world will? Li Wuyi nodded and said, "Yes, the world will you inherited from Bright Moon Master will give you many advantages in the upcoming battle for the Tao, but it will also put you in all kinds of danger. There will definitely be people who will find an opportunity to attack you. These people include not only the half-saint of the demon race, but also the false emperor of the star boundary." Yang Kai's expression turned serious. "Half-saint can enter the mysterious Heaven Temple." Li Wui burst into laughter. "Who says they can't go in? Ken Yi is the best example. He was able to become one of the great emperors, so the other half-saint of demon race would naturally be able to enter as well. Though this world has a self-defense mechanism, and will open the dark Heaven Palace when danger arrives, it will not care about who is able to obtain that fated opportunity within. The heavenly Tao is merciful, and has given us a chance to turn the tables. The heavenly Tao is heartless, and even treats the invading demon race equally. It all depends on whether we can grasp this opportunity." Yang Kai exhaled lightly and laughed bitterly. "I understand now. In other words, if I were to enter the Dark Sky Hall to participate in the battle for the Grand Tao, it would be like throwing a piece of fat meat into a pack of wolves, right?" Li Wui smiled and said, "Although it's not quite accurate, that's the general idea. This is really exciting." Yang Kai grinned. Although he was smiling, the scorching light in his eyes seemed to be burning like flames. There had never been a precedent like this before. Only the great emperors who participated in the battle for the Grand Tao and obtained their own fated opportunities could obtain the recognition of the world, obtain the will of the world, and become the spokesperson of the world. Yang Kai's current state was unique throughout history. This was something that couldn't be helped. In the Eternal Heaven Continent, the great emperors of the Bright Moon Continent had died at his hands. The will of the world and the great emperors had no choice but to transfer to Yang Kai of its own accord. Therefore, Yang Kai had obtained the recognition of the world before he had become one of the great emperors. This was his advantage in participating in the battle for the Grand Tao. Perhaps he could more clearly discern the secrets of the world and more effectively approach his goal, but it was also a disaster. In the past, there might be people who were jealous of the legacy of the great emperors in Yang Kai's body, but it was only jealousy. Once they entered the profound heaven palace, this jealousy was very likely to turn into robbery. And if they wanted to snatch that will of the world, they would have to kill Yang Kai with their own hands. Li Wui patted Yang Kai's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, you won't fight alone. When the time comes, I will arrange for people to support you." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Thank you, master. Don't run around for a while, lest you give others an opportunity to take advantage of you. Go back to the high heaven palace and cultivate in seclusion. When the profound heaven palace opens, I will inform you." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Master, since you want me to participate in the battle for the Grand Tao, why do you want me to hide? Before the profound heaven palace opens, I can hide, but what about after it opens?" Li Wui was startled and immediately laughed. "Yes, I was thinking too much. Alright, you can do whatever you want, but be careful, especially those who want to come into contact with you." "I know." Yang Kai grinned fiercely, "If someone with ulterior motives tries to approach me, I won't show any mercy." After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "Master, if I really enter the profound heaven palace, what do I need to do? What do I need to rob?" Li Wui slowly shook his head, "I don't know. I only know that the profound heaven palace contains the key to becoming great emperors. As for the situation inside the profound heaven palace, I'm afraid no one in the star boundary knows." Li Wui frowned. "Perhaps you can ask the two elders of the dragon race. They have lived for a long time and should know some information about the profound heaven palace." "I will ask them when I have the chance," Yang Kai nodded. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, he said, "By the way, master, there is one more thing I need to ask of you." "Speak," Li Wui nodded. "Once the profound heaven palace opens, I don't know how long it will take to enter. Now, in the wild desolate ancient ground in the Eastern Territory, there are some abnormal movements in the Blood Gate. I suspect that the Heavenly Punishment Palace is about to open, the Heavenly Punishment Palace." Li Wui raised his brow. "Master, please pay more attention to that side. If the Heavenly Punishment Palace opens, please tell the girl who came out from it to stay calm and wait for me to come back." Li Wui nodded, "Okay." Half a day later, Yang Kai returned to Towering Firmament Palace. He didn't know if it was because he had learned something or not, but when he returned to Towering Firmament Palace, Yang Kai felt that there were some gazes that were paying attention to him. This made him sneer in his heart. It seemed that Li Wui's worries were not unfounded. Only half a day had passed since that maxim was revealed, yet there were already so many abnormalities. If the news broke out completely, the situation would likely become even more serious. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai was afraid that in the near future, the star boundary would usher in a great upheaval. For the already unstable heaven and earth, this would likely be an unbearable disaster. The war between the two realms abetted strangely. On the star boundary side, perhaps because the news of the impending opening of the profound heaven palace had secretly leaked, or perhaps because Li Wui was deliberately observing, the various armies were biding their time. The demon race was more than happy to stall for time. The 108 demon dens were madly expanding outwards at all times, eroding the land of the star boundary. All they needed to do was wait for the star boundary to completely transform into a demon land, and then easily take over this huge territory. Therefore, in the past few days, the two races had not clashed, but according to the information obtained from various sources, the rate of erosion of the various demon dens had obviously increased. Combined with what Yang Kai had said before, everyone realized that the situation of the great emperors trapped in this inexplicable space was only getting worse and worse. Once the world will on these great emperors was completely refined, the entire star boundary would be powerless to reverse the situation. 10 days later, Yang Kai suddenly received a secret letter. The letter was handed over by someone through a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. There was no signature, not even the slightest aura, so it was impossible to tell who had sent it. There was not much information in the letter, only the name of a location. The location was in the Northern Territory, not too far from the current High Heaven Palace, only 5,000 kilometers. Holding the secret letter, Yang Kai sneered. Finally unable to hold back. The profound Heaven Palace had not shown any signs of opening yet, but they were already making a move on him. Yang Kai wanted to see who was so impatient. With a clench of his hand, the secret letter was reduced to dust. The moon hung high above the willow branches. In the middle of the night, Kai Yang quietly crawled out of his bed. On the bed, there were several delicate bodies lying in a disorderly manner. Their graceful curves were fully displayed, their snow-white skin exposed. The room was filled with a strange atmosphere. Yang Kai was about to participate in the battle for the Great Tao, snatching opportunities from a group of fake emperors and half-saints. He was not sure if he could come back alive. This time, he could only succeed, not fail, so Yang Kai could not shrink back. In the past, if he encountered an enemy he could not defeat, he could run away, but this time, he could only bravely move forward. However, he did not tell Su Yan and the others. This kind of thing would only cause them to worry. The only thing he could do was to give them the warmest memories before he set off. A small hand grabbed one of Yang Kai's fingers. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Xia Ning Chang gently tugging at him with a red face. Smiling faintly, Kai Yang leaned over and kissed her forehead, "Rest well." Xia Ning Chang obediently nodded and closed her eyes. Yang Kai pushed open the door and left. Following the soft sound of the door closing, Shanqing Luo suddenly sat up straight. Her fine black hair hung down, covering her ample bosom. She gritted her teeth and said, sneaking out in the middle of the night, "He must have gone to meet some fox." She kicked Shuiyu next to her and said, "Stop pretending to be asleep, the man in our house is about to be taken away." Shuiyu buried her head under the pillow and said in a muffled voice, "Ah Luo, why don't you go out and see who he is going to meet? Then we sisters can join hands and kill her." Shanqing Luo curled her lips and said, "I'm not going. If anyone wants to go, it should be Big Sister and Big Sister Qing." As she said this, she looked at Su Yan and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing lowered her head and groped around on the bed. She found her underwear and put it on neatly with a red face, not saying a word. Su Yan just pursed her lips and smiled. She reached out and pulled Shanqing Luo into her arms. "Don't worry so much, our husband knows what he is doing. Rest well, aren't you tired?" Shanqing Luo's eyes widened and her eyelashes fluttered. "Big sister, I find that you are too lenient with him." She seemed to have discovered something extraordinary and grabbed a handful of her bosom, exclaiming, "Big sister, did you grow bigger again?" With a slap, Su Yan slapped her hand away. "Stop messing around." "Oh." Shanqing Luo obediently responded and found a comfortable position in Su Yan's arms and closed her beautiful eyes. After calming down for a while, the small hand once again climbed up and gently covered her breasts. Seeing that Su Yan no longer tried to stop it, a smile appeared on the face of the little hand. Chapter 3757. Eternal Wind City, a small city in the Northern Territory, was only comparable in size to Maplewood City. If it weren't for Yang Kai doing some work during the day, he wouldn't have known where Eternal Wind City was located. With his current speed, it took him less than half a cup of tea's time to cover the distance of 5,000 kilometers. Looking around, Yang Kai sighed softly. There were countless places like Eternal Wind City in the star boundary. The small city was ruined and in complete disorder. Although the demon race's army had yet to wreak havoc here, the residents of the city had already fled for their lives. The small city, which wasn't bustling in the first place, was now dead silent. This was just a microcosm of the countless places in the star boundary. The war between the two realms had spread throughout the world. After this war, even if the star boundary could win, how long would it take for this world to recover its yuan qi? Perhaps thousands of years, perhaps tens of thousands of years, perhaps even longer, but as long as there was a possibility of recovery, it was enough to make everyone in the star boundary pay with their lives to prevent the demon race from invading. On the city wall, Yang Kai had his hands behind his back as he looked up at the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky and the moonlight didn't leak out. He grinned. The night was dark and the wind was strong, the time to kill and set fire. Rustling sounds came from behind him. Yang Kai turned around and looked, a look of surprise on his face. The person who invited him here actually showed up so openly without the slightest intention of hiding. Could it be that he was wrong? After Yang Kai saw the face of the person who came, he frowned slightly. I was afraid you wouldn't come, but you're really bold, running outside at this time. If I invited 3 or 5 experts here and set up an inescapable net, what would you do? A beautiful voice suddenly rang out, crisp and pleasant to the ear. Not far away, a beautiful figure flew over and landed a few meters in front of Yang Kai, smiling at him. Along with the wind, a faint fragrance wafted out, intoxicating him. This was definitely a dangerous distance for the person who came. Yang Kai, who was proficient in the space principles, could make a fatal attack in an instant. No matter how strong she was, she wouldn't be able to avoid it. Senior Sheng. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. That secret letter was sent by you. Standing in front of him was Xing Yuzhu of the Rakshasa sect. This was a fake emperor who had lived for tens of thousands of years and had once experienced a battle of the great Tao, whom he had saved from the void crack. Strictly speaking, the battle of the great Tao that Xing Yuzhu had experienced was a long time ago. After all, she was from the same era as Wukong. When Yang Kai brought her out of the spatial crack, he also wanted to confirm her identity. In the end, she casually mentioned the names of Wukong, Yao Jun, Chu Tianji, Duan Hongqian, Zhan Wuhen, and the others. Before that, Yang Kai didn't dare to believe that a person could survive in the void for so long. The reason why she fell into the void, according to her, was because she was tricked by Wukong. At that time, her strength was on par with Wukong, and they both had the potential to become great emperors. In order to eliminate a competitor, Wukong plotted to throw her into the void before the battle of the Great Tao, until Yang Kai found her. Therefore, although she had experienced that kind of thing once, she didn't participate. It could be said that she missed it perfectly. Many years ago, after Yang Kai brought her out of the spatial crack of the Rakshasa sect, they rarely contacted each other. Later, when the war between the two worlds broke out, Yang Kai also thought of her and inquired about the Rakshasa sect. After all, he still had the title of guest elder of the Rakshasa sect. He was willing to take care of this woman as long as he could. However, after inquiring, he found out that the Rakshasa sect had disappeared without a trace more than 10 years ago. Calculating the time, it was a few years after Yang Kai helped Xing Yuzhu escape. Since then, the entire Rakshasa sect, including Xing Yuzhu, had disappeared without a trace. It was not until today that they met. After knowing that Xing Yuzhu was looking for him, Yang Kai realized that he had thought too much before. Since she appeared so openly and said such words, it meant that she had no malice towards him. What's more, it was not that Yang Kai did not inquire about Xing Yuzhu after the incident. Once, he mentioned this woman to Zhan Wuhen. When he learned that this woman was still alive, Zhan Wuhen was quite surprised. After all, after tens of thousands of years, most of his old acquaintances were no longer alive. Only a few of his old friends were still alive. Even though he had no friendship with Xing Yuzhu, he still smiled when he learned that she was still alive. Zhan Wuhen only had one evaluation of this woman: she was not a bad person. Since Zhan Wuhen said so, it was enough to prove Xing Yuzhu's character. Who else do you think sent it? Xing Yuzhu tilted her head and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. Ignoring the fact that she had lived for tens of thousands of years, just by looking at her appearance and expression, one would think that she was only 28 years old. What an old monster! Yang Kai cursed in his heart and said with a chuckle, "It's precisely because I don't know who sent it that I came to take a look." After a pause, he said, "It seems that Senior knows something. Otherwise, she would not have said that Yang Kai was very bold before." Xing Yuzhu looked at him dumbfoundedly. "Since you can ask this question, it seems that you know something. Very good, it saves me the effort of explaining. How did Senior know?" Yang Kai was suspicious. The news should not have spread so quickly. Xing Yuzhu stroked her hair behind her ear and smiled. "Did you forget what I told you? I have experienced such a thing once. I am more sensitive to the changes in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth than anyone else. I can feel that that thing is about to be born." Xian Tian Hall. Yang Kai looked serious. First, he had seen a trace of the heavenly mystery, then heaven's revelations, the words of the great emperors, and now Xing Yuzhu's words. It seemed that the opening of Xian Tian Hall was really imperative. Yes. Xing Yuzhu nodded. She was not surprised that Yang Kai knew about the existence of Xian Tian Hall. After all, although this matter was confidential, it was not unknown. Those fake great emperors who followed the great emperors all year round must have heard these things from the great emperors. It was precisely because of this that Li Wui knew about the existence of Xian Tian Hall. Staring at Yang Kai, Xing Yuzhu said, "Since you know so much, does that mean you want to go in?" Yang Kai nodded. "Sure enough." Xing Yuzhu showed a look of understanding. "I guessed that you would go in." Although she had lived in seclusion with the Rakshasa sect for many years, she was not ignorant of the outside world, especially Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled and said, "How can I miss such a grand event? But Senior, do you know the specific time when Xian Tian Hall will open?" If Xing Yuzhu knew the specific time, he would definitely have more advantages. "Within a month." Xing Yuzhu replied, "After the last change in heaven and earth, Xian Tian Hall appeared within a month. Unfortunately, I was deceived by Wukong before I could wait until then." Speaking of the grudges from tens of thousands of years ago, Xing Yuzhu's tone was indifferent. Compared to those fake emperors who had long fallen in the long river of history, at least she had lived until now. When the Xian Tian Hall opened again, she had another opportunity to participate. "Senior, did you ask me to come here to join forces with me?" Yang Kai asked. Xing Yuzhu slowly shook her head. "I have to apologize to you first. When you saved me, I did say that if the opportunity was right, we could join forces. But in the current situation, I'm afraid that joining forces is not possible. Firstly, Xian Tian Hall opened too suddenly. I'm afraid that it was affected by the erosion of the demon land, and heaven and earth felt a sense of crisis. In the end, only one person can ascend to the position of great emperors. If I join forces with you, we will have to shed all pretense of cordiality in the end. Rather than that, it's better not to join forces in the beginning, lest we fall out in the end. Secondly, I don't dare to join forces with you in your current situation. I think you know the reason." Yang Kai was now a piece of fat meat in the eyes of those fake emperors and half-saint. Xing Yuzhu's head must have been kicked by a donkey to join forces with him. She was asking for trouble. When she said this, Xing Yuzhu showed a trace of embarrassment on her face. After all, she was suspected of going back on her words. Yang Kai nodded and said, "I understand." He didn't mean to argue with her. Xing Yuzhu being so frank with him made him feel good. "Senior, you asked me to come out because, this jade slip contains information about Xian Tian Hall. Go back and take a look at it carefully. While speaking, Sheng Yuzhu handed over a jade slip. Yang Kai reached out and received it with a look of joy. Does Senior know the situation in Xian Tian Hall? Sheng Yuzhu shook her head. I'm not very clear. After all, I didn't go in. I just heard some things from people in the past. So, I can't judge how much of the information in this jade slip is true and how much is false. You have to consider it yourself. Even so, Yang Kai was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, Many thanks, Senior. Sheng Yuzhu waved her hand and said, It's hard to repay the kindness of saving my life. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would still be trapped in the void, slowly waiting for death. Yang Kai grinned. For Senior, it's a life-saving grace, but for me, it's just a small matter. He waved the jade slip in his hand. Now, this is what I need the most. Let's call it even. Sheng Yuzhu let out a long sigh. How could a life-saving grace be called even like this? After a moment of silence, she said, If you meet me in Xian Tian Hall, if you need any help, don't hesitate to ask. Before the final battle begins, if I can help, I will not refuse. At that time, I'll have to trouble Senior a little. Yang Kai grinned. In addition, I have one more thing to ask of you. Yang Kai showed an attentive expression. Please speak, Senior. Although I didn't intentionally pass down the killing Rakshasa sect to them, they still have some ties with me. Over the years, I've been recuperating, and they've done their best to honor and worship me. I don't know if I'll be able to return after I leave this time. Moreover, the situation in the star boundary is changing, and there are a group of women who are wandering outside. If no one takes care of them, I'm afraid that sooner or later, they'll die without a complete corpse. I'd like to ask you to bring them back to Towering Palace. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.